Always going up, you can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us. Always going up, you can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us.
Yo, what's good?
What's goody? What's poppin'?
Oh, man, chilling, man. Welcome to another episode of the Free Your Mind podcast, where you can come free your mind and help others free theirs. I am your co-host, Woon, and I'm all about balance from the womb to the tomb. I was going to say from the sun to the moon. Am I good to say that?
Yeah, you can say that one too. Hey.
All right, what's poppin'?
Okay, switching it up. Yo, and I am the other co-host, Self-Made. Gotta know thyself. Gotta tap in with self to know thyself.
We gonna get it together.
Yeah, I just sent that link out, so
yes.
good.
Mariah Clark in the building early. That's it. See, we love that energy. I promise. Thank you.
Right. It was in the waiting room, huh?
Before we start the show, I have to say this. I watched back 2 episodes over the duration of the week. And the first one is nothing too major, it's kind of minor. But from where I was positioned at, it may have seemed, because I was watching it back, it may have seemed like I was looking at some type of notes or something like that. Because every time I answered the question, I was looking at a specific spot and shit, right? But I just want the people to know that I do not have any notes that I'd be looking at. If I do, I will let you know. Hold on, let me read this shit real quick. I try to, keep my best freestyles going, like, you know what I mean? Because we really live this shit. So how we come in like that is absolutely Gucci. The second thing that I wanted to say, is that on the episode, I think it was the day before New Year's Eve, I was hyper that day. I'm gonna just say that. And when I was watching it back, I was not allowing people to speak, including my co-host. So I do want to apologize to you personally, because I was like, and I know that you had like a lot to say, and I kept on cutting you off. So I did not mean to do that. I was just like super in the moment, and I was super hyper. You know what I mean? I had a lot of energy that day, so I do want to apologize to you personally, Self-Made. If you can accept my apology and shit, like, you know what I mean? We brothers, right? Brothers. But to Prince Krishna, I cut him off a lot, so I definitely want to apologize to him if he's watching. And I think I cut Benet off slightly, but you know what I mean. But I do want to apologize for that because I don't want to make it seem like and we can't come and have a healthy build. But I was lit. I ain't gonna hold y'all. I was lit. My energy was up like a motherfucker. But what's good with everybody? I see my bro Kareem is in the building. What's popping?
Yes, sir. What's going on with you, brother?
Oh man, just chilling, man.
Yes, sir. Here as promised. So whatever. What's the topic?
Hold on, before we get into that, because we have the homegirl Laura in the building as well. How you doing, lady?
And I'm feeling myself. I was sick last week, you guys. I couldn't make it last week. I had like the flu Rona or whatever the hell they're calling that shit, but I'm back.
Oh no, it's all love. We appreciate you. You came and rocked with us before, so it's Gucci. But yeah, so how's everybody doing before we even get into the bill? What's the energy like? How's everybody's day going?
Man, I'm good. Look, I just clocked out, got all my stuff done. I'm good. I'm ready to pick apart some brains real quick here.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely feeling good. Just chilling, just getting back in town. So kind of
Oh,
got that jet lag, but other than that,
definitely. How was Utah, man? I know you was out there in the no man's land.
yeah, it was actually it's a beautiful sight and all of that. And the people was actually real friendly, real nice. Everybody was super over friendly actually.
That's a
But
fact.
I need that sunlight a little bit more though. I need to be somewhere, what I'm saying, where it's a little bit more sunny myself.
Definitely. Well, in any situation, we highly appreciate you guys for showing up. Again, like Laura said, and I really don't pay attention to COVID like that, but I know that there's been lots of cases. Like a lot of my family members, a
Yeah.
lot of people that I know personally, like it seems just like something is either in the water or it's in the air.
All right, but
Um,
let's
It's
talk
that
about
new
that though.
5G.
Yeah, right. Let's talk about let's
Yeah,
talk
hey,
about that real quick though, because it's also flu season, man. So I think they're attributing everything and saying it's COVID. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Well,
Enough is
yeah,
enough. Enough is
yeah,
enough.
that's interesting because my I think I posted about it. My mom, she currently has COVID right now, and
mhm.
she tested for it. Before she found out, real quick, I had massaged her back. So I was kind of close to her real quick, and then she found out the next morning.
Mm,
I never had no symptoms. I never felt like nothing, but she did have symptoms. And then she had came from my brother and my nephew who had both had it in Dallas. But I tested this morning and I tested twice just to make sure, and I don't got it. So it's kind of weird how, like, what I'm saying, you can kind of be that close to somebody and don't catch it, because I've heard a lot of stories like that about moms having it and the kids having it, and the other one doesn't have it or something like that. So
right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Let me go ahead and put this out there, right? My mama passed away in September, and she she was in the hospital prior to her passing away because she had a surgical procedure done, and they tested her 4 times in the facility alone. So they did 3 nasopharyngeals and they did 1 blood serology, and all 4 of them tests came back negative. The moment she passed away and she was on the floor over, at my house, and the medical examiner said, "Can I test your mom for COVID just based off of her symptoms?" I said, "Yes." Guess what they try to say she died from? COVID. All 4 of them other tests are negative, bro, but this one is positive. Come on. She died from she had coronary artery disease. That's how she passed away.
Man, them tests they don't be knowing. They be so false negatives, false positives.
Mm-hmm.
You got to test 3 and 4 times and shit, like just to get a certain type of reading. So
I mean, I'm a medic,
bro.
right? But at the same time, I heard that they're getting 21 bans for every positive COVID that they say. So
I definitely wouldn't doubt it. How much they get for the flu shot when they was, what I'm saying? They was getting paid for the same shit just to shoot somebody. So
yeah.
Yeah, I remember before this wave hit, there was like a hell of a decline, and I was just sitting there, and I'm like, damn, I ain't really too much hurt or nothing. Laura, I don't know about your side, because I know that you are in the medical field, so I don't know if that was actually the case, but I know like a few different nurses, and they were saying like, nah, shit's been quiet, and then all of a sudden, like, it just started hitting like crazy. But crazy because
Well, I was still doing clinical rotation before I went to teaching, and that's when COVID came into the world. I was like one of the first responders out there doing COVID swabs on people before when CDC kept changing the guidelines and stuff. And I know for a fact, when I was doing my next set of clinical rotation at a psych hospital, that I had a travel nurse who was, stationed in New York during that surge, and she said, basically everything that they were showing you on TV, it was full of shit. That it wasn't even looking like that. You know how they have the big rigs with the freezers in them for the dead bodies? She was like, "Man, we didn't see anything like that. They was lying." I was like, "Oh, okay." That's propaganda.
Yeah, I remember that time, man. Them was crazy times. Like
anything to keep you spooked and under that trap, that's what they're gonna do. But
yeah, letting that fear in, that's all that shit is. That's what I said. Like, I still don't, and again, I'm real sincere about what I said about the people who has family members that has caught it, because my family members currently have it right now, a lot of them too. But I still don't give it that much power and shit. Like,
yeah.
No, like, You know
I
what I mean?
think it exists. You know what I mean? It does. You know, it does exist, but at the same time, you know, all these different strains and multiplications of, you know, strains. Look at the
That's
common
where
cold. Look at the flu. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't have that many different variations or variants of those things. And
they
those
just dropped what? They just dropped 3 strains in 3 months.
I wish I
Like,
don't know how I'm gonna try to send you guys a video, but it's like the Cat Williams, like, and it basically says, you know, the CDC is dropping new variants on us, like, you know, this shit right here, nigga, this shit right here.
But when it first came out, though, they said, you know, when I was doing the research, when it very, very first came out, that was the first thing they said was that it was going to keep mutating. So, you know, it's possible that it's just going to continue to mutate, and you know, either I don't know, maybe mutate its way on out to where we all get
A
our immune
pass, huh?
systems,
shit.
affected, or it's just gonna keep going to where it just get worse and worse.
As long as they keep injecting people, it's gonna keep on mutating.
Going
Yeah,
up.
you ain't lying about that. Like,
For real.
That could be true.
Crazy.
It's the injections that's making it mutate, just like with the flu vaccine. You know what I'm saying? They talk about what's that? They want to get herd immunity, but they trying to do that shit through unnatural means.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's a whole bunch of stuff with it. I seen something they were saying that
you're welcome.
if you catch a virus naturally, it'll mutate, but it take way longer for it to mutate versus you taking a shot.
Yeah.
Once you get a shot, it mutates faster than it would, you know, if you wasn't to take no type of vaccine.
Yeah. I mean, I like our topic tonight because it kind of touches on the same thing. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, we're going, let's look at the people who were living ancient times ago. You know what I mean? They didn't have medicine. They didn't have Western medicine. You know what I mean? And they were able to naturally heal themselves as well as live longer. So it's like, you know, all these inoculations that we're getting, don't get me wrong. You know, like I said, I don't want to discredit anybody who currently has COVID or anything like that. But it's like, you know, all these you know, different elements that we're introducing to the body, we don't really know what that's actually molecularly doing to us.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. Shout out to Benet Love Bailey in the building.
Yo.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday for sure.
And also on Facebook, we have Jewels in the building, and we got LB in the building. What's popping, y'all?
LB in the building.
Yeah.
We got the Young Life in the building too. Making noise.
Definitely, he wants to be heard.
Right.
So without further
man, what's the topic? The topic.
I definitely
I have a question, you guys, before you start that. How was last week's podcast, man? I wanted to jump into that, but like I said, my voice was going in and out.
Last week was beautiful.
It was lit.
It
definitely was lit.
Yeah. We don't ever, because I don't think I ever come in expecting anything. But that particular energy, and it seems like it doesn't kick in to like probably like the 30 minutes into like an hour and shit, the motherfuckers start tapping in. It was good though. The energy was beautiful. People was able to build, and we had the boy Prince Krishna came in there to enhance.
Yeah, Krishna's came through,
and he was dropping this shit on that chakra work. I was like, ooh, powerful shit too.
Yeah, I didn't miss that one, man. And then the week prior to that, I flew out the country, so I didn't make that one either.
Okay.
Definitely.
Traveling.
Oh yeah, you gotta get it in.
I feel that.
We all here right now though. So yeah, again, so I was just gonna say I am going to break down the understanding of what the Noah's Ark story is on a metaphysical level, on an esoteric level. Me personally, I had a couple discrepancies if I was to take it in a literal sense. And the people that I talk to that take it in a literal sense, there's certain questions that I've asked. And, just some of the answers, it either comes up with the I don't know, or you can't question God. So I always want to let us know, or some people know, that it's always good to ask questions and try to figure things out. So with me having that type of mind, that's what allows me to go into the metaphysical or the esoteric.
Can you hold on for me?
Try to bring some type of understanding. However, I was going to put together a PowerPoint, but I couldn't because I was been on the road. Like as you guys can see, as soon as I got home, I got my partner removed, my partner Louis. You know,
He up out of there.
hey, and to keep it a band with y'all, I've been up. I know at least for like 24 hours right now. So just know that I'll be giving y'all my total energy and shit, right? But so tonight, it's basically the same thing, but I picked a different topic because I talk about it a lot. So it's going to be one of the miracles that Jesus performed, which was feeding 5,000 people with 5 loaves of bread and I think it was like 2 fish or something like that. And I just wanted to touch it on a metaphysical level.
Is that a self? What is that? Is that a free your mind shirt back there? What is that?
Oh yes, ma'am. It's a hoodie. We got to promote. We
one of one. It's a one of one.
How do I get one of those? I'm just saying.
We trying to push that line.
I don't want your face on it. I'll take the symbol, but I don't need to walk around with a wound face on my hoodie.
Hey, it might make it. No, we got different variations. If you just want the free your mind, it's good.
Right. Yeah, I don't want a wound. Like, the free your mind. R.I.P. Lloyd. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Lloyd, man.
Yeah. He ain't out of there.
So when we talk about the miracles that happen, right? There's a lot of people that would say like a lot of these miracles would be something that would had taken place on a literal note. But then also, I don't know if in the Bible that it says it, but I've heard some people that are students of the Bible say that Jesus talked in parables, right?
Mm-hmm.
So at this point in time, when do we determine what's a parable and what's meant to be taken literal? And that's a question to everybody that's here, just to open it up.
I think it's your own perception, and one thing I will say is that, some of the things that you read are, it's not going to resonate with everybody. You're going to cherry pick, what is applicable to you or what you need at that time. So therefore, certain people I know are going to say, no, it's literal, it literally happened. But I think it's one's perception of, I don't think it was literal. I'm going to just go ahead and say that right now.
Yeah. So for me, I think it's like, okay, so when you read in the Bible, right? It's what's supposed to have validated is what's supposed to validate it at the time is, I believe, witness testimony, right? So the way that I look at it is, if you got multiple witnesses, you know what I mean? If this is the way at the time where it's accredited, you see what I'm saying? And you got multiple witnesses saying that they saw this event, and you got multiple witnesses writing about this event, and they writing about the same thing over and over and over. So it doesn't make sense to me, just thinking logically, that if multiple people wrote about the same event, that they all speaking metaphorically, you know what I'm saying? Unless they all came together, and that's that's a complete assumption. You know what I mean? But from what we know for a fact is that these scrolls were found in different places, and they were from different people and different witness testimony. So it doesn't make sense for people to be metaphorically speaking, but then talking about an actual witness event. Another thing, just real quick, that I would say about is, I notice a lot of times when there is parables in the Bible, like when Jesus, I think it was Jesus, he was talking, I'm not a Bible expert or whatever, right? But there's a story about, he said when you throw seed on the side of the road, right? And he uses a parable. He talks about when the seed is in shallow ground, and when the seed is this and this and that. And he uses a parable. And when he's using that parable, you can see that it's a parable. But in because I saw on Facebook, I didn't know the topic ahead of time, but I saw on Facebook a little 30 minutes before we hopped on here, about, I think he was about the topic or whatever, right? And the thing about that topic is, not only if it was just a parable, it seemed like he would use it how he used that other parable. You see what I'm saying? Where he went into it and he kind of just gave an example. But in these events, they go into further story about, you know, other individuals who witnessed it and what went on further after the events. You know what I mean? And it's in great detail to where it doesn't even sound like a parable. You know what I mean? So what I don't understand is how can people come, you know, 10,000 whatever years or whatever, you know, 1,000 years later on, and uh and take witness testimony, right? And then put their own assumptions to it. You see what I'm saying? Like that doesn't make sense to me, based on like how it seems to be. You know what I'm saying? Based on other parables that I see in the Bible, it doesn't seem like a parable to me.
Got you. And I understand that fully. Again, uh, just piggybacking off what Lord just now said, like a lot of different people are going to interpret it in a lot of different ways, and I think that's what's so dope about the Bible. Is that you can get so many different things, just like different religions have different perceptions of what this thing is, or what this, you know, what this God is. I think if you pay attention to what everybody's saying, they're kind of damn near all saying the same shit. Like, you know what I mean? So I just try to keep an open ear and try to learn uh different languages to just try to understand what people are saying. And uh when we're talking about different languages, and it's just like you said, like with the talking in parables and shit, right? And you said that there was witness testimony. And I know we talked about this before, you know, off camera, but how they were saying that they were, you know, that there were 5,000 people, and they had, like, you know, just 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish. Um, there is multiple times where bread is not referred to as literal bread. Jesus's body being one. So you know what I mean. So we understand that bread is not always bread, right?
Fed
Um,
is not always fed either. It's not the literal fed, because when Kareem was talking about that, there's plenty of times that and even in the Christian church or the Baptist church, it's referenced to as you need to go to the church where you're being fed. So fed doesn't literally have to be consuming something through the mouth, for fullness.
and
It could
that's
be
exactly.
consuming something spiritually for fullness or mentally for fullness or
Yeah, that's true. But when we're talking, like, what story are y'all actually talking? Because I saw on Facebook that y'all were talking about a specific story, right?
Yeah, I got it on my computer right now.
Okay,
Uh,
so yeah, in that story, if you look at that story, they actually go into great detail. That's what I was talking about. They go into detail about how it actually tasted in the mouth. You know what I mean? They go into detail. I don't have it pulled up or nothing. I'm just going off of like memory. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Um, but I remember they went off a detail about like you know, how it tasted in their mouth, about, you know, how people thought about it after the fact. You know what I'm saying? What other people witnessed, you know what I'm saying, what they were seeing, you know what I mean? It was in great detail, so it doesn't seem like it was just what do you call it,
fabricated.
no, like general speech, like how you saying, like how they talk about fed in certain type of ways. They it, I understand what you're saying, but when they use detail like that, you know what I mean, when they're going into how it tasted, when they're going into,
Mhm.
you know, detail, it doesn't seem, you know, like it's just in general.
But so even with that though, right? Because we have the Ten Commandments that came from, Moses meeting the face of God on the top of the mountain. You know what I'm saying? And they talk about how Moses was, he was so enthralled with the spirit, the actual visual of God, that his hair turned white and everything else. And, I mean, so who was there to record that, to see that, you know what I mean? And the glory of, and how and the glory was too powerful, you know what I mean? So that it's a pass down, but at the same time, who was there to actually record that event other than Moses? You know what I mean? And I always use this, I'm gonna say parable at the same time, because if we seen that in modern day right now, we would be like, Moses was a schizophrenic, like, you know what I mean? So how do we determine, whether it's actual literal, or, if it was spoken truth and it really happened?
And
Because
that's what I was.
who recorded that?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. And allow me to bust something down real quick. And I'm gonna just give you an example of what I mean in a parable sense of that story. Um, so at this point in time, the people were looking to be fed, and there was a lot of people that had came around because they had heard about what Jesus was doing, and he was talking to the disciples. He was like, "Well, how many's out there?" And he was like, "They out there deep." So he was just like, "Nah, they don't need to go. We just need to feed them." And they like, "Jesus, but we only got what we got." Like, you know what I mean? Well, he was just like, "Come on, bring them around. This is gonna get popping." So at that point in time, the people are gathered around. So I would give the synopsis or the metaphysical understanding like this. Imagine me going to a university somewhere in the East Coast, right? And there's 5,000 people there, however many people there, and I got my partners with me and shit. You know what I mean? Just in case they want to spill, they spill. Whatever they send me, they helping me do my Dougie. And I end up, just giving information to the people, right? So the language in which we speak today, right? They might say, "Hey, that nigga Woon in his bag and he was dropping jewels. That nigga had a little bag, or he went into his bag and he was dropping jewels. He dropped jewels on 5,000 people that was in the crowd." So there's witnesses that's gonna be there that say, "Yeah, that nigga was dropping jewels." Like, you know what I mean? And my partner's gonna say that. The people in the crowd's gonna say that. Everybody's gonna be saying the same thing. They're going to be speaking the same language, right? So when because it's real important that I say that before he broke the bread, it said he rose it to the heavens, or he lifted up to the heavens, right? So to me, that means that the nigga, that's what I mean by going into my bag. When I'm going to my bag, if anybody saw the movie Soul, when you get into that specific space, your soul is in the uppers. Like, you know what I mean? So you're at your highest point of vibration at this point in time. Like, you know what I mean? So lifting up, raising up to the heavens is just me being in my bag. And then I went and dropped jewels on everybody as he broke bread and gave out fish. Right. So as far as people witnessing that is saying that, that of course, yeah, that nigga Woon did do that. You know what I mean? So people might hear this, tens of thousands of years later, if it's documented, and say, hold on, so this nigga went into a bag, like his bag, and then he had like 5,000 jewels for. So you know what I mean? So they may interpret it like that, but if they understand, okay, well, we don't really have no history of a small ass bag or whatever of one dude just having all these jewels for all these people. He didn't even bring no jewels with him. Like, you know what I mean? So what are they talking about? What the jewels come from? Like, you know what I mean? So it would have to, just like Laura said earlier, there was nobody to record it or physically, so we can physically see this thing happen. So now we have to understand, okay, well, if the same miracles that was not performed back then or not being performed now, we can just have faith and believe the shit, with all due respect, or we can just say, well, maybe this might be something else. Like, you know what I mean? So
Well, I
again,
mean, like,
let me finish real quick, and then I'm gonna let you go. I promise. So then again, so I already gave you the example of how Jesus' body literally represents bread, right? And he's the nigga that's breaking bread with everybody. Even we still to this day say breaking bread with somebody. Like, you know what I mean? There's a prayer that says, give us our daily bread. I don't think they're talking about food in that prayer. I think that, just like Laura said, they're talking about spiritual understanding, like getting your soul fed, right?
Or even communion too. Woon is when you take communion,
Yes,
the bread
that's,
is the symbol of the body of Christ.
that's a fact. So then when we get in, there's a Chinese proverb I'm pretty sure everybody's heard that says, if you give a man a fish, yada yada yada, teach a man a fish, yada yada yada. So there's a scripture, and I got it pulled up, and it says Jesus told these niggas, "I am going to make a fisher of men." Like, you know what I mean? So in my mind, all of these things are closely linked, and they're related in regards to giving people a spiritual understanding, or either mental understanding, or just giving them something that they can live with and thrive off of. That's my take on it. As far as anything else, I would allow you to, take your spin on it, Kareem, or maybe if you want to say something about that. Or I think you already gave your disclaimer saying that you don't think it's literal. So,
I don't think, again, I don't think it's in the literal sense. You know what I mean? Because let's look at this. let's look at this from a modern day perspective, right? So we have 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish. You can't even feed 100 people with that. I mean, logically, you know what I mean? So it's like, how are 5,000 people going to consume, these 2 fish with the 5 loaves of bread?
And be full.
Right, right. It has to, you have to look at things, from a different perspective. Like, and we don't know what language they were speaking then either. Just like you did the relation to the jewels to the, fed might have been, full, but not in the stomach is full sense. It might
Right.
have been fed full as in, satisfied, content, happy, energetic, anything like that. So we have to pick that apart.
Yeah,
But logically, somebody said they were speaking Hebrew, and I get that. But we still have to use our common sense with, can I feed 5,000 people with 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish? That's astronomical. I don't believe that I can pull that off.
I think that when people, because I've that's the number one question I ask, like, how is this possible? So that's when they put the emphasis on, well, he held it up to the heavens, and I guess the heavens
So
like make
let,
that
let,
shit stand or something.
let me ask you a question. Can I ask all y'all a question?
Yeah.
I saw on
Yes.
TV there was a do you believe that you could get in ice cold water that's negative in negative degrees and stay in ice cold water for 30 minutes to an hour without catching hypothermia? Have you ever seen that? Are you capable of that? If you dipped your body in ice cold water, would you catch hypothermia within the normal 10 to 15 minutes?
As
So
a
How,
medic, I
how
mean,
is
as
how
a
is that question asked?
so so
Read,
so so
read,
real
read.
so real quick, my point is on that is because you haven't seen it, right? Or because you're not capable of doing it doesn't mean it's not possible. You see what I'm saying? We're talking about somebody who is we're not talking about an everyday person. We talking about Jesus Christ. You feel me? That's the first thing that you got to understand. So when you're talking about feeding 5,000 people with a couple loaves of bread, that's far from that's an easy task. You know what I mean? Like, so like,
Okay. I'm
and
sorry. I got a question, but go ahead.
okay, I had wanted to jump in kind of earlier because you was
No,
like,
go
we
ahead.
don't see
I'm sorry. I told you got the floor. Go ahead. My bad.
you was like you don't see these kind of miracles nowadays, but at the same time we do see a lot of miracles nowadays. You know what I mean? It's just perception. You see what I'm saying? It's just perception. People, a lot of times people will see a miracle and they'll try to say it's science or something, and they'll try to say it's not a miracle or whatever. So it's just perception on that. And then Jesus also said that you won't see the same signs. So Jesus ain't here no more to be splitting, no waters or nothing like that. I mean, he's not here in the flesh. You see what I'm saying? So
but was he ever here?
in the Bible, it said that he's not gonna give us those same signs. So we gotta believe off of faith. So when we don't see these same signs, you see what I'm saying? We can't expect to see the same signs if he told us that we're not gonna see these same signs. And we gotta
We
believe.
never seen the signs to begin with is the thing.
Well, I mean that's that again. That's according to who? Because the witnesses at the time say that they saw the signs, and the thing is that it's I can come again. I can come along 1,000 years later, and I could if you wrote a book today and you wrote exactly what you saw. If you said that you was walking down the street and that you witnessed any kind of event happen, I can come along 1,000 years later and do the exact same thing that y'all are doing with the Bible and reinterpret it. You see what I'm saying? And say, oh, it doesn't make sense for this and this and this and that because that you don't understand what's going on. Or I can go into it and I can say the same thing if you talking about actually feeding your family and you talking about, oh, hey, we sat down at the table with a family of 5 and I was feeding my family. I can go into the same thing and say, oh, he wasn't actually feeding his family. He talking about this and that and this and that. So you know what I mean? Like, so when we have witness events, people saying, no, this is what I saw, and they giving you a real story, and you know what I mean? They actually going into it, and then you come 1,000 years later, and then you say, you know what I mean? And you come 1,000 years later and you say, oh, this didn't happen, or it was really like this. That really doesn't make no sense to me. You know what I'm saying? When we actually have witness testimony of these events that happen.
All right. So I mean, I hear you, and I appreciate that. But even to jump into that, there's also a story in the Bible, that says that there was, and I don't remember the exact verbatim, version of the story, but basically there was like a group of people that needed to be fed, and there wasn't enough food. So it was preyed upon, and I don't know if per se Jesus was supposed to be there or not. But that manna fell from the sky, which is like mystery meat. You know what I mean? Now, so if those miracles were being performed then, and we have like villages of starving people, why are they not getting manna? Or manna, or manna, why is it not raining down for them? And yes, I agree, it does say in the Bible that you're not going to see the same signs, but equally in the Bible it says look to the heavens and the stars, because that's where you're going to find me. That's where the signs are.
Okay, that's okay, but again, I already went there. So Jesus ain't here. Jesus didn't come down and say for manna to rain out the sky. So you know what I mean. We already went over that. You know what I mean. So you know what I mean. Jesus is not
So,
here to make manna come out the sky again. So that's why these same signs ain't gonna happen.
when you say that the miracles are still going to be performed, like who's going to perform them?
Well, when I say the miracles that's going to be performed, they, again, I'm not a Bible scholar, but I do remember that they went into specific miracles as far as he told the disciples that you can heal. You know what I mean? So and then when and there's been modern day healings in real life. You know what I mean? Like I mean, we see it all the time. You where people they diagnose with this and they go back to the hospital and they don't have it and you can say, oh hey, it was the machine. The machine got it wrong the first time. They got it wrong the first 3 times. They went in for a whole year. They had cancer. These is real life stories that actually happened. You know what I'm saying? So like everybody know you can Google this stuff. You can look it up. I know people, who've been healed and had miraculous healing. So we do see this stuff on a regular basis. But people, again, it's perception based on what you decide that you want to believe. Because again, we all have a faith, right?
Mm.
So
Mhm.
know what I mean? Like if you believe a certain type of faith, and you don't believe in anything supernatural, or automatically you're gonna write it off as something else. You see what I'm saying? So it's very easy to do that.
So you said like when sometimes the doctors, and I know you probably was just giving this an example, but I wanted to respond to that.
Definitely just random examples. Yeah.
And I wanted to respond to that one directly. I don't think that scientists are always correct. I
I
don't think
agree.
that I don't think that scientists are final. I think that they give you a diagnosis of some certain shit, and then whatever happens happens. Sometimes uh, the numbers can be high to where more than likely this is going to happen, and then sometimes it won't. Like what I mean. So we can, for the person who is a believer, you can easily just say, "Well, nigga, the scientists probably had that right," but guess what? Jesus came in and
Jesus
intervened,
healed me. Yeah.
made that shit, made that shit, or prayer. Like, what I mean? Not necessarily
Mhm.
Jesus praying, make that shit possible. So when it comes down to that, it's still kind of like it's like an either way type of thing. Um, but I think that again, when it comes down to a belief system, then it's absolutely fine. But um, I guess at this point in time, if people can literally again see it, I think that would help the case. Like, you know what I mean? Because I know believers have a thing called blind faith, right?
Mhm.
Uh, so blind, how does that?
According to who? According to what? That's not in the Bible. That's not in the Bible. Where is
I'm,
that?
I'm just saying. I've heard
It's
believers
because
say
you're
that.
saying walk by faith is, I think,
Nah.
what you're
Yeah, I've
going
never
in.
heard of the blind faith. Never heard of that.
So what are you? Would you consider yourself a person that is faith based, or are you just a believer?
So I mean, I definitely got, faith, when we talk about faith,
Mhm.
faith as in when we talk about things that's not seen, I believe that means things that's not seen with the eyes. You see what I'm saying? Like you don't have to see everything like with your eyes, but when like it's just we've been over this before. As you walk, through life, you see what I'm saying? You get experience and you get realization. In the Bible, it says that God is the creator of all things. It says that um it says that all creation recognizes God. Man is really the only one that don't, what I'm saying, try to recognize that there's a God. You see what I'm saying? So with that being said, like I just feel like as we walking around the earth, we get these experiences. And as we have these experiences, that's an experience of God. You see what I'm saying? In a certain type of in a certain type of
No, I'm with you 100% on that.
I
Right.
have a question though, like even going back to, the miracles being performed and, like using the scientific like explanation here. So, you talk about like, oh, well, oh, I had this and, I prayed about it and it healed me. We have those same powers in shaman. A lot of people believe in shaman, you know what I mean? And that's not like a Christ-centered base deal, you know what I mean? Oh, I went to the shaman and I don't have night terrors anymore. I don't have this anymore. I don't have this anymore. Somebody in the comments made, they made a statement, Bobby B. It says prayers like a form of manifestation. What if when you pray, you're pretty much speaking it into existence, and I kind of want to touch on that too, because equally so does brujeria, which is witchcraft, you know what I mean? So we have all those kind of things that are still
That's a
out
fact.
there. It's just still, it's a faith-based thing. Like, what do you believe in? What's serving you? What's driving you? We can't see witchcraft. We can't see the shaman healing us,
Hmm.
but equally we got to look at the body. You know what I mean? What if the body's naturally healing itself? The scientist was wrong, Jesus was wrong, everybody was wrong. Like, the body has a natural tendency to want to heal itself.
Yeah, I like.
They said that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
Nah, I was just saying, and they definitely said that in the Bible as far as like using the herbs, as your medicine. So it tells you right there what can heal you if you know what I'm saying. If you utilize the right stuff, you can heal thyself without having to go to the
absolutely.
doctor and all of that. And it may seem like if somebody else has that knowledge, right? If you don't have that knowledge, but somebody else has that knowledge, and you're on some herbs, or they put you on an herb regimen, and after 2 weeks you healed, you might not attribute that to the person with the herbs. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might just think it's a miracle. Like, oh snap, I don't know how this shit just happened because I didn't do anything. I was taking everything natural. I wasn't really doing nothing, scientifically with man-made chemicals. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So to you, it
I mean,
could just be nothing.
I look at it like this too. I had a friend who had diabetes, you know what I mean? And he was on insulin and he was on metformin, so he was on oral pills, he was on injectables, and I literally just changed his diet and pulled him off of the insulin, and a couple months later made him, you need to start working out, doing, daily cardio. Guess what? He don't have diabetes anymore. You know what I mean? And the nurse practitioner that he's seen was like, I haven't seen anything like this. You know what I mean? So it's just a matter of cleaning yourself up, and getting yourself back together. So, he couldn't say like, oh, God healed me or Laura healed me or, you know what I mean? Or doctor, you know what I mean? It's just a matter of the body doing naturally what it does.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So with that 5 loaves of bread, you would still say that he actually fed 5,000 people with 5 loaves of bread, literally.
Yeah, I believe that he actually literally did feed 5,000 people with 5 loaves of bread. I think it really happened again, because like I again, this is the Bible is I can't go into I can't go into this story, you know what I mean? It's witness testimony, and I can't just go in there and rewrite it myself. You know what I mean? I can't just decide what is being said. You see it myself coming 1,000 years later when it's
Right.
saying one thing. I can't just decide what it say. I don't you know what I mean? Like,
Kareem, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you like what, and I'm not trying to be funny or anything when I say this, but literally like what is your basis on, believing that? And is it just like, you know what I mean, because you have such strong faith, or is it, you know what I mean, like what's the foundation of your belief with that?
Well, me personally, the foundation of my belief is what I've seen. Again, like when you, that's what I was talking about. Like when you walk through the earth, like you know what I'm saying. Like so, I'm trying to get my words correct, right? So you have, what's the word? You have confirmation, right? So as you have experience, you have confirmation, right? So as I read the Bible, you know what I mean. Everything that I read in the Bible gives me confirmation based on my experience. You see what I'm saying? So as I read what the Bible say and I live my life, all the things that the Bible say is true. In fact, that's what I see. You see what I'm saying? So if this is pre-written already, they already told me all about everything that's going on, all this walks of life. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
and it's correct and true, right?
Mm-hmm.
Based on my own experience and based on confirmation, based on the Bible say that, like, I mean, this is a small thing, right? But the Bible say I mean, it's many things, you know what I mean? There's many things that the Bible say, you know what I mean? And as I walk through my life, you know what I mean? I see confirmation, you know what I mean? So I know that these things are true, you know what I mean?
Okay.
So
The Bible also oh, go ahead.
if the Bible tell me I can do specific things, right? Because everybody has a different faith, and a lot of people don't actually you know, if I can actually, if you say follow this road right here and it leads you to this, and I follow that road and it lead me to that, and I see that that's true, then I'm gonna tend to believe you. You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
right,
It's like a validation thing. There's
exactly.
validation in that. So, but the Bible equally says, and I think I sent it to Wound some time back, like slaves obey your master. So, I mean, if we're believing in the Bible, like, is that something we need to equally believe? Like,
But you gotta
who's our
understand.
master, number one, and why are we believing him? You know what I
But
mean?
right, but that's probably all that you read when you read that too, right? But you got to understand what that's saying. You see what I'm saying when they say slaves obey your master? You got to actually like look into what that actually means. And I've already looked into that. You see what I'm saying? And I've looked into the times and the culture and what it's talking about. You know what I mean? So I understand the Bible because I actually do the research and understand and go into these things, and it's not always on the surface level how you think it is when how you say slaves obey your master. You got to understand. I don't really want to go into it because I'm not a Bible scholar, right? But you got to understand that at the time, it was okay. So like if you owed somebody money, right? Like you can go into a certain story. There's a story in the Bible about a king. Oh no, excuse me, he wasn't a king, but there was a man who owed another man some money, and so he was that man's servant. And then what happened was the man he relieved him of his debt, right? And so immediately that man went out, and then somebody else owed him some money, and then he charged that man for his debt. And then so the old dude that y'all heard the story before or something like that. So the dude that was before that he owed money to, he said, "Man, I'll let you go of your debt, but you went out and charged your servant for your debt, and you should throw him in jail." So we threw him in jail or something like that, right? So that's telling you a story of the times. You see what I'm saying? What happened at the time?
Right.
If you owe somebody some money, they was your servant. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of times people will have to turn themselves into that person. You see what I'm saying? Like you would have to work for that person. That person could be in your family. You see what I'm saying? Right there with your family, like every day with you. You know what I'm saying? Like just like this person, like in the story, he said, "Man, I'm gonna go ahead and forgive you for your debt." He treated that man good. You see what I'm saying? So it wasn't like a slave obey your master. You talking about something that came way later, as far as
Well, when I read that,
the way
when
that
I
we.
read that, I looked at it as I looked at it in the sense of, going into when they had, they kept the Egyptians captive and literally, called them slaves, but I see where you're going with that. And equally, Shock is in the comments here saying, saying the same thing, creditor being master who collects from the debtor. So it all boils down again to perspective, because like I said, I'm looking at it like the people that they were held in captive as Egyptians as being the slaves. You know what I mean? When you're looking at it as a monetary situation. So
But
I could see where you.
right. I think they was talking about I believe that was more like Jewish culture. You know what I'm saying? At the time, and how they practice Jewish culture. I think with the Egyptians, that was when the Egyptians had the Jews in slavery. I think that was something different. You know what I'm saying?
So how do you no, go ahead. What's up, Benesh?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Renee that's in the building right now. And real quick, I want to give a shout out to everybody who's in the chat.
Right.
Tyrone, he's in here every week faithfully. We got Shock in the building.
Shock in the building. What's up with bro?
We got some Hebrew looking shit that I ain't finna even try to. But Bobby B's in here. As far as Facebook, we got LB. I think LB's trying to get in. Got my cousin E in the building. We got
Yes, sir.
yeah. So it's lit. We appreciate everybody. But go ahead, Benay. You got the floor.
So I just want to ask Kareem a question. Do you believe that that we are gods? I know we've all had these kind of questions in our private chats, but just publicly, do you believe that when the Bible says that, when actually Jesus said that I am not your master, that we are equal to him? Do you believe that?
Wait, hold on. You said Jesus said that. You would have to go over that. Can you go over that scripture with me?
So I'll look it up. But it is he basically saying that um we are friends. He is not our master because a master never shares with his servant his plans. So um before I get deep into it, I just want to know your belief on that. Like, do you believe that we are made in his image and likeness on that fact we are gods on that fact alone first?
So it's hard for me to answer that question because I don't fully understand it and I'm not familiar with the scripture that you're talking about. I am familiar with other scriptures where, where Jesus is telling us, it's not about, don't look to, what I'm saying, don't look to, where excuse me, other people, not necessarily Jesus, but Moses, other people was like, don't look to them, look to God, look to, blah 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 blah. But the way that I believe is, yeah, we are. I don't believe that we're gods. Like, I don't believe that we are like a god. You know what I mean? We are, what we are. We are a spiritual model, right? When it says that we're made in the image, I believe that means that we're given in the likeness, right? I believe that it means that we're given like a spiritual we're given like a spiritual kind of knowledge. You see what I'm saying? That we're made in the likeness, which is a spiritual likeness, not the exact same spirit as God, right? But and I believe that that has to kind of do with um so yeah, I don't want to go too far, but no, I don't believe that we're actual physical gods, but I believe that we are given certain type of he gave us certain powers though. You know what I mean? And he told us he kind of told us what powers that we did have, or everybody got a gift. The lion can jump and what I'm saying, and run and all of that. God gave that to him. You see what I'm saying? And God gave us certain gifts too. And one of those gifts is to be able to speak things into existence. That's a godlike power. He didn't give that to the lion. You see what I'm saying? So
Okay.
so it's hard for me to answer that question because people believe when you say you are a god, right? Then people compare themselves to God. No, you're not God, right? You are creation. You just the pot. You see what I'm saying? He's the potter. You know what I mean? And as the potter, he created you as the pot with certain gifts. But what happens is people end up comparing themselves because they have those gifts and they forget about the potter. You feel me? Who gave them those gifts? So no, we are not gods, but yeah, we have like God like power. I guess you could say that's gifted to us by the Most High type of thing.
Okay. Um, I think what people get kind of scared in saying because they don't want to be blasphemous to say that we are a God, right? So that's really like fear based, even though he's told us that you will do greater things than he in this world. So when you think about that, like, dang, if God said that I will do greater things than he, how is that possible if I'm not a God, right? And so when you come from source and you're a part of that source, half the reason why things are not happening for people or they are limited because they limit their beliefs into I don't really feel like I'm God, right? You're nobody else's God, like for somebody to bow down and pray to you, but you are God. And so when we were talking about even for the loaves and fishes example, right? If you really are God and you truly believe that, right? And I know within ourselves as we grow and elevate, um, God has power over matter, right? This matter we understand is matrix. So to be able to feed 5,000 people by holding it to the heavens in essence, or tapping in, putting a little astral sauce on it and say, okay, listen, we're gonna turn this back into the matrix, right? Where it's infinite, because it's not real, right? This is just like I put it up to the copy machine and I was able to make a bazillion copies, right? Because I have control over elements. So I think where people just really need to start believing, if you're going to believe the Bible, let's believe it wholeheartedly, right? Let's study it so that we can talk intelligently about it, so that we know it. And once you do that, you will really harness the power of your God, like, essence, because you'll be at peace. You'll be able to change things. You'll be able to create things. You'll be able to be in a certain place. So I just wanted to kind of understand, where you're coming from.
Right. I want to go into one thing. I definitely, I actually agree with you on a lot of what you're saying, on most of what you're saying. I just feel like, the main thing with, thinking that you're a God, right? And I talked to y'all about this before, is about accountability. You see what I'm saying? If I believe that a lot of times when it's about self. You see what I'm saying? And that's what the Bible really talks about is man's it's always about self. Man don't want to be accountable, right? Who wants to be under authority, right? What you see what I'm saying? Like, what's the Bible telling you wrong? Why everybody so mad about the Bible? Why everybody talking about the Bible? What is really saying so wrong to you? You see what I'm saying?
Well, go ahead, and I'll answer that too.
Right. So that's the thing, is if you a God, right, who's to hold you accountable for your actions? You see what I'm saying? Besides for yourself. We talked about this before. If you're going left or right, you see what I'm saying? If you're going down the wrong road, who's to hold you accountable when you saying that you a God? You know what I mean? What if you see what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
But I mean,
Well,
okay, so even with that being said, I'm sorry, Benay, I hear you. Even with that being said, though, in the Bible, it also says we have free will. So it's like, okay, we could be gods, or we can, we can still have free will. Like, why do we have to be accountable? We're accountable for our action, regardless if you choose to be a god, or you know what I mean, or not. I don't want to be condescending, so I'm gonna just leave it at that. But to be a god or not, so we still have that free will to choose.
Let
yeah.
me pause this real quick, and I love this how this build is going. But we got LB
Hey,
building. Hey, look,
oh
Hi,
man,
LB. It's been a while.
we've been trying to get LB on since the beginning of time.
forever, forever.
Hey, so super
Hey.
salute to LB that's in the building. My
What's up,
God,
bro?
I believe whatever you say tonight, I believe in all that shit.
Hi, LB.
But go ahead and salute to, because I didn't salute Michelle Rico's in the building, and also Ebby's in the building and shit too from the group. So and Tina Cole just now popped in. So what's up to everybody in the chat?
I don't know. Was it on me?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Now I almost forgot the point that I was gonna make. But what were you saying again, Kareem? Refresh that just real quick.
No,
Sorry.
I just was kind of saying, like, so if you a God, right? If
Yeah.
you calling yourself a God, all right, and so when you say
Oh,
that you a God,
accountability.
well, let me
Right.
ask you a question.
Yeah.
So if you saying
Okay.
that you're a God, right?
Uh-huh.
Are you saying that you are
Limitless.
equal to God? Are you saying that you have, when you call, because okay, so when I see God, right, I see the person that's you. Do you believe that God is the creator of all things? Do you believe that?
Yes, which
Okay,
is
so if
a
you
part of
believe that,
me.
okay, for sure. So if you believe that God is the creator of all things
There's your
that
credit.
existed, right, then that means that there's a creator, right? And do you believe that you are that creator?
Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. And I'm glad you said that. So if you are that creator, can you recreate these same things? You see what I'm saying? Can you do that? And if you can do it, right? Can you create a universe or a star? Can you create a sun? You see what I'm saying? Like, can you do that?
Yes, and
We
I
already did. We already did it.
right,
Okay.
and I was
Okay,
getting ready
I have
to
a
say
question.
that.
Okay, that's cool. And I can agree with you to that to some part. Okay, can you bring back the dead? You see what I'm saying? I know that's possible, but can you bring back the dead? You see what I'm
Yes.
saying? Can you create an atom? You see what I'm saying? Can you create you see what I'm saying? Can
Like,
you
yeah,
create
I get,
space?
I've brought
I get
back
what
the
you're
dead though, you
saying.
guys. I mean, I'm a cardiac
Okay,
nurse. I've
I
literally
have a
brought back
question.
the dead before.
I have a question. I
Hands
have a
on.
question.
That was a
I have a
bar.
question. So when did
Get my bar.
you guys create the planets and the stars and all this? Was it after it was already created or before?
Self-made.
What do you
I don't
say?
understand.
I'll let
Okay,
self-made
listen.
go.
You
Yeah, I'm gonna
said
let
that you're
Self. I know
God.
Self love to answer
You
that
said
question.
that you're gods. Okay.
Uh,
Now to be a god means you are the creator of all things. You're
okay.
superior to all things. So if you are created from this God, when did you create the universe?
No,
When
you
did
just
you create it?
separated it though. You said created from this guy. We're saying we are that.
So you as a man created the stars, the sun, the moon, and all that.
Right. So
What
he's
you're
saying, when
telling me.
did you do that?
When did you do that? Before it was created or after it was created? I mean, when did you create this?
What do you mean? It's always been.
Okay,
So
so
you're timeless. You're limitless.
yeah,
Yes.
Yes.
No, but what's always been?
Alpha
Because
and Omega, the beginning and the end. That's
no, he asked
exactly.
you a specific question. He asked you about the sun, the moon, and the stars. These
When did you
things we
create
know,
this?
even by science, we know that these things, even if you go with science, we know that these things wasn't always in existence. We know that even stars burn out of gas, right? So when did y'all create the sun and the moon and the stars, and when are you gonna create these things again?
All right, let me tap into that though, because I just seen an article where the Chinese people just recreated the sun that exists better than the sun that we have. So there, I mean, hey,
False.
if that's what
That's
if
so.
that
That's false though.
but
Right.
if that's the
Right.
definition
I just
of, you know
posted
what
the
I'm
same
saying, being
article.
a creator of,
Okay,
they were a creator of. They literally just recreated the sun.
okay, Queen. This is what I'm asking right now. Can they put their sun in the universe that they just created?
Hey, it went into the
Show
sky.
me
That's
this.
good enough for me. That touches the
Okay,
universe.
show me the sun that they just created
Right.
in the
It's
heavens
brighter
right
than the
now.
regular sun, but we never saw
Boom.
it.
Do you still have the article?
Yeah, I
I
still got it.
posted it on my
I'm
page.
talking about reality, not something that somebody just made up.
But it was
Reality. So,
reality. I mean,
in
even
due
if we're
time,
going to, but so even how we started this conversation
go
about
ahead, love.
what that was man's account, because man sat there and recorded because they witnessed that. We can literally say that man sat there and witnessed that because them Asian people saw that sun go up into the sky. That was
Okay,
an eyewitness account.
what I'm saying is this: you right now in real time, right now. I'm talking tomorrow in real time. Show me that sun in the sky right now. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Show me that sun in the sky. We're not talking about what they told you they did. We're talking about something that you can physically see at this point. If
You'll
I
see
say I
it.
can, if I say I could create the moon right now, I could right now create the moon. That means I create the moon right now. I'm not saying that I'm telling you that I could do this. I'm saying I could do it right now.
They did it though. That's what I'm asking.
So
Boom
why
to
can't you
drop
not
it
do it though?
into the.
But
If
I
wait,
you
wait,
didn't
wait,
say
so
I
wait,
couldn't
fast,
wait,
create
wait,
why
the
wait.
can't
sun.
Time out. Because y'all asking us to do it. Your own God ain't doing it right now.
My
He
own
already
God
did
has
it.
already
did
done
it.
it?
That's what
That's the
and we're
point.
saying the
That's
same
the
thing.
point.
We're saying we already did it. If you want to look, if you want to see a sun be created, it's already outside
Already
for you
been
to look
done.
at that we done.
okay.
But
So
why?
let me
So
let me
self-made.
hold on. So let's. I'm gonna do both. I'm gonna do science and I'm gonna do metaphysics. Okay. So from a Big Bang theory standpoint, right? Do you believe in that, Kareem? Or are
But
you with
you
the
can't
science with
use
Absolutely.
that?
that because that switches all the
I mean,
time.
Huh?
absolutely
That
not.
changes so much.
Oh,
You cannot use that. It changes
okay.
so much.
Right.
Okay.
But at the same time, I don't know.
Well, I'm just trying to get to a premise so where we can start at the root and then I can kind of,
Go
walk you
ahead,
down.
Queen. Go ahead,
Right.
Queen.
I
Go
was gonna
ahead.
say, like, as far as the Big Bang Theory, now if you if you connecting that, I don't know how the universe started. You know what I'm saying? When God said, "Let there be light," I don't know if that mean that what was it, the negative and the positive came together. I don't know if when he said, "Let there be light," that mean that the negative and the positive came together and made the Big Bang. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so with that understanding, right, and I mean no disrespect, you know what I'm saying,
Go ahead, Lord.
right. So what I'm saying is when you get into it and start studying a little bit more, you can start having a premise or understanding of how it came into being. So that's why I use the Big Bang Theory, because it's widely used, but I don't have to use that.
Right.
If I'm saying the sentence of "let there be light," and then if you understand what light actually is energy, right? And
Right.
that particular energy is broken into trillions and trillions and trillions of pieces, right? And things are formed from that. That, in essence, those little specks are the essence of God, period, right? So whatever, from a rock to anything, everything that has ever been created or is created has that spark of creation is God. So when we talk about are we God, right? We are that. I believe I'm in his image and likeness. I am light, right? So if I am light, I don't have to prove that I can in this exact moment make your nose smaller or bigger or whatever. That's not how God's stuff works. That's insignificant. That's not
Sorcery.
it's not what's needed in the moment in this period of time, right? That's equivalent to, if you go back into the Bible, when they asked him, "Are you the Son of God?" Right? Then prove it. Well, why don't you get off of this cross? There was a rhyme and reason for behind it. You can't say to me in this moment, well, recreate the universe. That's the same thing as saying, well, save yourself. If you are the Messiah, get off the cross. There's a purpose for everything, right? So you can't just flip that in this sentence. You got to understand that there's a purpose for it. So no, I am not going to, just to feed your ego or to prove myself, recreate the sun. I have an understanding that this is what it is. And until you get to a level of understanding, the conversation is limited because you're still stuck on the prove it to me.
Right. So real quick, I want to jump
Because
in. And I want to jump in. You went into a thing about Jesus in the Bible, and when he didn't, when he say what he don't have to prove, right? But
Yeah.
Jesus also, it also say
proved it.
he split the water. It also say that he fed the 5,000. It also said all the miracles that he did too. So what I'm saying to you is, even though you at a place where you say right now you don't got to prove nothing, I understand that, but you've never proved nothing. You've never proved nothing of God, like you know what I'm saying.
But wait,
You
see,
can't prove that you've
But hold,
created
That's
watch this,
stars,
that's
watch
from
this.
your perspective,
right?
though.
But
But I'm
watch
saying
this, watch this.
no, I mean as far as like actual things, as far as like the universe, we talking about creating the universe. You see what I'm saying? We talking about God-like powers. You see what I'm saying?
So
That we
why does
don't even speak
God-like
into
powers
existence,
have
but
to be something that you feel is so extra, I'll say, in creating a whole universe, right?
because,
The
right,
simplest things is trying to, or the most masterful thing that I can do as a God, or I'll say goddess, right? That feminine energy, but is to work with your belief. That was what even Jesus was trying to get people to believe, right? According to your faith, you will be healed. I did not do these things. It is not me, it is the Father, right? So even Jesus is referencing uh
a
uh
higher power.
the
Yeah.
creator, right? But he's trying to get you to separate that. Don't just focus on me as Jesus Christ, right? It's not that. You are my friends. And you asked about that Bible verse. It's John 15:15. It says, "I no longer call you servants, because a servant does not know his master's business. Instead, I have called you friends, for everything that I learned from my Father, I have made known to you."
Okay.
So
That means they're God.
if we're gonna do Bible, right, we're gonna
That
do
doesn't mean they're
Bible and
gods,
believe it.
though.
Huh?
See,
Right.
you said, hold on, you said something about you don't have to prove it. The difference between Jesus and you is Jesus proved it. Everything that was what about him
Okay.
going to the cross and
So
everything,
let's walk. Hold
he
on.
proved it.
We're getting ready to walk.
You're saying that you want, but hold on, love.
Go ahead.
You're saying you don't have to prove it. I said, show me the Son. You said you don't have to prove it. Jesus had to, but Jesus proved it. Everything
Okay, so
about him.
so let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
This is the if I'm proving it right, if this is my prove it, what I just said in John 15, that he says, I no longer call you servants because a servant does not know his master's business. Instead, I have called you friends, for everything that I've learned from my Father, I have made known to you, right? What does that mean?
What are you saying that it means?
That means that he's my friend. I have gained the wisdom to know who my Father is. I'm saying I have gained this wisdom. That does not say that I am God. I have gained the wisdom from the Son to understand God's business. That does not mean that I am supernatural. I am God, though, sister.
Right, and then he continually in the Bible it tells you that there's a higher power, but and then you reading that one sentence and then you taking that away. You see what I'm saying?
So another example is you will do greater things in this earth than I. So what does that mean?
And then what verse is that?
I'll pull it up. But I'm saying while I'm doing that, what does that mean?
Yeah. While she's pulling that up,
you would definitely have to, you know what I'm saying? Like anything I'm gonna read on, you know what I'm saying? I gotta actually
it means spiritually. Spiritually, how would he would see what his disciples
Jesus
did
said
is that they went out. Yes, he did. And what he said, what he meant was that he would go out. They would go out and bring people to Christ, to God. See, Jesus only
more than Christ brought people to. So
Jesus,
more than
very more, way
whatever
more
people at a time.
Way more Jesus did. Jesus.
So when you said that when you speak to a mountain and it shall move, I don't think Jesus moved a mountain. I mean, I do know he parted the sea, and it actually wasn't him. It was the power of he allowed or enabled Moses to do that. God didn't actually, that wasn't a miracle that he performed.
Because we don't have the faith of a mustard seed. That's what you understand.
Because what?
We don't have that faith. We don't have that faith.
Like I said in the beginning, the greatest thing I can do as a God is to deal with your faith and your belief system. So once I am trying to get you to understand the simple words, right? That's why God talks in parables. There's two things in the Bible that we're dealing with, right? God talked when Jesus was here and he talked to the masses. That's the same thing as like going to church, right? They want the feel good message. They want to have, whatever. They don't want, as Kareem would say, be held accountable, right? But the disciples, right, that got to see, be up and close with Jesus, he gave them a different, or the secrets to this shit, right? He was basically saying, man, you were with me this whole time. So why are you scared while we're in the boat, right? Speak to the winds and be calm. I'm literally the savior, the Messiah, whatever. Why would you be scared? You think I'm gonna drown? I'm gonna allow you to drown in this boat, right? So he was very frustrated with his disciples at times because even though they are being mentored by him, they still had a lack of faith. They still weren't picking up these jewels. So our true discipleship should have been that. Yeah, go ahead, Will.
So from because everything that it's still on my personal perspective, everything that we're talking about is miracles is a parable. And to me, the ultimate purpose of this book on a metaphysical sense is to understand that we are man and God all alike, right? And then John 1 says it. John 1 says, the word was with God and the word is God, and then the word became flesh. So, I mean, I don't know how y'all take that specific verse, but anyway, so when it comes down to what you guys are saying that Jesus literally did and comparing it to what we can or cannot do, I know somebody asked Benet, like, can she do any miracles? And we perform miracles all the time. Like, you know what I mean? But if you're reading the Bible and taking these miracles as literal things, then of course they're going to pale in comparison. Like, you know what I mean? So It just depends on how you're scaling it, what your belief is, and then do you? Oh, okay. So let me ask a direct question. Do you guys think that we perform miracles now?
I think we do.
All right. And they would pale in comparison to what Jesus does.
Well, I mean,
Yes.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so that goes back, and I know LB kind of like pigeonholed what that verse was, but Benet just now said that the verse says that Jesus said that you will do things greater than I will, and I know that you said he was talking about just bringing people to the spiritual self, right?
Yeah.
Even if we're talking about that, even if we're talking about the story that Benet just now said about them not fully trusting themselves, us on a human scale, even some of the I am people still have a certain humanistic level that we have to deal with, right? So sometimes we do need that reassurance. Sometimes we do need that the reconfirmation. So we say affirmations, right? Even you guys as believers still don't fully, come into this understanding and just know. Like you guys have to pray and pray and pray and say those certain different things. So I think that the lines is being blurred is that we're doing what they did back then, and that's kind of like the whole point of this build is to understand what's being done, what's being said, what's being understood. And again, LB just now said it, like so we're coming to a spiritual sense, right? Is that what you said, LB?
Yes, basically.
So
Basically,
that,
yeah.
So with that being stated, is that do you guys think that there has to be I want to say kind of like a middleman to get us to, because you know how they say Jesus will bring you into salvation, you got to go through the Son. Does there have to be a middleman for that when we are ultimately the Spirit?
And when the guy says that, go ahead.
I think absolutely. I'm glad you bring that up because that brings me back into my point of accountability, right?
Okay.
So, I think I gave y'all this. As far as the way that I envision God, right? The creator of all things is without flaw and perfect, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, with us being not perfect, we're not perfect, right? Human beings are not perfect.
Wait. I'm sorry, because you said in the beginning you said God created all things perfect, and then you said, but we're not.
No, I didn't say God created all things perfect, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I said in the beginning God created all things are of God, but I don't think that all things are perfect. Man is not perfect, right? Just because we are of God or created by God doesn't mean that we're perfect.
Okay.
Again, see, God gave us. I mean, I don't want to get too off a track because you can, you know what I'm saying? I can go into that too. You know what I'm saying? God,
Not continue.
No, I'm just trying to follow what you said because it sounded like you said God created all things perfect, and then you said that we're not. So I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly.
No.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I kind of lost track of what I was saying. Even so, I'll let LB jump in.
But did God make all things perfect? I mean, in the beginning of time, when God created the heavens and the earth, did He make all things perfect?
Yes.
Or was it? And then the fall of man is when things came into play as far as the deterioration of man or death and sin and all that. So to say that God made all things perfect, then yes, He did. You know what I'm saying? Now, for the fall of man is when everything got to changing, people dying and all that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I believe it.
Now, I have to ask this real quick because I know Benet said something that was real important earlier, and I was going to make the same point about because you guys were bringing up, well, how come we can't recreate the sun or stars, the moon, and shit like that? But everything is already serving its purpose. So to do that would to throw everything off of its natural balance and natural flow of things, right?
But you can't do it though.
No, that's
okay. Now watch this.
Okay, wait. But that's not my point. So don't. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it's already been done. The purpose is already serving itself, right? So again, going back to what LB just now said, he said everything that God created was perfect. He picked up from what you said, right? So again, now my question is to LB, and I'm gonna see if he can answer that. So if everything was created perfect from God with intentions to be perfect, how did things become not perfect? Who has the power to overrule God's
Perfection.
rule? Yeah. Who got the juice to do that? And if God gave us that juice,
I don't think it's an overrule. I think that it was more of a like, how can I explain this? I think it was more of a, even though I make everything perfect, I do have I'm God. I know everything. You know what I'm saying? So I know that things are going to, I know the actions that's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? So even though I know things that's going, even though I know that things that's going to happen, that does not mean that I have to make shit perfect to be perfect.
I agree with that. I agree with that. But listen to what you just now said. So now we're saying that it's okay to be imperfect,
which is the perfection within itself.
Within itself. Thank you. So even though, so that goes back to your point.
Okay.
No, well, you was asking me. I remember my point.
Okay. Put a pin in it real quick. So LB just now made my point to what I was telling you about how we were explaining accountability. That's one of the main things that me and you had a discrepancy on. You've built with self-made, and you guys came to that same discrepancy at the end of the day. LB, my player partner, I told you, I'm going to believe everything you say tonight. I said it. So with that being said, you just now said that it's okay to do what we do because it's a part of God's plan. He already knew that it was going to happen. So what's wrong? What's the problem?
Okay.
So let me hop in real quick about accountability.
It's okay. I don't think it's okay to do the things that we do. No, it's not.
We were made perfect. That means it's okay.
So,
and I'm gonna stop
can I elaborate on that?
See, Woon, he got that talk that have you thinking about a lot of shit. That's nice.
That's what it's saying.
Well, let me elaborate.
Okay, hold on. But Kareem, remember we got on this accountability thing, so I wanted to answer that, right? Okay. So when we talking about accountability, right? You believe in God, right? You confess your sins, right? When you sin, right? So here's the thing. Since this whole resurrection thing has taken place, right? And so people know about it and asking for forgiveness, right? What's accountability if you don't have action behind it, right? That's actually abuse. So because I am God, right, and I say I came down to save you, right, from yourselves, right, meaning you don't know who you are, right? So I'm trying to show you who you are. So it's all good, it's a wash, but you need to believe me, right? You need to come on this other side, right? But what we tend to do is we believe that God is so merciful and that he will forgive us of our sins, because the Bible says that, right? That you come to him with the open heart and in all honesty, and ask for forgiveness and you'll be spared, right? Then you go back and do the same thing, right? And you continue to do that. Hold on. So really the accountability, what ends up happening is it's about mastery of self, right? There's free will in that. So if you are really sincere in repenting, you will do an about face from it. So God is not going to force you to be accountable. He allows you to the free will to say, hey, you said this out of your word, right? You asked me to forgive you, I forgave you. Now master yourself. So when we don't do that, that's an abuse of our friendship. That's an abuse of the Savior. When you just continue to do the same sins over and over and over again. It's merciful, whatever, but it's still abusive. So you're not really mastering self. So when you talk about real accountability in a spirituality sense, you are holding yourself accountable. You, at the end of the day, yes, you will be, if you believe in that, you'll be judged, right? But in that sense of a religious standpoint, it is up to you to hold yourself accountable, not to drink or smoke or whatever you feel is a sin. Outside of that, it's just that. So yeah, you need God if you're going to use it in that way, but you got to hold yourself accountable. Outside of that, that's an abuse of that. You got to master yourself. So when you're on the other side of I am mastering my God-like, right? I forgive myself and I push forward. I really try to, the thing is about mastering yourself. Like, you get what I'm saying?
I mean,
So,
absolutely. The Bible speaks upon that. It speaks upon, walking in, if you're walking into the same sins, so it speaks upon that you're not just forgiven if you still walking in darkness. You see what I'm saying? It talks about that. So, but my thing on the other hand is he was talking about a mediator, and we're talking about accountability, and we're talking about afterlife. We're talking about all of these different things. So if you're accountable for your own actions, right? If there's no, so again, let's use the extreme examples because I like to do that, right? If you feel like, if you feel like you are a God and that you are accountable to only yourself, is basically what you're saying, right?
so yes, I am accountable to me.
To only yourself, right? Because you are the most high. It's basically like what it sounds. If you equal to God, then I mean that you are the most high, which means that you would only be accountable to yourself. So that means that if you feel like in your heart, right, that you should take somebody else's life, or that you should steal from somebody, take their belongings, or that you feel like any of these things, then who is to hold you accountable? You see what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of people, we know about cults, we know about, a lot of figures and who have created themselves as, have portrayed themselves as gods, you know what I'm saying? And who have, did all these things. And then next thing you know, they killing people and serving people all kind of Kool-Aid, you know what I'm saying? So who is to hold you accountable?
But I'm saying that's to me kind of like apples to oranges, in the sense of if I'm looking at it from a Christian standpoint, right, I have to hold myself accountable to if I had a gambling problem, right, or if I was cheating or whatever, right? So I have to hold myself accountable without me even believing I'm a God. I would just say I believe in Jesus Christ, and so I'm not gonna sin. So I still have to hold myself accountable. I could still go out and kill somebody, right? So whether I say I'm a God, or if I'm just saying I'm a Christian and God is the most high and he's separate from me, I could still go out and murder somebody and then come back abusively and say, Lord, forgive me, and go out and murder 10 more people.
But it
No,
don't
no, no. It don't work like that.
It is. Did you say it doesn't work that way?
No.
That's not according to the Bible. It doesn't work that way. So that, you know what I'm saying? Like
you're saying God is foolish.
No.
You're saying
No, what I'm saying is you said about accountability, right? If I'm holding myself accountable, right?
Yes.
And because I'm saying that I'm a God, right?
Mhm.
So if I say, okay, scratch that, I'm just a Christian, right?
Okay.
That I've been saved and born again. I promise not to sin. I'm gonna try to do that. I can still go out and kill somebody. Who am I accountable to?
You accountable to God. So
hold on. So now let me just back up 2 blocks. When you become saved, right, you say a prayer or say a words that basically you're asking God to come into your heart, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So if God comes into your heart, right, and you and him are one, the kingdom of God is within. That's what it says, right? Come into my heart and live within. So God is with me while I'm doing this crime that I am, right?
Okay.
No?
Can you back this up a little bit? No.
Yeah.
Hold on.
But you
Let
talking.
me back up a little bit. Hold on. Let me back up a little. It's a little bit.
Okay.
First off, to be a Christian is to have a new mind frame.
Right.
To have a new way of thinking. So if I was a murderer before I became a Christian, instead of God in my heart, I become a new creation, meaning that I don't do the things I have done in the past.
So
I have a new way of thinking.
right.
I'm not going to
So
go out and
that's
kill
what I'm
somebody
saying.
else.
You just proved my point.
Just because people say that they're Christians don't make them Christians.
Right.
They're just saying that just to impress somebody.
And because you say and that don't mean that you were saved just because you you know what I'm saying? It don't even mean that you were saved in the first place if you go in and repeating these same things over and over. You were never saved.
So now we are in agreement. That's what I was saying. That makes no difference whether I'm Christian. If I say I'm Christian and I because you said if I say I'm a God and then I can go out and kill somebody, then like there's people that serve people Kool-Aid, right? That's what you said. If I'm saying I'm God, right? So that's no different than saying I'm a Christian.
You putting this on a real shallow level. When I was talking about accountability, I was talking about accountability. What I was trying to get you to was, if you see what I'm trying to get you to is, because you can just decide tomorrow that killing somebody is the right thing to do because you are a God. According to, you see what I'm saying? If I'm the Most High,
I can also do that in
right,
being a human being without any reverence to God, right?
Okay, but see,
So, but when
Yes, you
if I,
can.
so,
Yes,
hold on.
yes,
So
you
if I
can.
say that I'm a God, do you really think that I'm going to go out and now harm people?
well, absolutely.
But God,
Absolutely, because you can.
Oh, right. So
God,
thank you for
hey,
hold
my
on.
feet.
So thank you for walking
Hey,
into my trap.
hey,
You guys
God,
didn't
hey, God
understand
destroyed,
that.
God destroyed cities though. God destroyed cities as well. He killed it just as much as he saved.
Okay, but
So
But
that's the Old
why?
Testament, but
It's
So
a
that's what I
reason.
was trying to get you to
Okay.
see.
But
It would be the
understand
same
what-
thing
okay.
for us. It would be the
Watch
same
this.
thing for
same
us.
thing.
If
Watch
we
this.
had
Exactly.
to
Watch
kill
this.
somebody,
Let's get back to.
see, that's what I'm saying.
Let's get back to who God is as being the
Right.
creator. Who is God being the creator?
Let's
See,
go.
the worship of God is beginning of time. But why did God destroy these cities? Why did God do this? So you got to go back to why did he do all this? He didn't do this because he just said, "Oh, I just want to destroy everybody." No, he did this because of their actions and
You're right.
and their
You're right.
hatred and all this, and
You
they're killing
already
other
said
people. They're
that
doing
God
all
said
this
that
stuff.
it was perfect. So I don't know about anything.
Okay, so this is the difference. Look,
If I
this is the
said,
difference. So we was talking about accountability, right? And
have
this is
see,
the
woo,
difference.
we don't.
So as a Christian, the accountability for me is that there's a aftermath, right? There's so if it means that I can't walk any kind of way that I want to walk on this earth, right? Because at the end of the day, there's an eternity. There's an accountability to be had for my actions while I'm here on earth. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, of course, there is a sense of accountability while I'm walking
On
out
earth.
my path or while I'm walking on my faith. Of course, there's that sense of accountability too, right? But what I'm talking about is if you think that you are a God, if you are saying that you are equal with God, if you are saying that there is no authority over you, then where is your accountability at? Now, on the
Well,
other hand,
have none.
It's within self, though.
my accountability
Right.
comes in real quick.
It's
My
yourself.
accountability
It's
comes
yourself.
in if
It's
I
within
die.
self.
If I die, I have there's a heaven, there's a hell. I have to meet my maker. And based on my actions while I walk my path on earth, I'm gonna face a consequence. But but the problem is when I say there's no accountability, the people who don't believe in the things of what I'm talking about this afterlife, about consequences and accountability, you say you can do whatever you want to do.
That's not necessarily true, though, Kareem, because I
And
have
based on
a
what you
sense of
believe,
I
and
have a
based
sense
on
of
what
accountability within myself, and that comes with my conscience. Like, man, I'm not going to do that person dirty because that hits my conscience. So my
okay,
accountability is within
let me
self.
give you an example. Let me give you
Right.
an example. So let's give you an example. So I'm gonna give you a real life
Ooh.
example. Over there
Ooh.
in I'm gonna my homeboy, he Liberian, right? I was born in Liberia. Over there in Liberia, I've been through this before. That a lot of stuff goes on, right? And so they have different beliefs. And when they go to war, what my homeboy told me is that they eat off of people, they do all these other kind of things. These people was even some of these people, they a lot of people got different beliefs. So what I'm saying is these people was gods too, right? So what make your moral beliefs different from theirs? You see what I'm saying? Like, because you saying that you wouldn't do somebody harm, but that's just how you feel in your heart. But
well,
the
I was
next
actually
person,
kind of setting, I set traps a lot of the times, just
right.
little things for you to kind of to walk back into so that we can get back to the same basis. So my whole thing about accountability, right, is just this. I'll ask you this. Where is the kingdom of God? Where is heaven?
It's in the spiritual sense. It's in the spiritual world. We don't see that.
Okay. So hold on. So if in the Bible God says the kingdom of God is within
Yes.
where? Within us,
Within you.
right?
Within you.
So
Bible
That's not
be
talking about
saying
heaven,
that
though.
shit.
Okay, but
That's not
this is
saying
what
that's not saying heaven.
Okay,
right, and we still
okay,
get
okay.
past the point of
So now,
accountability.
hold on, right? listen.
Go
I'm
ahead,
a
no,
bullet
that's
chick.
all.
Yeah.
Go
Okay. So,
ahead.
right. So I just kind of walk you down the street and hold your hand a little bit. We're gonna go mosey down the street, right? Okay.
Let's go.
So,
Let's go.
if
Let's go.
because also the Bible says, heaven and earth will pass away, but my word shall remain. Now
Yes.
think about that. So this destination that we're talking about going in this afterlife, heaven and earth will pass away, right?
Yes.
So this
But he said
eternal
there also
place.
is going to be he also said there's going to be a new earth and a new heaven. He also be a new a new one. So, I think
correct. And I hopefully you can get to a better place because you're breaking up.
Yeah, if that who's that, Shock?
Yeah.
Hey, Shock, if you can navigate to where you at, to where you get like a better reception, because we can kind of hear you, but you're going in and out for sure.
So what I'm trying to say is, right, trying to just show you, right? So if God is, or we'll use Jesus, right? Because we're talking about on a Christian level. If he's saying the kingdom of God, you got to come through me, right? Got to come through through Jesus, right? The Father, Son, Holy Spirit, right? So
Yeah.
if this way into this new kingdom, into this new arena is you first have to believe, right? So you believe, and then the kingdom of God is within, right? Here's the problem. Most people do not believe. It is the most simplistic thing and people make it complicated. It is just believe, right? So if you refuse to believe and you're from the show me state, I'm sorry, but I don't care if you say that you saved, you're not really, the kingdom of God is not within. You haven't discovered it yet because you don't believe it, right? That's step one. Once you believe, right, the kingdom of God is within, all of the stuff that you're talking about, being able to do different things, you will have access and knowledge because now you're a part of the collective. That's why we know all, see, that is the Alpha Omega, right? You can have visions and it has nothing to do with you, right? How do you explain that? It's because you're a part of the collective consciousness, right? So when we're talking about going to a place of heaven or hell, right? Real hell is your unbelief. Your real hell is your fears, right? We know fear is false evidence appearing real. So if you are fear based, right now you are in hell right now on earth.
That's a
So
fact.
That's
hold on.
not
So
true.
what I'm saying in my
Yeah,
godness, like
let her
I've
get
been
to
trying
accountability.
right. So, but here's the thing, right? When you keep saying this accountability, God is giving you that. He's saying, even with free will and with all of these things first, step into the kingdom is belief. If you don't have the belief pass, I'm sorry, my nigga, you not getting in. I don't care what you tell your homies that you know me and that we went to school together and all this shit. You don't have the belief pass, you not here. And that's the part that people want to skip past, right? You have to believe. He's plenty of time. Whosoever believes in me, right, shall have everlasting life. Here's the thing. So we got to get people to that place of belief, right? Then we can talk about the other stuff. We can talk about the new heavens and the new earth and what that really is. Until you have that basis of understanding, just like God said, I will not cast my pearl, do not cast your pearls amongst the swine, because until somebody is ready to hear this knowledge, you're going to always go back and forth. And I would just tell you to study more. I rock with y'all. I'm not in argument. I love this kind of thing. And the best thing, like I said, as a God/goddess, is being able to get you to believe. And even God struggled. Jesus, who walked this earth doing these miracles, doing all of this, that was still the number one thing that people lacked, simply was belief.
Right. I definitely hear what you're saying. I definitely believe, So I definitely hear what you're saying. I'm definitely a believer. I've seen to believe. You know what I'm saying. So I don't believe in just something random. I've seen it, so I definitely believe. But again, I don't think that you addressed the point of accountability. We talked about, like, so again, if I know everybody seems to think that they are a good person, right? And so you probably think that you are a good person, but if you decide that you want to tomorrow again, now and I know that what you're going to say that you wouldn't do that, right? Because that you're not that kind of person. But we went into a point already. If my journey or my walk on this earth leads me into a path of destruction where I'm hurting other people, where I'm causing corruption, damage, blah 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 blah, what is my accountability if I am a God?
Okay,
You see what I'm saying?
yeah. So let me ask you that. That is also one of the most godly things I can do, because guess what? I can destroy the earth to get it right.
So
Hey.
what you're okay. So I like that. So I just want to understand exactly what you're saying, so that anybody else who is listening can understand it too. You see
Hey,
what
let me say something to that real quick.
Okay.
Hey, do you think that there's a purpose for us being able to destroy shit?
I believe that the purpose is free will. You know what I'm saying?
No. I'm not saying what gives us the ability to do it. I'm saying, what's the purpose behind it?
What is the purpose behind it? I believe that it's free will. It's simple as that. It's free will. So you got to understand. I mean, that'd be going into like a whole different subject. That's that subject that we was talking about what exactly is free will? What is the definition of free will? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
We definitely gonna have to go into that. But
we think about, let me say this real quick. Do you think God is good all the time, and all the time God is good?
Absolutely.
Of course.
So when you talk about accountability, and again, I hate to be that dude, but I like to break shit down to the smallest of the smallest shit.
But nobody's answering my question.
I'm gonna get to that.
Yeah.
So if you're saying that accountability, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did we create ourselves in your mind?
No, we didn't.
Okay. So if we are not responsible for creating what we are, how can we ultimately be accountable in your mind for us being why we are who we are?
Right. So okay, there you go. I like that question. So since we're going that route, so that goes into the free will thing. So God gave us a gift. That gift is free will. Now, with being
That
free
gets
will,
with some crazy shit.
it gives us the will to choose, right? So he gave us free will, but he also gave us instruction. He gave us law, right? And he told us, you see what I'm saying? So that's why he gave us instruction and law. The free will allows us to choose.
He gave us free will, instruction, and law.
Absolutely.
Free
So
will, instruction, and law class.
Free will means
Okay. No. I understand what he's saying, though.
Right.
I
So
understand
free will give us
what
the
he's
power
saying
to
is
choose.
free will is the option to choose
Right.
to follow it or to not. Free
The
will is the
instruction
option
is the Bible.
to follow the instructions or not. Just like in a household.
Right.
I have kids. Now my kids have the free will to abide by my rules or not.
But if they don't, then what?
Then what happens?
Beat that ass.
Right, exactly.
Okay, wait. So you beat
So
that
there's
ass in real.
consequence. So there's
You beat
consequence.
that, but look, you do it in real time, right?
Yes.
Okay. In the Testament, it says, "Thou shalt not kill." I can go outside right now and kill somebody, and I'm gonna still be alive. I'm not gonna get no consequence
Yes,
until
you are.
I have to die, though.
No, you don't. So that's
So
where. So that's
okay.
how we know. When I was talking about earlier about confirmation.
So wait. When will I reap my consequence?
Well, let me tell you. That's what you. Let me give you an answer. When I was talking
Okay.
earlier about confirmation, right? When you do certain things in this world, on anything that the Bible talks about, and it talks about that it's a sin, you not only get a spiritual consequence, but you're gonna get a physical consequence too. You can't name me one sin where it don't work like that. So if you go out,
say that again.
Okay, no, hold on. Get that. Okay, Kareem, I see where you're going with that. For every action, there's a reaction. I feel
right.
you. There's karmic energy.
So
There's
when
all
you
of
go
that.
out
I
and
get
murder
that.
somebody, your life is not. Look, right now you probably live comfortable. I see some pictures in the background. Look like you probably got a nice background back there. Look, check this out. If you go murder somebody, you probably gonna have to go on the run. You gonna have to be looking over your shoulders every day because you don't know who saw you. You see what I'm saying? Life is gonna
Accountability.
change, and you're gonna get a negative consequence out of that some type of way. I promise you. And that's confirmation. You see what I'm saying? That's confirmation that that's not the kind of lifestyle that you should be living. You see what I'm
So
saying?
let me
But
ask you
the
that.
problem
Why
is,
can't our
Hold on,
conscience
but
be the
back to
same?
self-made
okay.
point.
Watch
So
this.
is that
I
not?
understand that.
Isn't that getting your ass
Let me
beat in real
finish the thought.
time?
Let me
Isn't
finish
that
the
getting your
thought real
ass
quick.
beat in real time though?
You said
You
what?
whooping your. I said,
Yes, it is.
isn't that getting your ass whooped in real time? You whooping your
That's
own
what I
ass at
said.
that
There's a
point.
physical and a
Yeah.
spiritual consequence for every sin.
So
But
That's
you're
when
doing that
again,
to yourself, though.
right. So back to my point, right? Is
That's
you
the
have to master myself. You have to master
no.
yourself, and
So
you're accountable to yourself because you physically are going through it, right?
yeah.
And if you believe in God, God lives inside of you. He just don't hop out of you when you commit a murder, right? You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Okay,
No, he
but
doesn't.
on the other end, that's where I
That
was
was a
trying to finish
bar.
at. See, that's where I was trying to finish because
Bar.
before you went there, see, some people, as I get now, okay, so like for example, like there's been tyrants on this earth, right? And I'm there's people who have let's throw Hitler out there, right? So I don't know what was in this man's mind, but when this man was on his tirade, right? He might have believed the same thing that y'all believe. He might have believed that he was a god, right? And that he was above all things. So then when he was going out there killing the Jews and when he was going out there killing these other people, he might have got a different confirmation for him. He might see, you see what I'm saying? He might see that as something different.
Right.
So when I'm talking about accountability, you see what I'm saying? You putting it on a real shadow level. You saying about us being accountable to ourselves. Of course, we're accountable to ourselves. We don't have to argue that fact all day long. We are accountable to our own selves, of course. But what I'm talking about is that greater accountability. See, where the problem with what y'all telling me is that you can go around this earth and act how you want, be how you want, and because you are created by a God that created all things, that you can do that. You see what I'm saying? You're
Right.
saying
Okay. So Kareem, can y'all mute Lawrence real quick? Yeah.
Hey, yeah, mute Lawrence. He over there trying to fake cook because he get
Right. Right. Okay. So Kareem, let me ask you this: you love God, right?
Of course.
Okay. Do you love God even though He destroyed the earth? Do you love God even though that He has seemingly allowed people to die, babies get murdered, all that kind of stuff? Because He's in control, right?
Right, he's definitely in control. So the thing that I love that question. See, I don't like judge God. Like, see, for me to say, for me to put a judgment. What make you feel like? I'm gonna put a harsh reality out there. Like what make you feel like? What make me feel like? Let me say me. What make me feel like? Somebody in my family shouldn't die, right? What make me feel like? I shouldn't die, or what make me feel like something shouldn't happen to me, and you see what I'm saying, and then I gotta face a situation and walk through that situation. So for me to put a judgment on God, the creator of all things, you see what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't know. What the Bible says is that all things are for you know what I'm saying, all things are for the good, you know what I'm saying, of God. You see what I'm saying, or something like that,
there
right?
we go.
So I don't know so for me to know that God is omniconscious and omnipresent, the beginning and the end, Alpha Omega, right? And eternal, and for me to know that there's a plan that goes way beyond
your understanding.
Just not just only my understanding, that's absolutely right, and your understanding, but also it goes beyond my existence. See, I don't think I'm the center of the earth. I don't think I'm the center of the world. I don't think that I am God. You see what I'm saying? So I understand that there is a God with a bigger plan than me. You see what I'm saying? So for the fact that that there's hunger on this world, that don't make me put a judgment on God. You see what I'm saying?
Are we all just like
I just want to finish
game?
my statement. I just want to finish, and I'll let y'all have the floor. So
I'm gonna let Lord talk first.
The reason why I asked that, right, is I'm trying to, if I had a whiteboard, I'd put God and Jesus on one side and put, me on the other side, right? And all the questions that you asked me, right, about just because I'm God, or people believe that they're God, that they can go out and kill somebody, right? Okay, well, God he is all knowing, omnipresent, and we have a reverence for him and we love him and respect him, right? But he has killed and destroyed the world. He has done things, right? And we still have a fear and respect and awe of him, right? And he is God to be reverenced, right? So in him doing that, it does not
Right.
make him bad, right? So if in me saying that I'm a
Right.
God, and if I even went and did that, there really is like no difference, right? So there's no
But you don't have that
difference.
authority.
But I do, because if I
False,
didn't,
because that
hold on, I do,
not a
because if
God, so
I
you don't have the
didn't,
authority of
I
God. You are not
couldn't.
the creator of these things that you're destroying. You see what I'm saying? And we didn't create the space, the sun, and the stars. You didn't create
How do you know
You
that?
see what I'm saying?
How
So
do
you
you
don't
know
have
that?
you even know that you can, because he gave you what do you call it, free will. It
Which is
doesn't mean that you're
authority.
supposed to, because he also gave
Hey,
you law,
can I say something? Y'all
Bible,
hear me?
that say
Y'all hear
don't
me a little
kill,
better?
don't steal, don't. You see all of these
Right, of
other.
course.
So
Hey,
Right.
again,
hey.
when you die, right? So because we talk about accountability again, when you die, and let's say for example that you decided to hurt somebody, and if that's gonna happen to you under being a,
But I mean, even with that theory
you are
that you
God,
just
right?
said,
What would be your accountability after
but
this?
So you're asking me, would I go to heaven?
But even with that theory though, I have not met one person that has died and went to heaven and said it's cool up there, nor have I met one person that died and went to hell and said y'all niggas don't want to go there. So
Well, and I'm just saying, so you were asking me if I would go to heaven, right? Well, if in that kind of a sense, yeah, I would still go. There's levels, right? You will stand before God and be judged, right? Is what the Bible says. So there's kingdoms in heavens. I've gone to a place to establish rooms. There's a hierarchy, as it explained into the Bible, right? So it's a structure. So I may not have the mansion in the sky, right? But I'm in here because that's the rules. The Bible says those who believe in me, right? I'm in there, right? The kingdom of God comes in me. The kingdom of God lives within me. So that is my path to get in. Now, when you're talking about a way of life and all of that, then that means every single person that has been quote unquote saved should question their salvation, because after they got saved, they continue to sin, right? They're still doing that. So that's why people are so unsure. They're so scared that, and they have to, when you're in church, after every service, they ask, if you know God, say this prayer. So many people say the prayer anyways, just in case, right? Just okay, I don't know. I don't have that surety. I'm positive. Like I know I'm on the other side of it, because I understand in me being in my godness, the free will and the things that I'm doing, right, is within my authority to do so. So I'm already there, right? I'm in my kingdom. So that's just that. So I just kind of wanted to say that. Y'all can have the floor. I'll
Shout out
shut
to
it.
Self Made, man. He got a song called "Knowing and Believing," and and there's to me, there's nothing wrong with believing or having faith and shit like that. But to me, man, to where I'm at right now, affirmations and shit is cool. Like, shit like that is cool. But just the confirmation, man, that's where I'm at right now. So the confirmation is the knowing side. Like, you know what I mean? Because when you say affirmations, not to take none from nobody, but when you say affirmation, you still kind of like trying to figure it out just a little bit, or you still reassuring yourself, right? To where when you get that confirmation, it's just like, nigga, I'm there. Like, I'm already, it's already good. So, and it kind of blurs the lines between the mindsets of people. Like, and I know that we're having a great build with believers. So don't get me wrong. Like I'm trying to make a claim like you guys are on a different level, but it seems that believers, again, Kareem, to where you're saying believers, you believe that there has to be a specific type of consequence and repercussion. Like, you know what I mean? When we already understand that if this is God's plan, then everything is going according to his plan. So even when I step to your side of understanding, I still would understand that everything is still all good and there is no need for accountability on that type of time because everybody's just filling out God's will anyway.
Okay. I unfortunately I don't know, my screen had went out for about like 2, 3, 4 minutes there. So
no, you got the floor. You good.
I didn't really hear what was going on for the last couple minutes. But I don't know if y'all heard my question even when I was asking, in the afterlife, like when you die. Now I know that everybody think that they a good person, right? So I know that when y'all think y'all die, y'all probably gonna just spin around with the energy, go with God or whatever. But like, let's say for example, something in your life caused you to start living a certain type of way, and then you die. Do you believe that when you die, there's gonna be no accountability? I think he was just answering that. I kind of caught the end of that, Lawan, but
So you right on time.
So you think that because you're just doing the things that like God wants you to do or something? Is that what you're saying? Because he gave you the power to do it, that it's okay, and that there's no accountability to it. You could just live how you want.
From a believer's perspective, right?
No, I'm asking you from your perspective.
No, because I want to level with you so you understand what I'm saying. Right. So from a believer, because I was once a believer, like, you know what I mean? So I can go either way. So from a believer's perspective, right? It would be safe to say that, like, yeah, okay, so if we know that God is in control of all things, and just like what I asked you earlier, is God good all the time, and all the time God is good? And if God gave us this thing for a certain, and that's why I asked you, what do you think the purpose is of giving us free will? He would have to have something in his mind to say, well, I'm gonna give these niggas this for this outcome. And so all of this would be God's plan. So when the accountability comes in, the only thing we have to do is be us at the end of the day. Like, you know what I mean?
Okay, I don't think that it kind of works like that, though. I don't think that the free will works like that.
But you're saying, okay, let me say this. What if you didn't create yourself, you're not fully free? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure what you're saying, but to my definition of free will means, right?
You got the freedom to choose, but you didn't create the choices.
Right. You have the freedom to choose between the choices that are available to you.
Why are those choices available?
Because you have free will, because that's the gift that was given.
No. Why are
free will can't be restricted though?
Okay,
exactly.
let me give you my look before you break down everything I'm saying, right? Let me give you my definition of free will, right?
Go ahead.
Okay, so like,
let Lawrence in. He's trying to say unmute him.
Go ahead.
I swear I thought he was like swiping the screen.
I did too. That's what I'm looking at him. But we definitely got to get to a foundation of free will and what that is. You know what I mean?
Definitely. Go ahead, bust your gun.
You got something to say, LB?
Okay, yeah, I want to back up a little bit though, just a little bit. First off, when she asked the question about God has destroyed people, killed people, and all that. When we look at that, we have to look at why did he destroy these people? You know what I'm saying? When I say I'm God, that means that I am the sole purpose of everything. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So if I hate sin, I would destroy it. So it's like when she pictures her being God and saying that she could do that, God's punishment is justified. Meaning like when God went to Abraham and he said he was going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. You know what I'm saying? And Moses and Abraham said, well, if there's 50 people, will you not destroy this? He said no. He gave Apple opportunity to 10 people, like if I have 10 people, see, his mercy is always, and it
Right.
doesn't stop. You know what I'm saying? So for a person to say that if I kill, how is it different from God killing? Because God's killing is always justifiable.
Right.
It's
So let me
never
ask
not
you
going to be
this.
justified.
So let's
Okay,
so let's do
so if
this.
you said that he killed, right, because he hated the sin that was actually happening in Sodom and Gomorrah times, right? If he
Who
hated
said
it so much, how come he didn't eliminate it?
Thank
Why
you.
why sin still have a purpose right now? He came down and sent his son to deliver us from quote unquote sin, right? Deliver us from
Still
ourselves.
Right.
Why does sin have a purpose right now?
So that's kind of like. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
That's why I'm gonna bust down this Noah's Ark shit. Noah's Ark, Sodom and Gomorrah. Even when Moses saved them niggas from Egypt, all them niggas after everything, something grand happened. Guess what happened after that? Some bad shit happened.
Yeah.
Why? Because God is the creator of good and evil. It says it in the book.
Okay. See, that's where we have me and you and Joshua. I'm saying we never would agree on that.
But does it say that? But does it say that in the Bible?
When the Bible says evil, I'm the creator of good and evil. He's not talking about sin. He's talking about natural disasters.
wait.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Natural disaster is evil.
He's talking about casualties.
Show your receipts.
He's not talking. Listen, he's not talking
Right.
about evil sin.
So what does good mean?
Let me kind of break it down a little bit.
Don't start capping. Please don't start capping.
Let me kind of break it down.
That's reality.
Evil means something different, but good means good.
Again, that goes back to free will. That goes down to the foundation of free will. You have to understand the foundation of free will. So,
but God is both good and evil. That is
okay.
valid.
I understand that, but you gotta
if he was not, if he wasn't, he would not kill. He wouldn't have a purpose for destroying
Drowning
something.
niggas.
Exactly.
No, listen. What I'm saying is,
we're not talking about the justification.
Everything he does is right. It's right.
Why does God have rage?
But you're saying
why
that,
does God have rage? Why does he have rage? Why does he have anger? Why does he even use the word hate? As a human being, we're not supposed to hate anything.
Jealous,
right?
Yeah, but you're putting a human judgment on a God, though. You're talking about
God.
No, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to level with you so you understand that people don't like to say that God
this can and I destroy this can, you cannot call me evil because I destroyed my creation.
But I mean, it even says it though.
Why
like
would
literally,
you call me evil? Why would you call me evil then?
Because you don't have the same authority.
If I'm made in God's image and likeness, am I not him?
You don't have the same authority. So that's what I already went over. You don't have the same authority because you are not the creator of those things. That's why we was asking you in the beginning, can you create space in the sun and all of these other things that you cannot create? Because that shows you there that there's a higher power. And that higher power is the one that creates those things. So if that higher power decides that it doesn't want those things there no more for whatever reason, I cannot put a human judgment on this higher power and say that that is an act of evil. You see what I'm saying? I can only say what it says in the Bible, and that is for the good, because I don't know what that purpose is. And me being, I don't try to always know what every single purpose is, and I don't try to put a judgment on God because I don't know those purposes. But I kind of wanted to put a little bit of foundation on because a lot of people tend to think that that we are controlled or something like that, that we have a destiny, you know what I'm saying? And that's part of free will. We don't have no destiny. I don't believe that we have a destiny. So when God gave us free will, he gave us that likeness of him. He gave us a choice to make decisions, and those choices lead us down our path. And whatever choice that we make is gonna be the direction that we go. Now, God is omniconscious, right? Omnipresent, all these things. So he knows the choices that we're gonna make. Because he knows the choices that we're gonna make doesn't mean that he's making us make those choices. You see what I'm saying? So when you talk about sin and when you talk about evil, sin is a choice that you make. You see what I'm saying? Based on he give us instruction, he give us law, right? And then he give you free will. So he say, okay, there's a consequence, right? And there's accountability at the end, because we know in the afterlife, right? You got to come back to him. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why he made you different from the horse and different from these other animals. You see what I'm saying? Because there is a consequence at the end. Because those animals don't got free will, but you do. So you have to make the choice for yourself. But now, because you make those choices and you bring sin into the world, right? He's not responsible for your actions and your choices that you made. You made them on your own. Nobody told you to get out the bed and go kill somebody or go steal something. You see what I'm saying?
So wait, let me ask you this. I'm just curious. So you said God knows everything that we're gonna do, right? So
right.
He knows he knew when and the reason why he's gonna have to kill off the whole earth, pretty much, right?
Right.
He knew. Okay, at this time, everybody up out of here.
He knew it was gonna happen. He saw that before. Yeah.
Okay, so he saw it already coming, allowed it to happen, and then puts the blame on us.
No. Wait, why you? That's where you got it.
No.
No, you said
that was your choice.
Made the choice. You made the choice.
Right, but I'm saying this is my thing. The choices were created by who?
Thank you. No.
You.
I created the choices.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
no, hell no. What?
No choices. That's
no.
That's what we do.
Come on.
Okay. So let me ask you guys
you
this.
are living your life.
Wait. Kareem just now said we don't have a destiny, right? But you believe in heaven and hell?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
That's my destiny.
So you gotta understand what I'm saying. So we don't have. So there's a choice that you're gonna make, right? So we there's a heaven and a hell. That doesn't have nothing to do with
who created heaven and hell.
That's a final place. That's a final destination. But see, that's not a destiny. Your destiny is not to go to heaven, or your destiny is not to go to hell. But you have a choice to live by the word of God, right?
Okay, the laws
of created, you're gonna go to heaven or hell, but that's not necessarily your destiny.
But so is that what you're basing your accountability off? Is to get to heaven? Because that turns into a destiny.
No, what I was asking y'all was if you are what I was asking y'all is if you are a creator, if you are a God, right? And then you decide to live any kind of way that you want. If you could decide that you just want to kill people for your life, you have no consequence. And
God didn't either, though. But if we're talking about that, though, I mean,
do you guys believe in heaven? Do you guys believe in it? Do you guys believe in the afterlife?
I believe that
there's no end to energy and consciousness. So everything
Hold on, answer the question. Do you believe in the afterlife? Simple question.
Yes.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah.
But wait a minute, I have a question though.
What is the afterlife? You're a God. What's the afterlife?
Exactly.
But I have a question though to even go back. If we can just go back for 1 second. So if God can kill the world off and everything else, why does he have no there's no consequence for him?
Well, let me explain that to you because in the Bible, what it says is that let me explain to you. Again, I'm gonna give you a perfect example. If I create a pot, right, and I say that this pot should hold water, right, or this pot should hold liquid, or this pot should hold solids, or whatever I create this pot for, and if that pot don't do right, okay, whatever. If I create the pot to do what I say it should do, and if that pot got a leak in it or whatever the situation is, if it's not under authority of how I created it,
has no free will.
I'm gonna destroy it.
Do with that pot. You understand that? So if I destroy the pot, I'm the creator of the pot. It don't make me bad. And that's what
it don't make that pot.
You cannot put a judgment on God.
Wait. You said you just created the pot to hold water. And then
let me tell you what I said. I said if I created a pot for a certain purpose,
right?
And that pot is contrary to that purpose. If it's out
of order, stop right there.
For example, let's say
it was created for a specific purpose.
Right.
Exactly.
So
that means there's no free will.
So when God create us, so again, you have to understand. Okay, well, even if you don't agree with what I'm saying about the foundation of free will, you have to at least understand what I'm saying, how free will works.
What do they
God,
believe free will is?
right? God creates us, and He give us free will, which is almost a God-like power, right? So with that
Nah,
God-like power
bruh.
comes
I don't, I
the
don't,
power
I don't
to
know
make
about that.
choice.
I
Yeah,
want to go back to
it
that pot and the water, what
right.
you were saying.
So
Hey,
again,
hey,
that's where
I,
I'm at
I,
already. I'm at
hey,
the
I'm gonna jump off
Okay,
real
hold
quick.
on, but no,
wait,
like
I'm at the pot right now. I'm at the pot right now. Give me 2 seconds and I'm gonna shut up. I know I talk a lot, right? I'm at the pot right
It's all
now.
right.
So He created us. We are the pot. The pot has now with the pot has a gift, right? And that gift,
where
or
did the gift come from?
right. So if I create the pot, let me see. If I create the pot, right?
Uh-huh.
The pot is man. In this specific pot, I give the power, which is unlike any other thing, right? So it's not a pot how you thinking. I gave the pot the power to make choice, right? And but I also, again, I told you, I gave the pot instruction, which is the Bible. I gave the pot instruction, which is the law. So if that pot is not following the instruction,
But you just
my
said you.
creation, if my creation, the pot, so don't make it so simple as a pot now, because we're talking about creation, which is man, right?
But you gave it.
So
You gave it free will, right?
so if man has free will and he is under instruction, if there's still a
No,
law,
no, no.
just because he has
But
free
the
will,
two don't coincide. You can't. I
it's
mean,
just the
they
power to
don't
choose.
coincide.
It's just a
Yeah.
power to choose. So if I give him law and say, okay, look, this is the road
So
to
my
heaven.
question is this then: why would you give somebody the power to choose, and
Okay.
then between the evil shit, right, or the good shit, or whatever, however you look
Because
at
we
that,
got to thin out because obviously everybody can't make it to heaven, right? So
Why not? But that's
and watch this. Everybody can't make it to heaven. That's why I got to give you the power to choose because everybody ain't gonna make it. But guess
But-
what?
but that's a
so
setup
here's the
though.
confliction
It's
though
not
that
a
I
setup
have with
because you have the
with the
choice.
whole entire theory though is this. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna give me free will and then persecute me for choosing the path that I choose rather than the
Exactly.
path that you want me to
No,
choose,
no.
why am I automatically persecuting?
Because you are
But you
creation, so
gave
you
me
under
free will to
authority.
choose. But you
But you're
gave me
still
free will
under
to choose.
authority. You still under authority.
Okay,
And that's your
okay.
decision.
Authority under what?
So that's why accountability is involved. So that's the difference. So that's why there is accountability in the afterlife. That's why if you're not under his authority, if you choose your free will, you can walk with the devil or you can walk with
So you're saying.
you can walk against God. You see what I'm saying? You can do that. But
So
then
you're
So
saying.
you're giving
So
me
that's what
free
you're saying.
will.
So
You're
you're
giving me
saying don't
free
choose the
will,
free
but if
will.
I don't choose that path, then I'm being persecuted.
exactly.
And that's your
not
own
free.
choice.
Yeah.
Wait.
Okay, hold up.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So going back, let's go back to the water, right? Because we asked the question. So this is why I just want to ask, right? Because I'm sorry, I got to. All right. So self-made said he set it up perfectly, right? If God, all knowing, right, knows that at this point in time he's gonna have to destroy the earth because we out showing our ass, right?
Right.
And he, in his all knowingness, so handpicked, right, a family and everything, right, to say, you know what, we're gonna go ahead and do this new earth, right, with this chosen family because everybody else is on bullshit, right? So he does that, right? If him being all knowing, right, and destroyed and said, well, he'll never do this again. After that, we should have had a different result. So why did sin come back into the earth? He knew who he picked,
Sin
right?
was already
Right.
there.
Right. So
Right, hold on. So
But he
hold on,
destroyed
hold on,
it.
wait. So I just want like what?
Go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
let
Go
me
ahead.
ask.
Go ahead.
So sin was already here. So what was the purpose of destroying the earth? What was that purpose?
Of their wickedness.
But
God
it came
hates
back.
sin.
It didn't get rid of the wickedness.
If
It
God
came back.
hates,
okay,
God hates sin, right?
he
God
wiped
hates sin.
Yeah.
He has to do
But
away.
can I stop right there? Even at that
Go ahead.
origin, though, if God created all but hates sin, why did He create sin? Why not just create?
He didn't create
before
sin.
it's
No,
He
hold on.
didn't
No,
create
we
sin.
got to stay on. No,
Woman
that's
created
too
sin.
complicated.
Your
That's too
choices,
complicated.
your choices
Right.
created it.
That's too complicated. So
Yeah,
I
your
just
choices
want to stay
created it.
with.
That's what
I
you gotta
want to stay
understand.
with the water. That's what I'm saying. It's too complicated.
Sin was
So-
before. Sin was before earth. Sin
Right.
was before,
Okay.
sin was
So
before all this.
Exactly. Why?
Exactly. Right.
Well, you answer the question, LB, and then I'll give my answer.
Sin was before all of this. I'm
Why?
saying when Angels had free will.
Oh,
They still have free will.
oh,
They're still a
okay.
creation. They just
So,
have free will.
So what
So
was the
when,
purpose of
so
sin
when
before?
Satan went against God, sin came in. The first sin was Satan going against God.
so where did sin come from?
God.
If God created
The
everything,
choices,
Right. We already broke that
the
down.
free will.
It came from
It
your
still goes
choice.
to
So
free will.
it
but
came from.
Whoa,
who
that's a bar.
created
Let's break it
free
down.
will?
God made law. God made
God,
law. And then when you
who
make the choice to
created
go against
free
that law, that creates
will?
sin. Do you understand? So that you have to understand the foundational part of it. If you go
Listen,
against
okay,
the
listen.
law of God, that's
Hold on.
why sin is
I
created.
understand what she's saying. I know
Right.
what she's saying.
Let me give you my credentials real quick. Okay. I am 3 months away from finishing my doctorate in metaphysics. So I'm not saying that I'm studied. Okay. So what I'm trying to get you to understand is this is Free Your Mind podcast, right? So just if we were smoking weed and I just asked you hi, like, nigga, if the angels were up in heaven cutting up, right? And God created the angels, did God create sin? He created everything there is to come into being, right? Everything has a purpose, every single thing, right? And he has not through washing of the earth, through dying, sending his son and dying on the cross, it is still here. It has not been destroyed. Then what is the purpose? One, and who created it? If you guys are asking me who created the sun, who created sin?
Okay, let me give you an explanation. Let me give you my answer for that. Okay,
You're
so
not taking for God.
okay, let me give you my answer for that. So give me the first question again, because you asked like a few of them, so I want to break it down.
So, who created sin is the first one. Who created sin?
All right. And then give me the second one. There was another one in there.
We'll just start there.
One by one.
Okay, so now I want you to try to understand what I'm saying, because you say you got a degree, right? And that you are very knowledgeable, right? So understand what I'm saying, right? So what I'm saying is that now, because you got to understand the foundation of my argument, so that we can be on the same page, right?
Right.
And what I'm saying is that free will, we're given free will, right?
Yeah,
and I've said it several times. Free will means the power to choose. Where God comes in is he says, okay, you have free will because there's an afterlife, right? And there is what God said is, what I believe is that he said, okay, because I know what you're gonna do, and just because I know your choice, just like if you got a kid, right? And you tell your kid, hey, you give your kid a certain privilege. You say, hey, like for me, like my mom, I just was the kind of kid, I just didn't come home on time. You feel me? She say, come home, the street lights come home. I just wouldn't. So she had a choice to where she could say, I'm just not gonna let you out the house, or I'm gonna come pick you up, and you know what I'm saying, like whatever, to make sure that but you got to give a person so much trust. Just because you know what somebody gonna do don't mean that you have to confine them, right? Especially when there's accountability involved, right? Especially when there's what we know as a heaven and hell involved. If we know this, right? So just because so there's free will, right? Then he give us instruction and law. And then where the sin come in, where sin is created, to answer your direct question and try to understand it, right? What I'm saying. Where sin comes in is there is law. So like when it said there was no sin before the 10 commandments, right? When law, this is what I think it's in Matthew or something like that, or in something like that. But or in John.
Well, no, because Cain killed Abel, and that was way before the 10 Commandments.
Okay, but
and LB just now said,
okay, yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But you're absolutely right. But what my point is that where sin comes in, and this is what the Bible say, where sin comes in, there's no sin without the law. You see what I'm saying? So without you saying, without God saying,
in the garden,
God saying, do not kill.
Hey, let me get on.
If you
In the
go
garden
kill,
of
it's
Eden,
not necessarily sin. You see what I'm saying?
Can you hear me?
But you're still not answering. I understand
okay,
that.
so I'm
saying with the basis of it, where did sin come from?
when you make the choice, to go against God, you create the sin. So
Oh,
God didn't
okay. So
create
pause
her.
right there. Can we just pause? Let me make sure I understand.
Absolutely. So
Is when
LB,
you're
do you
saying
agree with
is when
that?
I make hold on, when I make the choice as a human being, right? Just simply, right? Not a God, but
as a
I
human being,
as a human being, poof, right? I like kind of like out of nowhere, I created this thing called sin because I went against the law, right?
exactly. So when you
Okay, hold on, hold
when
on, hold
God
on.
say do not
But
kill, and you
okay,
make the choice to kill, that's when the sin is bred. That's when it's created. Exactly.
got you. We are on the same page. So
Okay.
when I'm saying that
Whoopi, I know what you're gonna say.
is if God knew that I was going to make this choice to
Right.
step outside of this thing, right? In order to have a name for something, in order to create something, right? And he's all knowing, he pre knew about sin. So sin comes
Okay.
from a source, from a source, right? So, and then on the other side of the argument, if you don't want to say that sin came from us, then you talk about show you something, right? Doing something greater than God can do, then we created sin. Damn, right? That is something.
No,
That is
absolutely not. Absolutely not.
that is
Absolutely not. No, you did not create sin.
well, who
You
didn't
did
create
not create
sin?
sin.
I want to hear what
That's
LB
Sin
got
was
to
here
say.
before you was born.
See,
Sin was here
right
before you
there.
was even
Say it
thought
again.
of. Sin was here before you even thought of. So you
Well,
did
let's.
not create
Well,
sin.
LB,
Hey,
Sin
LB,
came.
let's.
But no, so
hey,
Lawrence, what I was doing, hold on, Lawrence, what I was doing, I was having a Kareem conversation so that we can get
Oh,
to that
okay.
point, right? Because
Okay.
I
Calm down.
understand that it's been here. So what I'm
Okay,
trying
but
to get
let's get.
Kareem to understand.
Okay. I want to get to your
Yeah,
understanding, right? Because
but before
you're
it
throwing
was
out
hit,
something, so
you
I want
gotta
to
understand.
understand you, Benet, because
Hey,
you
can
like.
you hear me?
Hold on,
I
Kareem.
Yeah, that's shot.
But I want her to break it down. I kind of want you to break it down. So why is sin?
Let the
LB, I'm
brother right
asking you
there
the question
speak.
too. I'm asking you the question too, because there's different point of views of it. But why is sin? Why do you think, Benet and LB? Why do you think that sin was all? What you say is always has been in existence? Because if we
Not
look at the Bible,
always. Not
right?
always.
Okay, but if we look at the Bible, God gave Adam and Eve a commandment, right? Which was authority, which is law. And then they made a
Yes.
choice, right, to go against that authority in that law, and that's when sin came into existence. Is that not correct? Or do
That
you
is
have
incorrect. Sin was
In
even in heaven.
earth.
Hey,
In
that's
the
a
earth
Sin
it
fact.
came
was
to
in
existence.
sin was in heaven. That's why we have
So when we
fallen
talk
angels.
about when we talk
That's a
about
fact.
sin, we have to
okay,
go
but
first to
look,
Satan and
watch
understand
this
that
though.
the first sin ever was Satan's pride. The first sin ever was Satan's pride.
Was
That's
what?
the first Satan's pride.
And where was
He
Satan
thought he
at?
could
But
be
where was
above.
Satan at,
Okay,
LB?
but
He
He
was
was
in
in
heaven
heaven.
before he went.
but
So
no, but see,
heaven.
but y'all,
Wait, hold on. So we have sin in a heavenly place.
no, we don't.
Yes,
Show me.
you do.
Kareem,
Yes,
did
you
you not
do.
hear what he
Okay,
said?
but slow down, slow down, slow
Heaven ain't
down.
what it's cracked up to
But
be.
watch this. Watch
Go
Hey,
to
this.
hell.
sin. Hey,
No, it
hey,
Okay, watch
is. Hold
this.
on,
hey,
Moon. Hold on, Moon.
We
Hold on, Moon.
hey,
watch
hey.
this.
Just like God,
Was the
We
Garden
not
of Eden? Was the
look.
Garden of Eden in heaven?
You talking about something
no.
whole
Hey,
different. You talking
was the
about
Garden of Eden? Was the
beings.
Garden of Eden in heaven?
Okay,
No.
look. I can't
The
answer
Was
earth
that
that
is
a
because
one
part
it's
of?
a
no.
different. It's
Okay,
a thousand different
you
conversations
you
going
gotta
on.
think. You gotta think. If there was the tree of life or the tree of knowledge, they could eat off any tree but the tree of knowledge, right? Allegedly. So they had opportunity by choice to eat of the tree of life to not carry on the weight of sin, but instead they ate off the tree of knowledge, which means they bear the sin, which the consequence to the actions that were committed. So when you really look at it, when the woman ate the fruit, nothing happened. But when she gave the fruit to man, it was man who broke the contract with God. That
Right.
God gave the commandments to him what not to do because God speaks through the man and the man speaks to the woman.
Right.
So with that being said, the he broke commandments, man. Even though the woman commit the act first and brought it to man, it was the man's duty to hold his duty as
His
being
end
the
of the
tiller
bargain.
of the land to be like, hey, that's wrong. No. So he had, even after she committed that, it was never as serious until he committed it. So because he still had the power to overcome that. But when he
Right.
broke that, that's when all hell broke loose and like y'all got old. Because
Right.
prior to that, if you look at the first creation, the serpent was one of the first females, because right before our creation, there was another creation right to that, which was male and female created at the same time, created with, they both named animals, they both did everything else.
Right.
But when they created the new creation of us, and Eve come from man, Eve come from God, Eve come from
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Right.
Right.
So,
I'm
but-
confused
but-
here.
but hold on, but
Okay,
so what
no,
I'm
I'm
saying,
confused here.
even-
No, we
hold
can
on,
let, no, hold
wait,
Nah,
so
I'm saying,
stop,
on.
stop,
See what
stop.
he did.
I'm saying
See what he did was he went to
sin,
Genesis, right?
sin
He
started
went
in Garden
to
of Eden off that
Genesis.
choice.
But what
It
he did
started in
was
heaven.
took,
Exactly, it did.
It started
He
in
started
heaven.
two
Eden, that's what I'm saying.
creations that were basically the same and separated them. The creations from the Genesis 1 to Genesis 2 are exactly the same. You took that and you separated them. It was only one creation. Now, what she's getting at was
Nah, there
men
wasn't
did
one creation.
sin.
No, there wasn't one creation.
one.
That's the
It
thing.
was
That's the
one.
lie.
Yeah,
There
it
was more
says,
than
No,
one
it says,
what you're
creation,
it
bro.
says,
saying,
it says that man and woman was created, then later on he made them in the flesh.
No, it
what
didn't say
it's
woman.
doing
It said
is
male and female.
part
It
two.
said male and
Part
female,
two is
and then it
giving.
said,
Part two
male,
is
and then it
giving.
said woman.
Male and female.
The
Part two
woman's
is
second
giving.
creation.
Part two is giving a more descriptive of what actually happened
No,
in
it's
part
not.
one. That's all it is. Now, what
No,
she's
it's not.
going
Because
at,
the serpent is the first woman. Because the serpent is female, bro. That's it. What are you talking about? That's the second
who
creation.
said the serpent
And
was
she
the
came back
female?
and deceived woman. Hold on. That's why the serpent couldn't deceive the man. The serpent went straight to woman, and to keep it real, it was like train. It was like they had children. That's why they got cursed. You shall bear children and you shall work, because the serpent had laid down with Eve and she came back and got laid down with Adam, and they both had twins.
Yeah,
Were
I
kicked
can't
down.
really go
when they came to
into.
earth, they had
I
twins.
don't know where you're getting that
It
from.
get
I don't know where you're
the
getting that
Bible,
from.
so you know you kind
Where-
I don't know where you're
I'm
getting that
getting-
from, but okay. I mean,
Right,
you know,
yeah,
all
you
you
can
Hold on
get
real
on that
quick.
end.
I don't know where you're getting that
Hold on. I
from.
got the.
But look,
Because
as far as what Benet
but
was
what
saying,
she's
Hold on,
saying,
this is my
but
word.
what I'm saying, what she's saying is true. Well, she's going back to not an earthly standpoint, but before,
I'd like to
address that
before
too.
the creation.
Hold
She's
on.
going back to when Satan committed the first sin, not Adam and Eve.
Bro,
Adam and Eve is not the first sin.
okay, I'd like
Hold
to
on.
address that.
who you think this? Who you? Hold
This
on,
is my
real quick. 'Cause
standpoint
first
on
of
that,
all,
right?
the angels hated humans because angels is from God. Angels don't
That's
have
the
what we
first
have.
sin.
Hold on,
That's the
listen.
pride.
Bro,
Do you
sin
believe that pride
hold on
is a
real quick.
sin? Do you believe that pride is a sin?
Oh, because no, it depends what
No.
pride you're talking about. Because
But wait,
pride of a lion,
hold
God
on.
compared
Hold-
himself
hold-
to pride of a lion.
You have
But
integrity or you have pride. Pick one. If
Hold
you're
on.
prideful,
Hey,
But wait a minute,
hey,
can we?
hey, hey. The Bible,
one is
hey,
a
the
sin,
Bible
one is
compares
not.
itself to a lion, the
Pride
pride
is
of
a
a
sin.
lion. So what are you
Yep.
talking about?
Can we-
The tribe
but
of
hold on.
Judah. What do you
Pride of a
mean?
lion is not a pride.
What
of
pride are you
self-pride,
talking?
bro.
That's why I
That's
said
the
it
pride of a
depends.
lion is
It depends what pride are you talking
What
about.
pride you're talking about?
It
Yep.
depends what
Can we-
definition of pride you're talking about.
We are talking about humans right now. We're not talking about animals. We're talking about pride as far as your mental. You having pride of you are prideful of this person. That's a sin, brother.
Can
What
we?
the mental? Hold on.
Go
God
ahead, sir.
compared him. You talk about animals. God compared himself to animals, the eagle and the lion, compared to the mental, how they act, the duties and the principles, decisions and
But when
choices.
you
What are you talking about, sir?
pride of a lion, you're talking about a group. You're not talking about
Mental.
You're not talking about the mental
principles.
standpoint of a man. You talk
Mental.
about pride of a lion.
But I mean, equally. But you know what? Hold on.
Yeah, I'd
Can
like to
we
go
leave
back
it-
to Benet's point and address it whenever y'all get ready.
But can we let
Can we
Shock
let Lois
finish
speak
though?
real quick?
Because Shock was talking about how the angels hated human. Can we get back to that? And I agree that the comparison of human to animal is real, because even Jesus is known as the lamb. So Shock, what were you saying about the angels?
But what does
like
that have
I said,
to do?
before I even go on, before I even go on, the principles that I'm speaking on is going to go beyond the religious contents of what you're normally living on. When you go through even the Bible or other scriptures that's not even in the Word, and you don't even got to read the Bible to even understand certain things in the Word. If you go to self and understand yourself, because there's a lot of stuff that you were saying, a lot, not just you. I'm talking about people were saying back there about you are God, the universe. There's hella scriptures in here that says you're God. The
I
Psalm,
agree.
No,
well, said you're the son of God.
explain
I
it.
agree.
Hold on, there's so much
Please,
stuff that
please,
you're
no,
saying that was incorrect.
explain it.
Real quick.
Explain it.
Hey, real quick, real quick, real quick.
Explain this.
Real
Explain
quick,
what it
real
means
quick,
to say
real
that.
quick. Real quick. We got Tavon in the building.
Stop muting me.
He's been silently patiently waiting. He's been trying to get into the field. Bro, before Tavon, let me.
You can get in too, yo. Hey, look, I've been in here for 2 hours. This is my first time talking, but go ahead.
Wait.
Hey,
Shout out to
Tavon.
everybody that's in the building. And shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Like this shit, I think I'm gonna keep it a band with y'all. This is one of the littest shows that we've had thus far. And that's for everybody that's tapping in on YouTube. That's for everybody that's on this panel. And that's for everybody that's on Facebook. I'll fuck with all y'all. But go ahead.
Hey, wait, hold on. I want to say something real quick. Shock, do you have a better headset or mic? Because you're kind of like, choppy with the speech.
Yeah, it's kind of muffled.
Hold on, let me plug myself in.
Can I make a suggestion?
I ain't seen you in a minute.
Okay, I have a question.
Can I make a suggestion,
Even with that, with speaking about, because Shock was getting ready to go somewhere with the Bible telling you, and there's certain scriptures that are within the Bible that tell you that you are of, or you are, or I am.
Okay.
But with that, even with the book of Thomas that was taken out of the Bible, the dope book, the book of Thomas literally tells you about how to tap into your consciousness and how to seek ascension and to elevate within oneself. And that's what life is really about, is to elevate within oneself. So I believe there are scriptures that do support and back up that I am theory.
Okay. What I'm saying is, when you look at scripture, and without getting the knowledge of what you're reading, you can never understand. When God is talking about you are gods,
but the Bible is written in parables, so I'm going to believe what I believe, regardless.
Let me listen. When God says you are gods, who are these speaking to? He's not talking to everybody. He's talking to people of authority, saying that you have judgment on these people, but you would die like men.
Hold on, wait. That's perfect. You said people of authority, but you will die like men. Each and every one of us in this chat, we chose to be
authority, and we're going to die like men.
And we're going to die like men.
Yep.
What's the problem?
But our spirits,
listen,
when
he was speaking to the Israelites, he had placed people of authority in hundreds and tens and 20,000 over certain people. He called them gods because of their position over the people. Not that they were God.
Was Israel
wait a minute. Why is there? Hold on. Why are there two different definitions of God? Because God, the creator, has his own definition, but why is the secondary terminology of God mean something else?
I got a similar question. When you say Israel, did Jacob not have his name changed to Israel?
Yes.
So it's just not a place in it. Okay, so these are individuals now. Thank you.
What does that have to do with you being God?
Because this is my point.
Yeah, y'all make like 1,000 different points, and then if you think you hit the point, then you try to make
God changed.
God
changed his name. He didn't change his own name. God changed his name.
God
had the authority to change his name.
Don't do me. You know what I'm talking about. Do not try to do me.
Hey, brother. You said
we let you in the building though.
So what was the purpose of him changing his name?
Yes, please elaborate.
I get the banking. You know what I'm saying? The Bible get deeper in what it is.
Right, because they're yeah, but I want to hear from Tavon too, because I feel bad that he just didn't hear. So Tavon,
no, it's all good. I was trying to get caught up because I jumped on late, and then I was having issues getting this thing to work, so I missed out on some shit. But
you in here? It's good.
Yeah. I kind of wanted to get down to the heaven topic though, because I heard I think it was Kareem talking about accountability, and if when you die, depending on how you live, you gonna go to heaven or you gonna go to hell. So I kind of wanted to address that, just looking at when you look at the creation account, and God created man and woman, created mankind, however you want to word it. His purpose for creating them was connected to the commission he gave them. Fill the earth and subdue it, become many. So with that said, I'm wondering, and I've asked this of a lot of people, when do you get the idea that human beings were ever supposed to reside in heaven at all? Where do you even get the ideology that that's where you're going when you die? Where does that come from?
The Bible.
Okay, so
If it comes from the Bible, that's cool, but I kind of want some scriptural confirmation on that though.
Okay, first of all, he said that today you would be with me in paradise. Paradise is never where to stay in heaven. So
that's left to speculation though.
Okay,
that's left to speculation.
I'm giving you scripture.
That's left to speculation because the word paradise is not an absolute definition of heaven. Furthermore, you got to look
in your mind.
You got to look at also. You
So
got to look
when
at
he died,
also.
he went to paradise in his mind.
When who died?
No sense.
When who died?
Okay. You said that paradise is. She said paradise it's in your mind. So when you die in your mind, you go to paradise.
I don't even want to jump in. I don't even want to jump into that. I want to stay where we at on the word paradise, because we have to keep in mind that the Bible wasn't written in English.
Okay.
And first of all, there's words that were translated. You know, this word corresponds to that word in this language. Then there's words that were transliterated because there is no word that corresponds in this particular language. So we can't just read the Bible in English and say, this is what it means.
But
so
we do know
if you haven't dug deep into the word paradise and what the original rendering was from the perspective of a Bible concordance, then like I said, you saying that paradise is heaven is really just speculation.
Right.
You can't prove that.
Okay, so
you see what I mean?
Let me give you my answer to that. As far as why do I think that we would go to even a heaven?
Or hell, either one of them.
Hell. Okay,
right.
So you know what? I think that you make a real good point, and I like that. So I'm gonna correct my words, right? And I'm gonna say that, and I'm gonna correct them because when you answered that and you said give you some scripture, you know, I don't know them off the top of my head, so I had to go to Google, right? So to Google these scriptures, right? So what it says is that, and what I believe, because I can give you a basic belief without even me reading the Bible, and what I believe is that, you know, we come from something, we come from a creator, and I believe that if you come from the creator, that we got to go back to the creator. Right, when we die, that's what I believe without even the Bible. I believe that can make common sense to me, right? But because the Creator gave us instruction and law while we here on earth, right? Then there's going to be accountability when we go back to Him, right? So that's what I just believe without the Bible. So and now to go to the Bible, it supports that, because what the Bible say is in Matthew 7:21 to say, not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, I will enter the kingdom of heaven, but the one who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. On that day, many will say to me, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name and cast out demons in your name and do many mighty works in your name? And then I will declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you workers of lawlessness. Then it goes on and on and on. And it talks about when people die, they going back into the kingdom of God. And you know what I'm saying? I can quote, several different verses to you about truly, truly, I say, John 3:3, truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. So where is this kingdom of God at? You see what I'm saying? So
pause. I got the answer.
I'm gonna tell you right now, the kingdom of God.
Okay,
the kingdom of God. It goes back to.
But remember the first reference, because I know where you're going. But remember the first reference that I just read when it's talking about, Lord, Lord, did we not prophecy in your name and cast out demons? Now this is referring to when you're going back to see the Lord again. You see what I'm saying? This is not talking about no kingdom in your own body.
Well, look,
I wasn't gonna take it there. Okay. I was gonna take it back to what it said. I was gonna take it back to what I said, because the Bible tells us that God has not changed. He's whatever he was in the beginning, that's what he is now. Whatever his purpose for mankind was in the beginning, that's what it is now. So if his purpose for mankind was to reside on earth in the beginning, and the only thing that upset that was the sin in the Garden of Eden, in which case the consequence for that was death. How does death now be rewarded with a place in heaven? That's the question I want you to answer.
Okay, but you
That
would,
was
but you would.
hard.
I could say, hey, can I jump in? Because my perspective is, I always go back to the Bible is also banking. So in way of banking, when you fall and you get a name that reflects an image of the living likeness of it, which means it's a reflection. Because remember, rather you go back to the Egyptian days or nowadays, Lucifer or whatever names you want to use, devil, whatever, would always be on Jesus' back trying to reflect whatever he's doing. Basically trying to steal the birthright of man and get us into sin or death. So in my life, it's like I would encourage a name change, just like many times in the Bible, people get the name change when they come back to the Father, when they come back to the kingdom of his likeness. And the only way to do that is through the Son. And the Son being the name that's given to you in the beginning, when all things created in the beginning, and men fell because your mother and your father gave you up as informant to the government, and this word takes place in this world to fall. Now you have to make your way back to your journey in likeness to get your name back, the living being that's reflect as God. And I got pictures of definition too. Your proper name being taught in school is reference of a God in the 1539 dictionary. I got a picture. It's a little shit, but I wasn't prepared to bring that up. But yeah. So with that being said, there's different terminologies and different parallel worlds, because I like to say the Bible's parallel is multiple realms within it. It's like an onion. The deeper you peel back, the more reflection of what is reflected in real life.
True.
Because
so Kareem,
I feel that.
born as well.
Yeah.
You know
so
what I'm saying? He
Kareem,
was
let me
raising the
ask
dead.
you.
You got to think, how was he raising the dead? You could, like, if you look at ID, anything a tombstone, it's going to reflect all capital names. That's not you, because you was told in school supposed to be upper lower. So there's 52 letters in the alphabet. There's a left and a right, but you always want to be on the right side, which the creditor, which the Son, sits at the right side of the Father's throne.
Of the throne.
You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it's like it's another thing that reflects the birthright of us. Like Saul and Jacob, like it's the same stories, and we're living that shit, like literally, visually.
That's kind of why I wanted to get their take on the heaven and hell situation, because I don't know. I feel like if we allow ourselves to get caught up on, if I do this, this is where I'm going because of this action, or if I do this, I'll get to go here because of that action. If we can remove that from our mindset, then we're able to put ourselves in a place of control. And to a point that you made earlier, Kareem, about who holds you accountable. I mean, I think that's partly your question comes from your perspective, your viewpoint of God himself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If he's able to hold himself accountable, he has morals, he has qualities, and we're created in his likeness. Why wouldn't we be able to do the same?
Right.
I mean, I went into that before. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say also we also hold each other accountable, because if we're all coming from that one likeness, where other parts of ourselves, we're supposed to help or help bring one up or bring a knowledge of what they're doing. Because if I just let a departed, because the higher you go up, people understand that we're all one of a same likeness. You know what I'm saying? We're supposed to.
Right. So now you like,
because if not,
but you're talking about
on
a human basis. That's human.
Yeah, but even on a spiritual basis, because that's why they got spirit guys. Because
didn't God say to the least of these that you do to men, you do to me?
Mm-hmm.
So that is talking about men, mankind. Period.
The other day,
we're still speaking on a human basis.
Y'all going back and forth between each other, saying the same thing.
But even if you speak on a spiritual basis, there's still even on a spiritual basis, there is a path that you mostly got to do a lot on your own.
Spiritual.
But at the same time, there's spirit guides and still the people to key you upon, and you could come to and ask certain questions on your guide, but certain things I'm not going to tell you everything, or just things that you have to figure out on your own. But at the same time, there's still going to be an arm to turn, or somewhere to turn to relieve that shit. Because in my own awakening, in my own path, there was a time I didn't have nobody. It took me a while to find outlets and stuff to be able to communicate on spiritual stuff that people could relate to. Because when you go to, there's not that many that you find, because you came from this world and now you in this world. Now you pretty much got to rebuild connection in that
That's the dope
in
shit.
that sense.
That's the dope shit,
Because
though.
and that's the choice though. And you gotta think, there's choices. You have a free will of choice, but each side of the choice is gonna determine a spiritual choice or the material choice. And each choice, each decision you make is gonna be a reflection on the other side. Meaning, if I make this spiritual decision, I might see something happen on the material that is gonna reflect bad, but it's gonna reflect good on the side that I did. But if I do the opposite, my spiritual, I'm losing, but the material, I'm gaining. So it's always where you're gonna go. It's a circle, no matter what.
Right. So that's my thing, is that, you know, again, is about the accountability. That's where it always goes back in accountability, because what happens is, a lot of people who again, in Snag, you were saying about or Tavine, you were saying that you know, it depends on my perception, you know. So basically, yeah, I do believe in a heaven and a hell. You know what I mean? I don't believe that you can you know, get away with just walking around on this earth and then, like you said, it's all a circle. I don't believe it's just all a circle. I believe, yeah, you go back to God, but then again, you know, there's accountability.
That's
because
a circle.
He gave us that.
That's you go back to God, it's a circle.
So again,
if you go
it's
back
just
to God, it's a
circle, what a
circle.
lot of people end up
Can I
believing,
ask you real
because they
quick,
say it's a
Kareem?
circle. I know.
Can I ask you real quick, Kareem, just to get just to get some context? When you say you believe in heaven and hell, you mean that in a literal sense? That you believe that they exist literally?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, let me explain to you. So what I'm saying is that I believe that, you know, when you die, you go to a afterlife. And I don't know what it's necessarily called or whatever, but like I was saying before, I believe that afterlife is you're gonna go back to God. I kind of, you know, I broke it down. And then when you go back to God, there's going to be a decision made, because He gave us He gave us laws. And so if we didn't live by His law, then that means we going to one place or we going to the other, which is away from God, right? Which hell is away from God.
I got a question on the law.
You can put the name.
I got one question on your law.
I know, but I can't answer everything. I gotta, you know, I kind of gotta direct.
Go ahead.
Right, because y'all ask a question and then ask 10 more questions and then we don't get the answer. You see what I'm saying? But so yeah, that's what I believe. I believe that there's a place where you go to where you either gonna be back to God if you live, you know, a certain type of way. You know what I'm saying, and lived under His instruction, or you're not. So we can call that heaven or hell.
Okay, so Kareem, do you know, again, in all reference, right? Have you, on this journey, do you actually study the Bible, or
all the time? Yeah.
So when I'm saying study it, do you know it?
Yeah, I know the Bible. It's not too much that you can't tell me in the Bible that I haven't like read before. So you know what I mean? Like, again, I'm not a Bible expert. Again, I'm not gonna be able to quote you know what I'm saying? Like, if I say a scripture, I'm not gonna be able to be like John 10 and say it. You know what I'm saying? No, I can't do it like that. But I read the Bible often, and I've read it, you know what I'm saying, a lot of times.
From the beginning to the end.
Right.
Ooh, Bene's about to pull a wound. I see where this is going.
Right.
Well, and like I said, this is, and I want to be clear, right? My goal, I'm like the love energy, right? It's Bene love, right? So my goal is, like I said, as a God, is to deal with people's understanding. That's the most goddess thing that I can do, is help you broaden your mind.
So I believe, right? I know that you keep saying that, and you know, it's you know, it's the condescending kind of like tone, because I know that you think because you have a degree, you know what I'm saying?
It has nothing to do with the degree.
But, you know, I read the Bible often.
A degree makes her God.
You know what I mean? So, so my mind is broad. You know, the reason why I don't like that terminology is because it's because I can say the same thing. And as a believer, who reads the Bible and believes in God and who knows God is real, I'm not gonna come to you and tell you I can do that to be condescending. But I'm not gonna come to you and say, because you don't believe my beliefs, you need to wake up, or that you need to come to enlightenment.
I didn't say that. So what I'm saying,
that's what it sounds like.
So give me, hold on, let me clarify, and that's why I said, that's why I preferenced it as love, right? I'm the love energy. So what the goddess thing that I could do is try and deal with your beliefs, and we've had conversations before, right, where I thought we've gotten to like a good kind of mutual ground, right? Where I say, I believe that you have the basis of this understanding. There's a a little bit of I think, and that's why I preferenced it like this, is if you study it, right? Because we can
Right.
read something and not necessarily have a certain comprehension, and sometimes you got to read
study
it a couple times, right? Like
Absolutely.
right. So if I asked you, like, do you know your ABCs? You could tell me from A to Z, right?
Right.
That. So when I'm asking, do you know the Bible and have you read it and do you understand it? I'm doing that out of the sense of trying to understand, get back to a familiar place that we can build on. And
Okay.
I will just say that, and why I brought up that I'm studied not to be condescending in any way. If anybody knows me, I'm the most friendliest person, right? I'm just saying is that the reason I got to this place is because I had to study. Like, I had to have these same kind of conversations that I'm having with you within myself to ask all of these questions and to question it. Once I knew the Bible and understand it and can actually explain it, that's the confirmation.
But are
that
you
I
understanding?
But that's what I'm saying.
it,
What
right?
makes you think that you understand it? That's
Yeah,
a
I was gonna
self-appointed
say
view. You see what I'm saying?
That's true.
yeah, I was
You
gonna
think
say that
you
the Bible.
Well, I
I
mean,
would say
just
that
But
just
but
the
I'm
just
but
to
I'm saying is,
piggyback off
hold on,
that
the
though,
one.
Kareem. To piggyback off that though, Kareem, I think that could be said of anybody on here that you
And that was
think
my point.
you understand it.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like even when you
Yeah,
talk
but
about belief, by definition, that just means you got confidence in some shit that you can't really prove.
No,
That's
no,
really all that
yeah,
means.
no, you missed
So
it,
we can
Stan, but
sit
and
up
I
and
went over
say
that
what we
already.
believe, but that's why what's the how they say it? Knowledge is power.
No, I don't
right.
Belief,
believe none I
it
believe.
really don't get you nowhere. It might motivate you to dig for knowledge, but
Yeah.
before you get to whatever it is you're digging for, all it is just a false confidence because you can't prove
Mhm.
that what you're trying to stand on.
But
By
no,
Right.
definition, that's not
but for
me
me,
saying
it's
that.
opposite.
That's by definition of the
Right.
word.
Right. And
I
so
mean,
what I'm
but
saying
even
is,
understand that. I like
that
that you're saying that, but for me, it's
I can
actually different. We went
understand
over
you.
that
Like,
earlier when I was
I
talking about,
don't disagree with it.
everything that I believe I've
this
seen. I don't believe nothing that I
this
ain't seen. You see what I'm
So
saying? So
also you don't
this
we
have
is
faith.
have we
this is
have
Stan's
confirmation.
So
point.
Kareem, do you have faith? Because
yeah,
if
my
you
faith
said
comes out of
faith,
me seeing.
so
You
but
you
but
do believe in
as
But
a
something
you
you
don't
can't see.
as
believe
a
nothing you're
believer,
saying.
how
I
do
think
you?
Benet,
You,
you
you
wasn't.
you
I'm
do
not sure
believe
if
in
you was in
something
that
you can't
conversation.
see
We went
because
over that earlier.
you can't see the oxygen that you consuming right now. You can't see the
But I can see that
electricity,
I'm
the
breathing.
sound
I
waves
can
that's
see that I'm
making this
breathing.
conversation possible.
Right.
But
So
you know it's there. You believe in that, even though you can't
because
see it. So
Yes.
you can't. You do believe in
Yes.
stuff you
right.
can't see.
But that's a perception.
But
That's
he's
a
seeing
word
nah,
play.
but he didn't the work.
That's a
He could see
word
it
play.
through the he could see it
Right. So
through the
I
way
already
that it's
talked about
working though.
I see as I'm walking through life, I get confirmation. You see what I'm saying? Like so when I read the Bible, it say he breathed breath into us, and yeah, I see oxygen. I breathe every day.
Okay,
I see
so
my chest
right,
going in
so
and out.
even
So that's
They
confirmation.
seeing
You
through
see what I'm saying?
oxygen.
So I don't
Yeah,
believe in
perfect.
nothing that
confirmation through
I don't
action.
believe in nothing that I ain't
Come to
seen.
the 5,000.
Okay, perfect,
Everything I
perfect,
believe
perfect,
is because
perfect.
I walked through life and I got confirmation, and the Bible confirmed what I already saw. You see, to
Let,
the
let,
T.
I fuck with that. The Bible
let,
confirms a lot of shit for me too. And that's me being real on
Yeah,
everything.
for action.
Okay.
let me
Even if
ask
you
you that
don't, but
let
hold
me ask you
on.
that
But even if
question
you don't,
again. Then
all right, go
let me
ahead.
ask you that question again. Then
Okay.
um, at what is it that made you believe? What did you see that made you believe when a person dies they go to heaven or hell? Because you believe that, you
All
stated that earlier in the conversation. What did you
right.
see that confirmed it for you?
Okay.
That's a good question.
Look. When I walked out my door, right, I saw the stars in the sky. I saw the birds in the trees, right, and I understood that logically that these things had to be created, right? And I understood that if these things had to be created, they came from a creator. And I understood if there's a creator, that if he put us out there, then we got to go back to him and we got to come see him. That's what I understood. That's what I was saying before, right? And so again, that's where I was going is to when we come back into the presence of God. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, I got a real quick question on that.
Okay, go ahead.
If the stars the bottom of the heavens, and if they allegedly make through space past the star,
But what you
have
saying
people made
something
it to
crazy
heaven?
right now? I don't understand none of that. What you talking about? So I
That's
can't
not
Oh, okay. Well,
physical.
I got a
That's
question for you
condescending.
then.
That's very condescending.
But
I
no,
got a
I just
question
don't.
for you
I'm
then.
But
asking.
you said you just came out of
That's
nowhere. You said it's
physical.
the
That's
heaven.
logical.
Okay, break it down for me again. Make me understand what you're
It said,
saying.
I'm just saying, if the Bible says the stars is below the heavens, like at the foot of the heavens, and if allegedly, because I don't even know if they made allegedly they made it to space and they went beyond the stars, did they make it to heaven? Like has
Oh,
to
you
be
talking about
at
like if
least
heaven?
has
Oh,
another.
you talking about if heaven is a physical
Um,
place above the stars?
yeah,
No,
I
it's
mean
Yeah.
that's
not.
what we see it. That's the same because it's saying that you
See,
haven't
I
seen.
don't
I'm just
believe
asking
heaven is
because
a place that you can get to in your spaceship. Is that what you're asking?
okay,
Yeah.
So
okay.
Well,
you would
So you
refer
got to
to it more
die
as
to
a
get to
realm?
get to
but
heaven.
Okay,
like,
but I'm still
he
Yeah, I
asking
looking
think
for
us
it's
the
a
like, is
spiritual
clarity
that
of
realm.
what.
I think there's a physical and a spiritual. So yeah, I think it's in the spiritual realm, and I don't think your spaceship gonna get there.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay, so Tavon, can you
Okay,
ask
so
Tavon? Can
trip
you ask
this.
him that question again because I
yeah,
don't think I
Siobhan, yeah,
understood
ask
his
him because,
answer.
hey, yeah, because
'Cause-
we
Okay,
agree
I think what I'm trying to ask you is, where do you get the confirmation that heaven is now the how can I say it? It's no longer death is the consequence of sin now, but when you die, you get to
well,
be
well,
blessed with heaven. Where do you get that from? And
I get that from because
and
it says in the
I want you to
Bible
know
that
why I'm asking that, though. I want you to know why I'm asking that,
yes, sir.
because there was multiple accounts in the Bible where Jesus resurrected people. Now, the Bible,
okay,
like you said, was
miracle.
meant for instruction, but also those miracles from the Bible standpoint were there to serve as a witness of the power and the glory of God. So with that being said, if somebody was brought back to life from death and
I,
they died
I can
and seen
testify.
heaven or hell,
Really?
why would this word, this letter from our
Hey,
grand creator omit the greatness of heaven
Oh,
or the ugliness of hell from the
hey,
perspective of the people who actually experienced it?
Mm-hmm.
hey! I can
I think
actually
that's
say,
something for
and
you
then
to ponder
I
on. You might want to give
that's a
that.
I
rhetorical
want to.
question. Rhetorical.
I'm
I
a,
don't.
Okay, you
I'm,
can
You're
break it.
saying
I'm
why
gonna
did
type
it
it that
come
question.
back?
Hold on. I want to get my perspective on that question because, in a sense, like I say, there's different realms and there's different perspectives on how people see things. I have been risen from the dead, in a legally sense that's bounded by spiritual principles that's used from that book. Like I said, I was at the grain store. I got physical evidence to prove those things. I got physical proof that I'm civilly alive. Like you got to think from a legal standpoint. There's civilly dead and there's civilly alive. There are legal standpoints, and you're lost at sea at 7 years. This has to do with the war of the Crusades. When in the Bible, when they had wars, and they used to leave their property with people as trustees, and all it goes back to a legal sense. So from my perspective, I've been risen, and I had helped people been risen from the dead in that capacity of their name, because the
Ooh.
power is in the
That's a
name.
fact.
And they went back and got their name back and went from the dead, all cat, back to the living, upper, lower, proper being person, place, or thing. So with that being said, in that sense, I
But
physically witnessed and helped, and I came from dead,
no,
and I
Sean.
actually my ego dead and risen a new person too, because I was
Right.
born of
That's
water.
big.
You know what I'm
That's
saying?
big.
Yo,
And the cocoa and the alchemy, and it sparked a new thing. And my old part died, and I'm a new me, embodied a new vessel.
Hey,
So
Yeah,
Shotty,
in a
hey,
sense,
real quick,
so
Shotty,
there's
yeah,
hey,
because
multiple
I understand
realms.
that.
yeah,
principles
because
you stand on. What do you study? What are you Christian? What are you? What do you subscribe to?
I just do like this commerce. You see, it's spirit. It's this shit that go back to Rome. You got to understand when it all began. The Bible was 1607. It got to do with the Roman law. Right here, the United States is ran by Rome. You know what
No,
I'm saying?
I
The
mean I
Roman Empire,
understand. I'm
Roman
saying I'm
law,
saying I'm
statutes,
saying like
military
you
law.
personally, like on the whole total
what's your
scale. Like
belief system?
what do you
Oh, the
subscribe to?
believe? No, I believe I'm son. I'm the son. I'm the son of the Father. I believe in Jesus Christ. But at the same time, it was a character that I actually embody that character. Like on my awakening, like I look at we as Christ. I'm the son of the Father. When you look at me, you see the Father. When you see the Father, you look at me. If the interest that I've said, then just like Jesus said, is your law, which is within Psalm, did your law not say you are God? God said what Jesus said with his own words. That's why he got crucified. You are God. Not the all cap like the main source, but like the Son. He ain't the Father, but you're the Son. And there's no other way but through the Son, meaning to get the kingdom, you have to get to the Son. Why? Because the Son is salvation.
That's
Why?
your
We come through
sonship.
woman. We
Yeah,
come
but
through woman though.
so
We come. Listen though, we come through woman. The Son, because woman. This is how everything get down, bro, as in order. The woman. That's why when people be like, oh, I'm a queen, I'm a king, oh, I'm a goddess, and all that. It depends what order you want to look at. Because when you look at facts and truth of how everything is operated off of, and the matter of fact, back to the scripture right here on the first creation, you can look at it right here. You can go to the thing in Genesis. Go to Genesis 27, start there, and God created man in His own image. Go down a little bit, it's going to say He created male and female. It's the creation of man. And in the next chapter, it's creating a woman. It's two separate things. So it's two different orders. So people got to understand where they come from and they're structuralized, because for order the woman to really get through the kingdom of heaven, you got to go through the son, which is man. They got to find a husband and have a children to go through and create life and create their own kingdom. So it's both ways, bro. It's a balance.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I
I didn't know you was gonna go that far. You shocked me.
Yeah, right.
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 I got a question. Okay, I got a question, because you got the doctor, you got the degree. Where does woman come from? God or man? Does not Jesus says you're a daughter of man, not daughter of God?
So you're talking humanly speaking, genetically.
No, I'm talking.
Right?
No. I'm talking.
You're talking
The
spiritual.
order, because
God is
I'm talking.
God.
No, listen. Oh, listen. But God came in a manly form. God came because the only way to get the kingdom is son, not through a woman, but you multiply man through woman.
So you're saying. So hold on. You asked me a question. So what I'm saying to you is God is all encompassing. So in order to create or have an idea of woman comes from God. So that is the source. So woman, the thought of that creation comes from God. Adam didn't say, let me create a wife or a woman. He got put to sleep so that this could take place. God said, this is what you
felt alone, yeah.
So
and where did God bring him from? Hold on. How did he come from God when he came from the womb?
I'm gonna tell you.
How did you get your name? Who named you? I named you. Man named you. Woman, you came from the womb, which we gave you. You came from us, and you must go back to us, which means you have to come and be a queen, a husband. I mean, a relationship, so we could create a little God in our image. Me and you together creating a seed to multiply.
Human,
and
you're talking on a human sense.
I think that falls on both sides, male and female.
Right.
Yeah, that falls on both sides, male and female.
God,
because
hold on, Chuck. You asked me where did woman come from? And I'm saying, when you think of a thought, right? When God said, let there be something, in order for a thought to come into or a creation to be made, it's
this is how you want one question. Did God say you are hold on. Did God say you are a daughter of God or a daughter of men? Because therefore he's speaking. If it wasn't masculine or feminine, because he had opportunity to keep it masculine, but he said you're a daughter of men, which means he used you as daughter, not in a sense of you came from God. He said man comes from God, women come from man, and children come from women. So your kingship and your rulership is over the children until they get over, and world rulership is over the household, and God is over everybody.
So you're saying that God at his source has no duality. You're saying God at himself does not have an understanding of woman.
Where did that
That's
come
not
from?
true.
What can that come from?
Can I respond to that?
Hold on. You asked me where does woman come?
I'm asking you a daughter of. I'm asking, did Jesus say you a daughter of men? I mean, a daughter of God or a daughter of men? That's all I'm asking.
No, he didn't say that. He said I'm a God.
Okay, he said you're a God. Okay.
Okay, so let's look at it like this, because Adam was commissioned to name all the creatures, the animals on the planet, and there were male and female. There were already male and female in the animal kingdom. And God said he looked at Adam and said, it is not right for the man to go on by himself. So the ideology of femininity, female, already existed in the mind of God. And so he made the woman as a complement of Adam to complete him. You see what I mean? So the masculine feminine already existed.
Absolutely right. Okay, but you're absolutely right, and I'm gonna go back to what I said, because in the first creation of male and female, I'm gonna show you this. I'm gonna read this right here at the King James, because there's not telling the full story, because there was deeper of other creations before he blew their breath into us to make us different from all the other pre-creation. So watch this. It said I'm gonna skip a little bit. It said Matter of fact, and God said, "Let there make man in our image, after our likeness. Let there have dominions over the fish, dominion over the fish in the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over the earth, and every living thing." And understand, they're not these creatures that wasn't made from the dirt. They was made from the earth. These things was created. They was just named. They was a
Who's
difference.
our?
They didn't
Who's
get breath in
our
them,
in
right?
that?
It
Who's
says
our?
so God created man in His image. In the image of God created him, male and female created them. Come on, bro.
Right.
That's in the first. That's before the first creation of Adam, and then it goes to the next
Okay,
section,
so
and it
so
says,
I could
so
tell
you
you
right. Yeah, you right.
I could tell
So
you a two-part
let me
story.
speak on that
I could
too.
say I
Right.
could say I went to truck driving school. Now I'm a truck driver. Then I could give you a separate account and give you the details of how it came to be. There's another account
No,
where
because yeah,
it
because
hold on, bro.
but
There's
female
another
and woman
account
is
where it
different.
gives a detailed explanation of how God put Adam into a deep sleep and that he removed one of his ribs and formed the woman from that rib. So he did not create
What?
male and female simultaneously. There was a period of time where Adam exists by himself as a
Yeah,
man.
but
Okay. Listen
okay.
what I said. I
Let me give you
agree.
another one
Hold
real
on.
quick.
Look.
Let me
Okay.
interject
Go ahead.
real quick. So my opinion on that. Again, when God made male and female, He made them at the same time. But when He did that, He made them in His likeness, meaning spiritual likeness. That's when He gave them their gifts. He gave them the gift of what we was talking about before
Repercussion
uh,
to
uh, of
reproduce.
of being able to choose, you know what I'm saying, and of having the spiritual likeness of God. We made different from the animals and all that. That's all I had to say about that. That's what He did in that
But
I
part.
what
just
I'm
want to
saying,
go
the
back to
Hold on.
very
Hold on.
I
concept
want
of
to go back to what they
creation.
point
Hold
to
on.
saying that. Well, where did the female come from if God don't have those qualities, or if God
Hold
don't
on.
have a
Okay,
female?
and look, hold
Yeah.
on quick, and look. Hold on and look. But you gotta understand, but you gotta understand that what's saying this is saying it in a physical form, which means it was already created in that matter. And when that happened, you gotta understand why Adam fell alone. So there was a distance. And what I'm saying is female came from below here on earth, right? I'm saying it came from below because female is
Wait,
22
wait, wait.
chromosomes. There's no
Let me
way.
ask,
Man,
I'm sorry. Let me
Yeah,
go
ask
ahead.
one question. Let
it's
me ask
a,
one
it's
question.
a
I'm
spirit.
putting you back. Let me ask one question. I'm sorry. This is my show, goddammit. I'm playing. But look,
Yes,
is
sir.
God limited?
Is He
God is
limited?
unlimited.
When you say He, that's limits Him right there. Is
Or
God
yeah,
limited?
my understanding of God, you know what I'm saying. I put a He on Him. It's okay for me
You
to do
just now
that, but
limited Him.
yeah,
I want
because
to. I
I'm a
don't
God,
want
human.
you to
I'm
mess
a
up.
human being.
Is God
God is
I'm a human
and look,
being.
God is
So
unlimited when there's a balance. When there's a balance. He's unlimited when it's off balance. Because
yeah,
we can
He's
only
Okay,
unlimited.
go for so we can only
okay.
further life and create life with
so?
one side of the
Do you?
party.
Hey, Shaq, do you call God a He?
In the material world, I
But
will.
No, no,
In
no, no, no.
spiritual sense, it's an all.
I'm asking a. I'm not material word. No, is God a He?
But God give you
okay,
No,
but
it can't.
a design
wisdom is
too.
called sheep.
Let the man speak. Golly.
Yeah, but He give
Is
you a
God
Look,
a
design
and there's
too.
two
That's why the
gods.
man is
So
the
if you want
head.
to talk to the higher
There's
God,
two
meaning the one
gods?
of above or the one below, the
No,
higher one is
we're
more
not
Right.
doing
masculine.
that.
The
We
lower
I'm gonna
one
can't
let
is
do
more
that
y'all,
one.
feminine.
rock. I'm gonna let y'all rock. But my question to you is,
Nah,
We can't do
nah,
that one. We can't do
my
nah.
that one.
question.
That
Hold
It
on,
ain't
wait,
no
wait,
two
wait.
say
gods.
Everybody
Hold on.
calm down. I'm relaxed. Y'all relax. Everybody needs to relax. Is God limited?
No.
Is
He
God a
can
He?
be.
Is God just a He?
So
God
so
carries
so
life.
so I can speak on that a little bit.
Question. God damn.
I
okay.
would say yes
So
in
God
a
is like
sense
the body,
God
and the man is the head. So you know what I mean? Like
So hold on, let me cut
God
through.
carries the
Let me
head.
cut through because you guys doing a lot of masculine, and let me put my feminine energy. So
Thank
what
you.
you
That's
just
all I
said
want.
is
Go
God.
We got
ahead.
the females in the
So
building.
hold on. So you said that God is just man, right? So if
no.
something is
I said God above in a higher sense is more masculine and below is more feminine because you female comes from below, not above.
so what
That's
I'm
a little
saying
bit
in
to
okay, right. No, listen, I got you. Promise you, Shock. I understand what you're saying.
So you roll the feminine energy below.
Okay,
When I come home,
perfect.
you run the household, you run the children, you run everything. But when I leave that
Perfect.
house, I'm the ego and everything else. I run the up shit like I'm the main head. But yeah,
Okay,
you do
got
have
you, got you, got
your
you.
rulership in your own realm.
Got you. I'm
So
simply
why is
asking.
wisdom sheep?
Hold on. I'm simply asking from the original source, right? Does God in his makeup have any feminine energy at all?
Let me quit being silly. I'm gonna stop being silly right now.
When he comes down, he does, because you can make a man can fall in woman energy, feminine, and become
I'm
and
not
acting like
talking
woman.
about man. I'm talking about the God. Does
I
the
am the
God in his
creator. The
whole
creator is
make
in
not in
me. I'm the son of God.
okay.
And I'm the son of God. And yes, because you came from man, so a part of the feminine came out
So
as
you're saying,
likeness.
so well,
So
hold on.
yes,
You're saying
it's
God
a part of
came
me.
from okay. You're saying God came from this flesh. God came from this flesh.
What was that?
You're saying God came from
Yeah, you
flesh.
came from below. I said
Okay.
you came flesh. You came from flesh.
I'm asking
But
you.
the
You said
spirit
God.
that was
So
man,
I'm saying so.
I said,
So
yeah,
okay.
you came from flesh.
Okay. So as a
So
man, right? As a man, you're above, right? So that means you have zero feminine energy in you. You are
instant.
all one
It
man,
depends you look
100%
at it.
masculine. I'm
No,
asking
it depends how
you.
you look at
You
it.
said she came from flesh.
No.
What does John 1 talk about?
What? And the word became flesh. Well, that became before you was born. First of all, in my own spirit showing, we create our outcome. We get a desire before it come to earth. Now you come here. In your reality, you choose to be male and female. Because before I became male, I was female. Before I got the white
So where
cortisone.
does feminine
So that's
energy
why
come from? So
Exactly.
where does
I don't understand what he's saying.
Listen to what you're. I hate to cut you
before
off.
I became male, I was female, and then I got the white cortisone to put me on top because women come from below. You built the foundation from below, and when that white
wait, you
cortisone
said
came, it
before
gave me
you
my
were male,
head.
you were female?
Yes,
Okay, hold on. Let
that's
me
why
say it.
we have.
Hold on,
That's why.
wait.
That's why.
Let
Listen,
me say because I'm slow, right? I'm slow. So before you
yeah,
were
you're slow to a
male,
degree,
you
of course.
were female. No, because I want to make sure, because I
Yeah.
just want to make sure. You said before, so before you were male, you were something else, which was female, but I came from the lower source.
Which was coming from the foundation, because woman
And the
is the foundation here on earth.
and the foundation is what?
One of the strongest, but it also once it falls, it breaks down the whole kingdom.
But so feminine energy
What are
is
you
the
ultimately
strongest.
What was that?
You said feminine energy is the strongest then.
Because it could be this. Yeah, I look at it. It could be the strongest, of course, because it could
So if
it
I'm
could
in my
build the whole.
feminine
It holds the
energy,
foundation up. It holds the head. Because
oh,
we're here on
okay.
earth. We're in your kingdom. You run earth. You was here. You're below. That's why men fall into women and can get
I'm
into emotion, sharing
I'm,
same
I'm
22
not talking
cortisone.
about Earth. I'm
So
talking
God
about
created.
Earth.
Bro, you're on earth.
God
You're on earth
created.
right now. What are you
Hold
talking
on.
about?
okay,
God created.
You're on earth.
so in my earthly
Woman
being right
and
now, I'm
male.
higher
Look,
than
women.
I'm not gonna
Listen,
get into
woman
this.
and male don't exist on what the woman and male only exist in this plane just based on we're attaching that in this room just to know where we are biologically and paying a name to them. So
Perfect. So
outside of this realm of
outside of
living,
this,
of death or spirit realm, we don't really, they only acknowledge that stuff to attach it to us so we can remember that energy presence when it was connected here to communicate with us. But at that, you can be
okay, so
anything you
that's what
want
I was
out there,
asking. So
energy.
in the
Yeah.
original energy, there is no male or female. It is, right? I am, right?
And when you come, but it all follows in order when you come to this realm. That's all I'm saying. We come to this world, and it holds a
It
play
splits
into
to
it holds a play
duality.
to a part to you because you're in it. Yeah, it's a duality. You
Yeah.
have to acknowledge it because that's who you are. But what I'm
Right.
saying is, just because I hold this form and you hold that form, we're equal in the sense that once we come to a balance, because once we unbalance, we're no longer equal in that way. Like physical, we know we're not equal at all. In a sense that you could balance out my masculine and I could balance out your feminine energy. That's where we become equal and grow. But I'm saying I have to build off your
Brother,
feminine
you
energy.
was
My
never a woman.
masculine gotta attract you and build on you, meaning that you're the foundation base. And if I build something with you, and then all of a sudden, 10 years later, you don't want to be with me, and you walk away, everything crumbles. The kingdom split, and it's like you walk away with everything. So it's just like you're the foundation. The most men look at most powerful men in this world was built by with great women, but some great women destroyed some great men. That's all I'm saying. The power, y'all powerful. It's in this world. And us men, y'all come from us. So us men want y'all to be happy. Us men know it's easy to get attached and get played by y'all feelings and emotions because y'all move off emotions, we move off logic, and we could fall down into a feminine energy because we share 22 chromosomes with you. So we could fall from 22 to 22 and get swept away by you. Period.
So in that
It's no
sense,
disadvantage. I'm just saying it's really a balance, and y'all really greater in this world because y'all born with value. We want the pussy, most men, and y'all know that. We have to earn it. It's a balanced world. We come down below because men come from above, and we come below to deal with y'all and to deal with each other and create life. Because
okay,
it's natural. It's a balance.
okay. I was just trying to understand your perspective because I didn't want to get the wrong word. So when I say that,
My
when I say
perspective is just order. My perspective is just order. My perspective
okay,
goes God, man, woman, children. And when you look at we look at it today, that I look at that a lot of women follow religion and they're praying to the wrong God, and they should be praising their man because Jesus never just talked to y'all like they talk to men. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you have to go through the son to get to the kingdom. And when you look at today, a lot of women turn their son away from the father instead of going through the son to get the father, to keep that father. But instead, they want to put the son away and walk away from father. That's what I'm saying. It's spiritual sin.
okay. So yeah, because you know, I can hear what you're saying, and so I'm not all I
It's just
well, all I
logic.
was trying to actually get to was the core of when it said let there be
See if
light.
you're from God.
Huh?
See if all I'm saying is y'all come from man, y'all don't come from God.
As a feminine human thing, but not. Are you talking about spiritually as well? We come from man because that's a totally different thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely not biblical.
Yeah, yeah, because there's a duality to the both of us, right? So God, in order for the concept of creation, everything that has been created came from God's mind. So it comes from him. So when I'm saying that if God has to have feminine energy, even when he made animals or to make energy is positive and negative, you can look at that as male and female. So male and female existed from the very source, from the very beginning. So that's what I was asking.
But that was with the
I'm
first
sorry?
creation. But
Wisdom says she's a
with the first creation. And men hold feminine energy too.
You're breaking up, LB.
I'm sorry.
No, you're
B,
still
you
breaking up.
cutting out, yeah.
Yeah, but did that kind of make sense though, y'all? Did that make sense?
Nah, yeah, I don't agree with that.
I would disagree with that.
Yeah, can I see what you disagree with?
I would disagree with that because
Yeah, you just a red
because
screen.
the reason why I say that, the reason why I say I disagree is because the idea of you know, where the Bible talks about in order to get to the Father you have to go through the Son, that goes back to the creation account, and this is something I've touched on before with Kareem and Woon. You hold on right quick, because I'm gonna bring it full circle so you can understand why I'm saying what I'm saying. So when you look at the whole logic of creation, so as you said, it said.
But how do you create children? How do we create now? We hitting shit from we having children with women, and if you're part of that creation, so how's that not true? If you're having children and starting to create with another woman and procreate, and we was given. We was then gave an order to be fruitful and multiply and actually procreate life. How is you not playing a part in God of being a creator, in your own image and likeness of having your daughter or son looking just like you and acting like ancestors? So how does that not roll up with you being a part of that structure? Because if God's above the family and you're above woman, and then you have sex with a woman and y'all both procreate life and likeness in your image. You just did the same thing that the Father did in the beginning of creation. And in that beginning was the Word, which you and your wife or baby mom gave a name to your child, bringing into this world, and the name now became life. It was a flesh and flesh. So it's being used as a vessel, and the Father and the Spirit now in that creation through you and that baby that has a heartbeat. So how does that not procreate life as being a son of God and God working through you with flesh?
I think he. I
Because
think he
only God
split it.
got power to give life and take life away. So if you're giving life for you, obviously it's the power of God being worked through you.
Yeah, he. I think he got to come back in. Something must have happened with his setup.
Who?
Yeah, but I mean, hey, you know what
Uno.
I'm saying? I just don't see.
Y'all can't hear me?
There we
I
go.
can
Yeah,
hear
there
you.
you
We hear
go.
you now.
Camera's just not on.
Okay, because I had been trying to say something. So um, when we look at you got to go through the Father. The Son to get to the Father. You have to go back to the creation account because man was created by the Son through the power and source of the Father, and that's scripturally founded. When it talks about let us create man in our image, the popular belief is that there are some triple Godhead that's doing all that. But the scripture clarifies all of that because it refers to Jesus as the only begotten Son.
Okay.
When you look at the word begotten,
Okay.
it comes from the word beget, which means to produce and bring forth. So for
Okay.
Jesus to
But
carry
what
that
are you doing?
title, hang on right quick. For Jesus to carry that title, what that means is he was the only act of creation that was directly produced by God. All other things were created by him, and that's confirmed in Colossians chapter 1 and verse 16. It talks about all of that. So
Okay.
that's the reason why you
Okay.
come through the Son to the
Okay.
Father. It has nothing to do with man and woman.
Okay, well, you don't go through the Son from the Father. You actually, the Son has to come through the Mother. But with that being said, what you were saying, if God was first the new covenant, so everything of the old was now become of a new. So once he died, did his thing, a new covenant had been established to basically do everything through that name. So if Jesus was in you, now everything you're doing, what you just said, that's what you're doing in real life right now to prolong life. Like that's exactly what you're doing in life. Well, not just you, but people in reality, because you got to understand that point. The new covenant wasn't accomplished until what he did, and that's when he paid the sin and
So
the
think
price of all
think
debt
about it like this.
for the world.
Think about it like this, because this is comparative to what you're saying. Whatever his name was, the dude that created the first Ford, okay? He created that, and then he paid people to reproduce it. All we're doing is reproducing. He created it from his mind,
But
from his thoughts,
but
from his energy, and it was
listen, all right, look,
reproduced.
all right. Let me see
Damn,
this.
this
So it comes
motherfucking
down to
phone.
sex. Let me give you some thing on sex. So when we come down to sex, we just say come from his mind, his thought, his all that. My child came from my mind, my thought, and my energy. Because when you produce sex, the woman is acting as water because the women multiply. Water gives life, right? But at the same time, they're fertilized. They got eggs that need to be fertilized. But life comes from men. All life comes from men. We plant the seed in the woman that multiply the garden. She's basically the land, and we're the gardener, and they multiply and grow on land. And when they bear the fruit, which they ate of in Eden, because when they eat shit and they basically went within a couple of moments and they both had sex with her, they both ate of the fruit. And now they was gonna bear the fruit. So what I'm saying is, women is friction, and when your shaft is going in and it's causing a friction, it's causing heat, and it's going to cause a steam, and the energy is going to travel in the mind, and the secretion is going to come down pineal and come down your spinal cord, and it's going to come out in a form liquid, and that's the semen. So I'm actually creating and programming life with my own alchemy and my own thought and my own energy, and I'm putting it forth. And she's going to receive that, and she's going to multiply that, because woman's that great that she actually duplicates her own image and your own image and likeness. She's going to produce something that holds life dear to you that only you and her created. Nothing else.
So you
All
saying
I'm
even
saying
though
is,
there's order, that there's no higher or lower in that order.
yeah, because it's an order, but even that order, there's a higher of the low and a higher of the high. Because a woman runs, when you're all together in the kingdom, why do you think she's the most powerful? Well, it's not the most, because the king's calling the shot. it presumes to be those, but she's really risking everything, got the most moves on the board because she holds that power, possesses the power of the kingdom. Like once you in there, you run the household. You know what I'm saying? You know you already know what to do. I'm over here, doing this. You doing it. Why do you think when a woman today complains about everything? I'm a mom. I gotta work. I got a job. I do all this. Well, y'all aspiring all this shit without even a man. Even if you have a man, it's so much hard because that's just the principle of life and this reality. Once you have a child and doing things, or even in reality when you're dealing with a kingdom, a woman's responsibility is so much and reflects through history.
Let me ask you this real quick, and it's the same question that I asked earlier, so I'm gonna ask it again, but for this part of it, is God limited?
I say no. He's both. He can. He's unlimited, but he is limited. He can be limited only if you. I'm just saying he could be limited, like as an individual, right? As a man, right? As a man, before you get with a woman, you're unlimited, right? Damn near when you get with a woman, and if you don't put everything on contract and you allow a woman to confine certain things, you've now become limited through that action. So I'm saying is you can't be limited and you can't be unlimited.
I wasn't going to take that route, but what I was trying to get at is that do you think that in a non-limited situation that that women can be in the same role as that you're allowing the man to be in?
I mean, it's happening now. It's not that they can't do it, but it's physically, like it biologically affects a relationship or them. It's just.
That's what I mean. So that means that there would be a limit to what we can do, or what God can do. This is God's work.
And that's why I say it depends on the situation, who you're dealing with. Like I said, you could be unlimited as a man. You could take women away, and the world will still go on. But eventually, when the last man dies, it won't go on, right? But you could take men away, and the world would die before the woman would die within months, probably even weeks. So that's what I'm saying. So, but pit them together. Hey, look, pit man and woman together, and they're limitless.
These are some bold statements right here.
Right.
Female.
Hey, find me three civilizations ruled by women, and find me civilizations who built it. Look at what our eyes. Who built who physically body?
Hey, the Amazonians.
Right, look in Africa.
Okay, but listen. When a woman, brother, there's been huts and shit, bro, like with mud and shit. We're talking about real concrete. Who's doing the construction? Who's doing all this jobs, bro? Who's building the infrastructure? Who's doing mostly all the physical work? Women are getting pregnant. They can't work. They can't really work when they're pregnant and stuff. They got to be more what you call it, like less physical and shit like that.
Second hand. Go ahead and say second hand. It's good. It's free your mind. Say second hand.
Like whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like they got their hand, like they got to be restricted when they pregnant. It just facts. You know what I'm saying? Their physical body. They like. I know women right now. They freaking work at FedEx doing packages. They do it, but look how they be complaining about their body. Woman is not really supposed to be doing that, bro. Woman is not supposed to be doing that. They're supposed to be doing
that's absolutely.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Different type of work. Woman is not going to go down in the. I'm not saying there's might be some women, but the large majority of them not going to go do plumbing, not going to be doing construction, not going to be, you know what I'm saying?
The thing is
welding.
The thing is they're allowing the men to do that because, like you said, they can do it. I'm saying they're
physically allowing. When you look at a woman that does that type of work, they age faster, their body ages faster, and they, as a woman, physically,
I'm not saying nothing against that. I'm saying they probably know that, but that's what I'm saying.
But
that's why
they could do it.
But they allow the men to do that. You get what I'm saying? Like they give them that power to structure it.
Because we're supposed to, but guess what? But they're supposed to multiply that structure. What I'm saying is they're supposed to work through man, bro, through the sun.
Okay, so let me. Okay, so I kind of let you have your thing, right? So when we're talking about the structure, all right.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just,
it's a conversation. It needs to be spoken.
It does, right? So a few weeks ago, I asked, I think, and you were on there, right? Is what needs to happen to have this structure come back into alignment, right? Because here's the thing:
women are accepting men.
That what?
said women need to start accepting men, and men need to stop messing with these other women and allowing these low life women that think they're women to stop showing them attention. And I'd rather whack off than fuck them.
Okay, so
That's
let
what
me.
they do.
And fuck with men.
Okay. So wait, you
Never
said
mind.
so.
Scratch that.
Yeah. Rewind it. Say that again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, facts. I'd rather whack off than fuck with these ratchet women that think they win when they really not, and a bunch of single baby mamas that think they're worth more and when their value is really not.
So what is their value? What makes them
single
invaluable?
mother.
Huh?
Your age. When you get older, your value goes down in the sense of a relationship sense.
What?
Yeah.
Hey, do you got a girl?
Yeah, I got a woman, and I tell her this too. What you mean? I got children. We're only 28. When you already a single baby mama and you got single children and you're in your 30s, you expect a younger man to take on your responsibility and accept another kid like that? No. And I say this to my mom too. I'm the environment. My mom got stepdads and shit. I'm a man. I don't have I'm a man. I got a man spirit.
Okay, so hold on. Let me just back up because you said a whole bunch of stuff. So so what I was asking is what needs to happen to bring this man-woman thing back into alignment? And you said that women need to what? Accept men, right?
To accept men in a way of how men are, and man needs to do the same thing and embody themselves as men and take accountability of the women that's not women, and stop allowing these women to think that they're worth more when they're not, and expect more when they're voluntarily.
So there was a point where, like I said, I agree that there needs to be some balance on men stepping into the rightful place, right? Now the devaluing of women or saying a woman is not that because she has multiple kids.
But how is that devaluing a woman? I mean, you keep saying devaluing a woman when you just look at it as principle. When men, we can have babies until we die, damn near. Women, y'all run out the clock. So y'all value is more when y'all more younger, and then when y'all older, y'all it's like vice versa.
So the value of a woman is based on her ability to have kids.
Well, don't most men want to start a family? And if you can't provide that, why would he want to take something that he can't have? He's gonna look at you as sex.
Ew. Hey.
Okay. So
hey, I'm finna take note. I'm taking notes for the rest of the show.
so which I understand, but then there are some men that don't want that, right? But I'm just trying to understand you.
But
so
you're saying the majority of men want
simply
that,
off of her ability to birth children, and so without that, she has no value.
Well, that's one of the main things, yeah. Okay. That's when y'all bargaining chips. That's women's bargaining chips coming into a relationship that could possibly start a family with you.
This nigga, hey, you pimp. You're a pimp. You got it. Right. You pimp.
So
this is real shit though. This is logic.
Yeah. Okay. So now, so what happens when the woman's eggs are fully functioning, but there's something wrong with the man's sperm and he can't produce the baby? Then what?
Then that's on him. He ain't got enough to produce, and you know what I'm saying, that's his thing. It's vice versa. If he can't produce a baby, then you got to go and find it. You running out. Don't be bad for him. Like, bro, I run out. I gotta find something else. I got 10, 15 years left. You tripping?
Right. Okay. Listen, all I'm trying to do is just understand. Like, that's my whole thing.
But the thing is, this is what I'm saying. The thing is, the mentality today is that all that is acceptable, meaning that we have younger men because us men is raised by single women a lot, or even if we have a dad in the household, the dad is mostly ruled over by the woman or the wife. You know what I'm saying? So it's like most of the household.
Why is that?
Because it's the spirit of the woman turning away the son from the father. It's just natural. The woman
wants the man.
So women, with that being said, women have the ability to overpower a man?
With emotions, and only if he allows her to do that and he falls into that emotion and acts out like a woman.
Why would he do that? Why would he do it?
Because that's your mama. Didn't your mama teach you that? He's a woman. Didn't your mama do that? Didn't grandma teach you that? You know what I'm saying? Mom and grandma being the man's heir. That's just the culture.
Okay,
the
so
culture
it's natural.
That man has to be under women.
So it's natural.
And woman uses that as a weapon. What was that?
So it's natural?
No, it's not natural. That's why the woman wants to push away the father, for the father can't teach man what it is. So now men's raised with a weakness of women. I'm not saying our mothers are weak, because women are strong, but I'm just saying they can't teach from that masculine or manly perspective. So then the woman is emotional and they're not logic. So they like to draw up and tell their sons and tell their daughters illusion, because a lot of women can't own up, and men can't own up in all the situation. So so instead of holding accountability like back then, like y'all was saying, it's that spirit, you know what I'm saying? And they become what they hate.
So that's what I was asking earlier about being limitless, right? Because if a man is going to be a man is going to be a man. To what you're saying.
Yeah, but
hold on, wait.
Yeah, but that's what I told you.
Hold on, wait. Yeah. So regardless to if a mom is trying to control the situation, a man is still going to be a fucking man, right? So
that boy, well, that they have to find their way back to a man, because if you wasn't a man or raised to be one, you gotta find that.
Thank you for saying that. So therefore, then that still would be the process of him becoming a man.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But people don't become process of being a man, because a lot of men today are not raised men, and we're mostly raised around women and how projections of women, how we should treat a woman in a fairy tale way. Like, we don't owe women shit. You know what I'm saying? Why do we have to owe you love? You want my mind, body, and soul. So what the fuck else I got to give? If I give you everything, you need me for it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, they're using their emotions.
Hey, look,
they're using their emotions as detail, bro.
Hey, what city and state you in?
I'm in Sac. I'm right here with you all.
I'm gonna fly you out to Vegas, nigga. We finna hit that strip. We finna get that.
No, I'm serious though, because real life, like I'm saying, we come back. That's the whole point. I'm saying you have to get through the son to get to the father, because, and I only say that in a sense, it's multiple dimensions, but I say this in a physical sense, meaning that once the father has a child with the mother, you're supposed to be married, right? Because you're supposed to be a joint, becoming one. But a lot of people, whether you're married or not nowadays, they separate and the children is divided. And the woman accepts the state to be the father, and the state gives off the child to the mother. So then the father usually get on child support and have to pay the child support, right? So with that being said, a lot of men don't even care. Like, I'm already paying all this. You accepting the state, because back in the civil rights movement with MLK and all that stuff, it gets political. You know what I'm saying? They accepted the government. They wanted to be equal in a way, to be separate. Once they divided the household, which means the woman could vote, the woman do this, the woman could do that, it took the power away from men, because us being the head of the house, now me and my woman should be on the same page. So we only should need to vote. We should talk this out. But now they separate everything to.
Do you think that let's go to the higher real quick. Let's go to the higher real quick.
Yeah.
Do you think that is by design?
It was perfectly by design, because MLK and Martin, it was all informants.
No.
NCAA paying Rockefeller.
Oh, sorry. Let me reiterate my question. Do you think that's by the grand architect, like people like to call it? Do you think
it was grand architect by the Draconians? That's why I'm saying it's deeper, because there's other creatures and other, like the Nabru. You look at Nabru. You know what I'm saying? You look at the beginning and where they all come from. Them giants and shit came from over here. You know what I'm saying? And they came, and they was actually destroying God's people. You know what I'm saying? And the Nabrus and the Anunnaki. So
okay.
And they got Draconians and all that. They get a little deep on that end.
Right. So you know what? And the conversation to me is deep, and I think warrants like a separate podcast, so we could really kind of go back to it, because
you could change it. You could go up on the subject. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, but no, I mean, like I said, I like
he's going deep.
Yeah, because there's a lot to explore there.
It's called Free Your Mind. So you got to free your mind.
Oh no, facts, and that's what I'm saying. So that's why the indulgence was there, right? Because
but you got to understand. That's what I'm saying. You got to understand that the woman. That's what, like, even though it seems so masculine and like the things I'm saying, you got to understand how much power the woman has, to where in the Bible, like, they don't want to tell you that Mary Magdalene was Jesus' female. That Jesus was hitting shit back then. He was in some stuff. Like, Mary Magdalene, they idolized her as a prostitute, shame her, and she allegedly was the first pope that Jesus gave the keys to, and it really wasn't to Peter. But with that being said, they want,
She was a disciple too, right?
Yeah, Mary, they had a prostitute and stuff. Yeah, the one that they said he washed her feet, because you gotta look at every description. What woman is gonna be with the mother, wiping his tears? Like, she's doing girlfriend shit, wife shit. And they found the Dead Sea, they found scrolls of Mary Magdalene, and it was saying that they were together and shit. But female, look at every female right by that dude's side. Man, she was the first accountant to find them there, do everything. That's some woman shit. But it goes back to the scrolls. It's just logically thinking what a woman, a relationship and a bond between a man and a woman have. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But that's on some other stuff too.
Yeah, no, and I can get with some things, right?
They want to seem like everything's in, but it's not. It's a balance, bro. It's a balance.
There is definitely a balance.
Ahead.
And I believe that there is a balance, so that's why I asked the question, I think a couple podcasts ago, because I do feel like there's some things that are out of order, in the sense of, I think that when men complain sometimes about women power on one hand, right, the other hand that they are baffled and feel trapped by it, or whatever, right, or that it's the weakness, and so which is it, right? So that more or less sounds like man is weak, and I never want to hold my men in that sense, right?
I agree, because those type of men are holding the spirit of their mother and being tamed by you through the womanology of feminism. I'm saying they already been trained mentally and abused mentally in the way they was raised by their mother.
Yeah. So like I said,
we're already programmed how to look at women from school, from the system, from everything. We're already programmed a certain way in society how to look and how to act towards women.
I seen the coldest pimps be raised by a woman.
Yeah, but what does that still say though?
I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know.
Hey, I was raised by my mom, but that was that mean. You still got to find your way back to being a man. I still, even in my awakening, I even acknowledge my mother, my grandma, my father. I told them all, and I did it for myself, and they would break down and start crying. You know, women like to break crying and try to push off acknowledgement. Like, men see women cry, we try to make it feel bad, and like try to push it off and do all that. And you just gotta go all that. Like, you're not emotional, you're not doing it. You're just doing it for the love, the weight off your back. So it's like, if you ain't ready to push it, this is for me. I know the truth hurts. You're experiencing hell right now, and you're gonna continue to live that cycle over and over until you acknowledge and judge yourself by being the God or the Son of God, to judge your own conflictions, that only you know, all things that you've been through in life, that only you can basically reflect that and turn away from that. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I did, and I was going my life acknowledging everything that I did, judging myself, being the Son of God I am, judging all my acts and all the things happened to me. I'm going back and revisiting it. You know what I'm saying? Taking ownership. And then once that happened, the world came off my back. And not only that, I hit I'm very spiritual. I've been through a lot of shit.
According to, could I ask you a question?
I forgot you was in there, Craig. What's popping?
Yeah, I've been here. Hey, according to what though, Shot? You say
which one?
The last things that you just said. You said that you did all of these different things to, like, be a better person, is kind of like what you was leading to, right? But according to what?
Yeah. Because it was like from my own journey, everything that I've been through life, experiencing from physical, spiritual, you know what I'm saying? Everything that I carried in myself, that what a person will want to hide from other people, or what other person been want to say to people, or say whatever on your mind that you never had the opportunity to say because of self was scared or ego. So what I'm saying, through my journey of awakening, I addressed every problem, rather if it was scary, rather if it hurt people's feelings. I didn't give a damn. Mom, grandma, wooty woo woo. Hey, dad, wooty woo woo woo. They wasn't ready. I was casting fire. I was casting Holy Ghost fire on them. They spirit was on casting, because I'm facing the truth of them, and they're not ready to face the truth that what the consequence did in life. So when the consequence came back in real life through the sun, they're seeing the sun like, whoa, I'm casting fire on their ass. And they call, no, I'm sorry. I'm like, it's not about that. I already forgiven you. I don't need no apologies.
But what I'm saying is, like, you was kind of saying, you was leading when you was saying, you said you did certain things in your life and you kind of was making it sound like you did certain things to like become a better person, or that you have reached a level to where you have achieved a better level than what you was before. Some of that nature is what you was. It sounded like you was saying.
But
So
that
I'm
was
saying,
the beginning. To keep it
right.
real, like the beginning of me
What I'm
is
asking, I'm
where the
asking you like a specific question. I want to know, like, according to what make, like, do you believe? Because then you just gave me example. You said that you pointed out other people shit or whatever. Do you? I mean, what make, according to what make you a better person, or according to what? How do you grow? You know what I'm saying? Or you know what I'm saying?
what made that person is owning up to the action or to the outcome that was caused by your action, or participated in an action that I had to go that was all unsealed with me spiritually, and I had to go back and face that and seal it. Rather, only for my spiritual sense, it could still be open for the other people, but I went and readdressed that and had to relive it all over again and change the outcome of what it used to be. I rechanged it by the new me come to it to address it. Once I close it, it took me on. You know what I'm saying?
So that's what I'm.
Go
What I'm
ahead.
getting back to, Shaq. So you said according to your own spiritual sense. So that's what I'm getting to. And what is that according to? You see what I'm saying? Like, where do you get your spiritual sense from? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, well, you know what I mean?
Well,
Like, what are
I
your
get that.
values? You
Yeah,
feel me?
I get that through life, because my spirit had traveled through life, and I have, as a being, go through the past, present, and I could create a future. So me being the creator of that, I travel back to my past self to readdress those issues. Now that is controlled by spirit, because all my thoughts and memories are controlled within me. Now I have the ability of choice to go there, and I went there, purposely for reasons. And by me doing that, my outcome now, mentally, spiritually, everything else, the way I feel, because I am in heaven a lot of times, but I do go back to hell, meaning in a sense of feel, in a sense of repetitive actions, you know what I'm saying, a recycle. I see the outcome now, and even my relationship with my mother, my family, and everything is different. Yeah, it's my mother, just like Jesus told Mary, "You're not my mom."
So
You know
you
what I'm
saying
saying? The
that you
mother's
getting
gonna try to.
confirmation out of your walk, because the things that you do, I'm just trying to understand you. So
No,
you saying the things that you doing, you getting better
being the
results?
creator of my whole life existence, I wasn't okay with some of the life that I lived. So by me having access and ability to travel through time, I wanted to go back and recreate certain things in my life. Meaning spiritually, you could do the same thing, rather if you want to do it or not. That's up to you. But this was my
Yeah,
way
hold
of
on,
doing
wait.
things.
That you said that you uh was going through your life cycles, and you said that you were unhappy with certain things.
Yeah.
When you say unhappy, I'm guessing that something bad probably happened through, I guess, one aspect
I
of your
could have through being raised, of course, as a childhood, a lot of things happen spiritually, like with some other shit, and all the physical and things that I've done to people, even in the streets.
okay.
And to this day, I address all issues.
And the reason why I asked that is because I think that, and I don't want to say, I hate to say it like this, but
No,
I
say it.
think
It's
I think
word.
that, no, of course I'm gonna say it, but
Yeah.
I think that a lot of the times we think that things are supposed to be a specific way, right? But ultimately, we are limitless beings, right? So if we
Okay.
understand that we are limitless beings, and that means everything is going to happen. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I'm
So
listening.
if everything is going to happen, the everything that does happen, just like you said, you're like, damn, I need to go back and change, what happened because such and such happened. So I'm going to go back and correct that. But that thing happened just to let you know that that's what was going to happen. And then on this time, so you're going to do that for that time. You understand what I'm trying to say? So, and I hate to say it like this, but it brings me back to the male female situation, because we're limitless beings. So it can be a situation to where the roles reverse. You understand what I'm trying to say? So if you think that it should be one way, that's where you're limiting yourself and you're limiting your thinking, because it can be all ways. Why not? Why not
Yeah, but
that?
what do you say? But we're saying always. What do you mean always? Like that point? Like what I said to that? Like what's the point of what you're saying? Like to go the other way? Like in what
So
perspective? Like,
So
what you mean?
if everything is one way, then do you have definition of that one way?
But who said everything's one way? Like, what do you mean?
Well, what I'm saying, because you said that there's a certain order, right?
Well, there is an order. Well, logically.
Okay, right.
No, listen.
Okay.
Hold on, no. I'm gonna respond to that. There is an order. So the order is: so you came from God, right?
I am.
Or
God.
a supreme being created us. Like, we became an extension of you know what I'm saying, an image of likeness of something higher, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, you came from a father, right?
Of what you're saying, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, logically, right? So even in a marriage, you came from a father. So if you and your mom, your dad and your mom was in the household, who's of the household?
Whoever's getting bread. Whoever's getting bread.
Okay, so you say whoever gets the bread. So if the woman gets the bread, now the male becomes the female, and it's subjected to the woman power or how she want to operate the house, the life, right?
Whoever's putting in that work, who's doing the work?
Okay, so therefore you're on a physical, you're on a material physical plane to where whoever has the most bread, the female be fucking the dude then, because if she's running the house, the person getting fucked is basically on the bottom.
Females fuck dudes. You don't know that?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But he's not a real dude if he's getting fucked. I mean, if you want to say ride him, that's the only damn near position that the woman be on top. But if you
wait.
But if a dude is, hey, look.
Wait, real quick. So in a real time situation, you had no female come over, hey nigga, come drop off that dick. You ain't had that?
Hold on, you said hold on. I just heard. Hold on. If a woman, okay, I get what you're saying. Vice versa, yeah. But who's still getting fucked though? That's what I'm saying. Who's still taking a pipe?
Hey, look. What I'm saying is, hey, look. What I'm saying
taking a pipe.
What I'm saying is that the actions that take place, it goes on both.
But that's what I'm saying.
Goes on
I never said
sides.
it dinner, right? I didn't say it dinner, right? Because the choice is in power of whoever could do whatever. But what I'm saying is, within those choices, you're gonna see logically order is gonna go down. Something, if it's out of order, it's gonna show something that's not right. It's gonna be an unbalanced.
What is out of order?
But that's
first of all, look out of order. Look at the marriage. Look at the children. Look at the census. Ever since women got equal rights, everything went down out the shit. What do you mean? Marriage, kids, single mamas, equality. Gay is more gay people. It's more nigga. Look at. I don't even gotta look where we live. What are you talking about? I don't even look at all our food that we. I'm just gonna look at. Hold on, I'm not gonna talk statistics. No, look. I'm not gonna listen. I'm not gonna look at statistics because statistics they can say I don't care where you're getting from. They all could be similar, whatever. I'm just gonna go off my life existence, like physical.
There we go. That's what I'm saying.
I've been to many places. I've been to many places. What do you mean? I'm talking about single parent homes. Most people are incarcerated. Most men being black, Latino. What are you talking about? This is physical. I live these places. Like, I can speak on physical things because I've been to prison. I did years. I've been in and out of juvenile hall. I've been with people that had great homes. I've been to white people suburbs. I lived and program. I did so much shit at a young age. All my friends, all my people, mom, they have a mom and dad relationship to be good or bad because logically, what you see.
Okay, so
when you go to the club, when you go out, when you go to Walmart, when you talk to people, when you look at when you look at women, you married, I've been engaged, or I'm divorced, I'm this, I'm that. Are you single? You got hella baby daddies, you got hella baby mamas.
But see, that's the thing, like what Valley Uno said, order looks different in every household and relationship. The way that you structure, it's like water. The way that you structure your family or your household or whatever, it could be in whatever form that works for you and your family. You know what I'm saying? So you have beta males that aren't alpha males, and they allow, or you could say the woman takes charge, right? There ain't no right or wrong in how things are ordered, as long as No. Listen. Let me finish. There's no right or wrong as long as there's some sort of structure. Period. It doesn't matter what the structure is. It could be positive negative or negative positive. As long as there's the balance within that structure, however it's structured, if it can hold structure, that tells you it right there.
All right, and I'm gonna tape on that. I agree to a certain point, but at the same time, even if what to agree upon, so let it be. So you can agree upon something and try to and from that structure. But even in laws and physics, you could create an order around it, rather if it's stability or not. Just like the three pigs, they built one of hay, they built one of this. It worked, but bring some motherfucking pressure that really gonna whoop, it's gonna blow that shit away. You gotta build a 5'2" with real order, like a brick that it can't be moved by any destruction. And not only that, the order when God compares himself to a lion and an eagle, this is principle. Ain't no motherfucking lion gonna be below. Women run the house like he chill and all that, but when it comes down, he's gonna run the whole shit. The eagle,
Right.
the male
So
eagle.
doesn't the man have a choice in who he
the
chooses?
yeah, no, it has a choice on what the woman chooses the man, because when you come from an eagle perspective, is the woman and the power of woman to accept what the male wants, because a male can't just get any woman, but a woman get any man almost.
That's why I said this. It's the structure. How
Right,
is
so-
the water going to be
But
structured?
it's the structure of building, meaning that like eagle, the female eagle, right? The woman, the male pits dance on for the female. So us dudes will go try to knock you, pit or perform for you know, whatever in our life. However a man try to approach you and impress you,
Right.
he might you're gonna be looking at your job as a woman coming from a higher perspective of a female eagle to look at his performance, and your job is to pick out every fucking little thing that you can do to infrastructure, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't build a foundation with this because this is going on. But a lot of women see this, but they continue to mess with these type of men and fall into it, you know what I'm saying, and fuck up, and then they break up later on. But the power is that woman's choice. Now the man, if you accept that man, but today time, women want to continue to change men, but it's too late. You accepted me for who I am now, rather 5 years or whatever. You can't come and try and change me now. You accepted this. You had the power to walk away a long time ago. I don't owe you to change because this is what it is. But in a relationship grows. And people want different things. So that's where the separation comes from, because it could work for a while. But if the order is not correct in the beginning, eventually later down in years, it's going to be conflicted. That's what I'm saying. And the man, that's what I'm saying. It could work. It could work. But eventually the unhappiness is not going to be stable because it wasn't built on right foundation. Like let the Lord rock be your foundation.
Okay, so hold on. I just want to ask a hypothetical, right? Because you know I can understand that and agree, you know, somewhat to that. So when you talked about whoever controls the bread, right? So if I make a lot of money, right, and I choose to date somebody that makes less money than me, right? However,
that's not gonna happen almost though. You damn near ain't gonna do that almost. You may mess around, but women don't usually date. I'm not saying that you would, but majority of women is not gonna date down.
That ain't true. That's not true of black women though.
I said most women. I said most women.
But that's not true. That's not true of black women though, because most black women.
Black women go to school with a degree. Black women needs affirmation to do. That's why they go to school and want to get all these degrees and all that. Black women needs that. What do you mean? Like,
okay. Hold on. So let me ask
you. Y'all need that.
God.
Black women told to go to school and not depend on a man and get your education. That's for almost all women. What are you talking about in today's time?
Okay.
That's why most of y'all don't need men and get men until after y'all at school or in y'all 30s, and it's too late because the man y'all looking for is already cooking.
Okay. So let me ask you this. So I make a lot of money, right? And I date a dude, right, that doesn't have a lot of money. Okay, exactly. But I'm saying you asked about you talked about the bread. I'm just trying to get to. Can I paint my story? No, right.
You talked about the bread. Womb.
Okay, so.
I was giving an example of a role reversal. That's all I was trying to do. But go ahead.
He was saying that whoever makes the most bread runs the household. But I was saying that the woman runs the household, but is not the head. Period. I don't care how much who makes more money. The woman's always going to run the household, but she's not going to be the head of the house. There's a difference.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So that's what I was looking for, some because I got lost in kind of.
But a woman with a large income, she's gonna feel like she is the head, and she don't need the dude, because if he's not making them happy, like, bro, I got money, I don't need you. I could go do whatever. I could, you know what I'm saying?
So, so what I'm saying is that's what that part is what I'm asking. So if a chick makes a lot of money, right? And she finds a dude that could be right in the middle of building whatever he's going to build, right? You know, he has hopes and dreams to aspire, right? Because you got to start from somewhere, right? So she chooses
Yeah.
to be with this dude, right? Because however, um, like let's say two scenarios. She makes the bread, but she's a submissive type. So, yo, hey, babe, here's the bread, right? In that order, who's in like who has the power? Is it her because she makes the money? Is it still
Well,
that she wants you to do that? Like if she is submissive, like how do you
but
view that?
the thing is, both y'all have the power because if y'all are building the kingdom, you're gonna have the kings to help build and inspire and improve that kingdom. So if you're gonna have the bread and he has ideas but need help, but his ideas are great, you can multiply his ideas and help build y'all. So when they see you, they see him. When they see him, they see you. So when you step out, it's one thing. Like think about this. Say you say you're my girl, right? And
Mm.
everybody knows it. Like woody woo, and you go out, they go. Everybody look at it. Say self go talk to you. Like what do they gonna be like? Oh, and you give self your number. They gonna be like, oh shit, what the shock female? What the? Because everybody know that the image of the crown of the man. When you go out, they gonna look at you as me. They gonna be everybody's
Right,
when you got
right,
the
right,
king and the queen. You know what I'm saying? And
right. So,
vice
but what
versa,
I'm
and it's
saying is,
vice
it was so
versa.
I just want you to understand that there are women that do that, right? That will have that
That's
understanding,
great.
right?
That's good. Yeah, that's
So,
good.
but what I'm saying is
That
that
can
out of
happen.
order.
Well, you gotta look at this. A woman. Well, before I say that, cannot. A woman cannot give a man his highest title, which means a man can marry a queen and he would not have a kingship, but a king can marry a woman and she could become a queen. So depending on how you want to look at it, if you build that man up, he makes something great of it. You cannot take ownership of that because he still instead of is the king. But if he was a queen before, it don't matter how great that man become, he would not be a queen, and you will still have your title over him. Look at the queen of that monarchy. That's how that works.
No, if
The
I
only way a king
so
could be a
but so
king,
that I thought you just said if I came in with the bread and he just needed a little help, he was a king before I came. He just it was about timing. He's always been a king.
well, it just depends.
He's
It just
always been a
depends on
king. So
action
I
and what
think
he
it
got
just depends
built.
on how you view yourself. Like if you know, I don't have a son, I have a daughter, but I would raise my son to always know that he's a king regardless, right? Like he would
But a
know he's a
king
god.
can't. The king. But in order to be a king, you gotta have that father. The father has
Right,
to,
but
and he has to inherit. He has to inherit from the father.
okay, so but
So
still, right.
if his father's still alive, meaning like when you're in a relationship and you still with father, and when the father brings them out, like y'all leave, like, push him out. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
See, it's different because usually a king will have to find himself differently. Like you still be a man, don't be a king. Like I could be a man but still be a boy. You see what I'm saying? Or I could still have
Right. So at
like
some point
man
you have to
parts.
find your kingship or your sonship or however you want to
But
but
but the
what I'm
thing
saying
is,
is
you
that
can't make a man. You can't build a man. You have to find him already.
exactly. So he already has to be a king, right? Regardless of
Exactly.
when I
Yeah.
find
And
him.
and
It's about him
you already have
discovering
to
and
be a wife.
believing that he's the king, right?
But
So
the Bible says this is what I'm saying. The Bible says, bless he who finds a wife, not bless a wife who finds a king. I mean find a wife finds a husband. So what I'm saying is
The Bible,
majority of
don't
male has
put
to
it on
find
the
himself a
Bible.
wife, and the woman can't find her man. The man gotta bring the woman into him because like I said, woman can't bring him title. That's why the money don't really matter to a man. Because that doesn't do anything, and a lot of women would try to degrade that and use it as a tool within their relationship to move emotions.
yeah,
That's
no,
been done a lot.
yeah, I have seen that and I understand that, but what I'm saying is, just as a wife, when a woman,
Well, the
go
thing
ahead.
is, you just said you got a kid, and I think you was with the dude last time. So when a man looks at you, you already got a mark
My daughter
because
is
they gonna
grown.
look at.
She's 22, so I have no kids.
Oh,
Hey,
that makes it even
um,
better. Oh,
can I
mama, that
intervene
makes
real
it.
quick?
That's great right there. See that makes your opportunities better.
I'm gonna intervene real quick.
Sure.
Because and there's no disrespect to this conversation that we're having right now. but we kind of went hella left. Like, you know what I mean? So I kind of want to bring it back full circle before we close this out. And Shock, we would definitely bring you back on for this conversation. I definitely want Benet in here. We got I think Laura's still in the building. She might just be listening and shit. I don't know if she fell asleep or not, but
This did go all the way.
Yeah. This is a conversation for a different topic. Because the topic at hand, where we was at, and again, I felt like it was me because I kind of asked you where you was at, Shock, in terms of your religious belief or what you subscribe to.
But
And then
it all runs back to spiritual though. It's all tied in. So no matter where the conversation went, it all linked in.
Yeah, that can be absolutely true. So I don't want to say that it doesn't. You know what I mean? But as far as right now, it's kind of like on a decline. So you know what I mean? I definitely want to.
Well, you got to understand a lot of the conversation that was being said forward about the position of God and position of women, all that, all ties in.
Oh yeah, no, it's not. No,
it's just all the different perspectives on it.
Yeah, definitely. So when it comes down to certain things,
but perspectives are built off logic. That's all I'm saying. When you could have your perspective, of course, but when that perspective doesn't add up logically, and you know what I'm saying, then it really don't matter. It matters, but it don't matter. Yeah.
I understand that, and I was going to tell you, because let me say this real quick to you, Shaq. Because I know that we are limitless beings, you're not wrong in what you're saying. I don't walk in the footsteps of right and wrong. Right?
Hey, when you say limitless, your life is cut short in one breath, so you are unlimited in this material world. But go ahead. I'm just saying, we could be limitless, but you could still be going like this and have no sense in this road to be here no more. So,
but that's not
that statement right there.
When you say that means that you think that as soon as this physical shit is done.
Nah, but that is the fit. Yeah, that is physical. Your physical is gone. That's what I'm saying. I'm the spiritual. This is fake. No, this is fake. This is not real.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. So that's what I mean. So the fakeness will become with the limit, right? So what I'm talking about is the limitlessness
the oneness
that comes with who we ultimately. Yeah, so with your what you're saying, there is no right or wrong. I don't walk in the position wrong. I just think that everybody has their own stance on what they say, and that's what makes us because we get to see the reflection of who we are. You are me, and I am you.
You're right, but I got one question. When you observe nature, because we're part of nature. When you observe nature doesn't change. It only adapts when us humans destroys their habitat. So when you look at nature, you can imitate nature. We are part of that. So the closer you become to nature, the more one understands. The further you fall away from nature, the one less understands. I understand what you're talking about. Trust and believe. But at the same time, we are here living in the material world.
And things adapt without human intervention for sure.
Yeah, I didn't catch the question. What was the question?
No, I was saying when we observe nature stays in order. The only way they come out of order is when us humans destroys nature, and they have to form to adapt to something else.
This is what I'm gonna. This is what I'm gonna say to that. Everything is everything. So even if we destroy nature, that's a part of nature.
That's a fact.
but there's a reflection. But there's always going to be a truth, and the other side thing is going to be the reflection of the truth. So there's no right or wrong. It's all.
The truth is going to be the answer to why we're disturbing nature.
But an illusion, no, because we're supposed to be fruit and multiplying, and we're actually destroying. The opposite of what we're supposed to be doing.
Wait! You said we're supposed to be.
We're supposed to be multiplying and being fruitful.
Let me say this to that real quick. I think my partner is still in the chat right now. My partner, I said something about supposed. That nigga said there's no such thing as supposed to be.
Well, we are tillers of the earth. We are here to till the land. We, as trustees and inherit the kingdom of heaven. I mean,
we're already
the
doing
earth, which God gave the earth.
Hey,
We're doing
But
everything
we're
that we need to
doing.
be doing.
everything is everything.
No, listen.
There's no
How is that when we got chemtrails? How is that when we're doing all these other things that's destroying in habitats, growing extinct animals? We're doing so many things to
But what
harm
is
nature.
that
What do you
also
mean?
doing on the flip end, like you said? Like everything that is called shadow work to so
Do
many.
you have? Are you fearful? Or do you fear things in life?
Yo.
No,
So what are you talking about
no.
chemtrails? I don't
It's
get.
all by design.
It's
All
not
right.
that I'm fearing. It's the logical sense that what they're doing to dumb us down and
Who is? Hold on, wait.
calcify
If we're
pill to
one,
keep us low.
hold on, wait. Earlier you said that we are one. Who was they?
Talking about the draconians and things of nature like that.
Don't do me.
But
Don't do
it's
me.
a whole different story. That's what I'm saying.
Don't do me. Earlier you said that every.
All right. So let's regroup.
Hey, it's crazy we go left because when people are not aware of certain knowledge, they don't like to go into because they're
No,
unaware
it's
and
just
they're
because
fear
we're
that.
all way off
Don't do
topic
me.
though.
You just
We're
did
just
me.
off
Don't
topic.
did me just now. But look, earlier you said.
What's the topic? What was the topic? What was the topic?
I'm listening to you. Earlier you said that everything is one. You said it. So that means that we are the draconians. Am I bugging?
Well, certain ones because of reptilians, because some of us have the reptilian membrane in the bottom, so it depends who you are and what you are part of. Because,
Hey,
like
look,
I said in the
where
beginning,
did they come from?
yeah, we are all good and all bad. Yeah.
Where did they come from?
They came from Nabru. Look at the story.
It's
That's where the story of Jesus comes from.
It's all gonna return back to source, no matter what.
I hate to say it like this because I seem hella not down to earth when I talk like this, but I always be in the uppers, right? So when I'm asking you questions, I don't want a limited answer. I want the source answer.
But every time I give you the source, it's a different topic. It's not the topic. It don't matter. When I try to do the thing, it's not topic. It's not the topic. So if I go that high, it's beyond your topic. So I can't.
I think what he's saying is give a detailed explanation along with your answer. Answer and then expound on it.
But it can't really happen. It's going to be for a different time and place because that's way off topic.
Because you're saying that it's limited.
No, it's not limited. How is it limited when you're trying to limit the topic? When I can expand on a certain topic, but it's not. What was that?
Are you a draconian?
I'm not a draconian. Because if I was, I was human.
I'm a draconian.
That's cool. Because if you did, that is
I
cool.
hate humans. I don't like them. I don't like them.
That's cool, but it's not part of my creation. He's part of the all. He's a part of the source. He's a part of the source. But yeah, he's all part of the source. But it's different because it's different, bro. If you don't know the history on Anunnakis and Nabuhu and all that, it's giants because you don't. People still think
I'm tapped in. I'm tapped in with that. I know about that. I did a lot of digging on that.
Me too.
Yeah, I didn't tap in on that a little bit too myself.
Yeah, there's.
If that's the case, then you would know. Then you would know that they try to do and destroy, and then Enoch disappeared. It was already Jesus before. Enoch did what Jesus did way before Jesus even came.
But I think a lot of
Bible.
I look at it just like I look at the Bible. When I come across the information, the first thing I tell myself is this is nothing more than a literary work. I cannot just say, oh, this is fact. This is something that overrides this line of thinking, whatever. I don't know. It's information that I'm taking in, and I'm gonna try to gather what I can through it. I'm sifting through it. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Some of the shit actually makes sense, but I can't stand on it and say this is solid, absolute truth, just like I can't with any other, book or written information I'm looking at. You see what I mean?
Well, yeah, I see it. But that also goes back to the source. If you say we all of it, you should be able to confirm it through you. Because that should be a part of you from their perspective.
That's what I'm asking you. So when I asked you if you're a draconian, you said no.
That's the case. I don't know if I got the reptilian membrane. I never did a scan on my brain. I'm just saying biologically, I might not be. If you're trying to say
what do you know that did?
If you're trying to say a spare sense in all the source just having life, because all life is the same if you breathe.
That's
You know
all
what
you
I'm
need
saying?
to have.
Even rather if you're a murderer or not, but biologically, I don't know because I think it was 80 or 90% of humans have that reptilian membrane, but I don't know.
Where did you hear from a draconian? Who told you about that?
Bro, it's research. They got the draconian star systems. They got their own galaxies. They got their own
That's
stars.
not
Like,
what I
what do you
asked
mean?
you. I
Infinite
said,
stars and
where
all
did
that.
you hear about it?
Hold on, they got the plan. When I got onto a different frequency of information of the light, start to perceive my mind, and I had start to have different thoughts to
Where did
inspire
you
my
get that?
desire to do research on
Where did
those.
that light come from?
I can't hear you.
Where did the light come from?
The light comes from darkness, right? In the beginning,
Where did
light
the
comes from
darkness
darkness.
come from? Let's keep on going. I'm gonna just keep going. We're just gonna keep on
I
going.
could close my eyes. If you would close your eyes and tell me what you are, I'm the all. I'm the galaxy.
But you're not draconian though. You're not the all.
I say biologically, physically, I'm not draconian. Physically,
If you
want to say spiritually, that might be different.
Let me give you some game. If you can say
So hold on. Before you go on, before you go on, a draconian, a reptilian, a nephilim, a Anunnaki, these are all different creatures and all different people, as well as human beings, as well
But they
as
all,
life
but they
beings.
all,
Like I said, if they
Do
all
they
breathe,
do they all
you
have
can say they're
DNA?
all.
Do they all have DNA?
You said they're all.
I'm
That's
not
all
sure.
I need to know. They're
'Cause
all.
I never met it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but they knew. I know for sure they found these giants that they say that are Nephilim. I don't know if it's Anunnaki, but Nephilim, and they still have videos of giants in Iraq fighting military people.
that goes back to what I was
videos.
saying as far as the different structures. Of course, there's different structures, but everything is made out of the same shit.
Right.
Thank you.
But it
So
still has
God's
it's
gonna
made out of different
manifest.
things, but it holds a different essence.
The thing about it is, God is
It
gonna
holds a different
manifest
essence.
itself into multiple things, right? But at the end of the day, like you're saying, feminine, positive, negative, that's what it is.
But what source? If there's a positive, if
It's all
sources,
the same
if
source.
that's the case, because
One without the other is
source,
of no
though?
consequence. One without the other is of no consequence.
Because even though we're coming from the all, we still take actions from two different reflections of the all, rather above or below. So
But
there's
they
a
both
separation at the same time. There is
but both of
there's
those,
one.
both of those have a piece of each other in it, so it doesn't matter. It's not. There's no separation. There's no separation whatsoever. Like, even if whether you want to say on the masculine side or the feminine side, the positive side, the negative side, they both still hold both energies. One just represents.
Yeah, but one is still always going to be lesser.
It's not a lesser because you're still utilizing
it.
it.
One above.
Right. So it's not a lesser.
I think
I was
that's a
talking to that
Because
before.
the negative and the
That's where
positive, it's always got to be less.
look. That's where it talk about in the Bible, in the curse, right? And it said that a man will be over his woman and he'll rule over her. You feel me? So that's where it's unbalanced at. You know what I'm talking about?
Hey, you said a negative and positive. There's always going to be a less. Which one is the less?
You
It
can't
depends
have
how you
power
look at it.
without
Because positive and
both.
positive could turn out to be negative.
But I want you to give me like a prime example of what you just now said. You said out of positive and negatives, there's always going to be a less. I'm just trying to figure out which one is the less.
Oh, woman is less and man is upper. I'll use that one physically then.
So
where do you get that idea from?
Woman is less.
Or man or positive?
Hey, woman is less and man is upper. What was that? Man is it depends. And the action.
Where do you get that? Where do you get that idea from?
Right.
What is that based on? When you make that statement, what is it based on?
I get that statement that the woman is the foundation and the man is the head, as well as being 23 cordon, which is higher above 22. So 22 and then 23 biologically. And we share those same 22 with women, which makes us on that playing field. And what gives us one on top biologically is the Y cordon, which gives us 23. And 23 is above, which would be 23, which would be 6, or it could be 5. And the woman would be 22, which would be 8. Or
How is that?
4, but the 8 also transpired to move life hold on, to move life of men, to multiply men. That's why when you do the 2, 2, 4, or the 8, it multiplies, because when the man gives a woman the seed, it multiplies his image or their image together. Because the 8 is the friction of movement, they can continue to life. And that's why women bring life. We planted, but we got to go through them to exist, to continue in this existence. Because they will this existence. And that's what I'm saying. We come above, below. Go ahead.
Do you know that why?
Go ahead.
And I've only really heard this from East Coast dudes. So excuse me if it kind of sounds kind of weird, because when I first heard it, I didn't get it. But that 3 equals understanding, right? Have you heard that before?
What does?
3.
Well, 3 could be understanding, or it could be the beginning. It could be the beginning, the pillar. Because 3 also makes a triangle, or a triangle to where a 45-degree angle with 9, which is 180. That's why it holds one of the strongest structures. A triangle holds as one of the strongest structures. So it depends how you want it. And life is a strong pillar to build a foundation on. So
right?
It depends.
So if it's 3, right? Imagine if you got a male on one side, a female on one side, and the understanding of both male and female equally in the middle.
Well, that's not. I like what you said, but that's not being that. That's becoming 2 separate and becoming 1. Becoming 1. So it could be male, female up there, but it's no longer looking at it as separate. But now they're to 1 to make it stronghold, because a woman and a male together, they become stronghold. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It's a balance.
Yeah, that's still understanding. When they become 1, that's the understanding.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're right. But at the same time, you don't see that city time like that. Not that you don't, but
because you don't see it, don't mean that it's not.
That's
real.
right.
You just gotta know what you see.
That's why I said you don't say it. That's why I say you don't see it often. You see it with power determined, but you only gonna see that and experience that only if you're in that capacity of mind. Because most men are not in that capacity. Most men can only talk to their mother a certain way. Most people can only talk to their grandmothers and fathers a certain way. They're still like your mom or your parents or your grandma still might always look at you as a boy, never like man. Why is that?
Yeah, I think when it comes down to that, I think it's just like how you look at yourself at the end of the day and shit too. I think a lot of
it's not about that. See, you say yourself, it's not about that.
Huh?
It's not about how you look at yourself.
Yeah, because I'm shut down right now. You got the floor.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you, dude.
Hey, we can't hear you, Shop.
Well, that seems like divine intervention for a segue.
You are ill.
Yeah.
No.
So, I mean,
right.
This is
we 425 in.
Yeah, we're not trying to go too. I ain't trying to go too crazy. So that like we definitely gonna have to resurface this conversation. You know what I'm saying? Because it's for surely a deep one.
It is, man, and it's I love it because I get to see opposite of what I think. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I love it, man. You know, it's just another part of of the infinite.
Yeah, exactly. Shout out to everybody in the chat for show.
Yeah,
they've been rocking.
It was lit.
They rocking.
Yeah. No, it was a good show. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, I love this. And so for anybody that felt like I was condescending or what have you, listen, that's never my intention. I just try to get to a place that is that we can have mutual understanding. In order to build, we got to have a foundation, right? So I got to be able to know where you're at. And so I would just say with anybody, watching, if you're really gonna do this shit, get into it, right? Really study, right? Really take
Mhm.
time and understand. If you're Bible based, understand that Bible, get into maybe metaphysics if you're having problems understanding the parables, whatever it is. And if it's even it's outside of, you know, I'll say I think sometimes it's easier for somebody not coming from the Bible to have a different understanding. But if anything, hear this, get an understanding, right? The purpose of coming together, like Free Your Mind podcast, we are learning from each other. We're the collective, so we can understand all points of view, so it's not a right or wrong or nothing like that. We are really trying to expand all our minds, right? But if you're gonna come on, let's talk about it, right? Let's stand on your square. So that's my opinion, you know what I'm saying? But it's all love. So
No, you're right, because as proclaimers of being God, we're still trying to understand what this Godhead is, and there's multiple facets of what this thing is. So we're just trying to figure it out, and certain people may have certain different uh, journeys on what that is, and so we're just trying to figure it out. So I'm open to all things, because we are all things. So yeah, hell yeah, I love it.
Mhm.
yeah, Savon, we definitely got to have you back because you said about 6 sentences before it got crazy.
Hey, you know what it was? I got on here and I had been running, my phone for my speaker when I was on the road, and I tapped in right when I stopped. So my shit was just low, and then it started overheating. I was like, "Fuck it, I gotta tap out." But yeah, I'll definitely be back again, though. Most definitely.
Yeah, no, we super appreciate you, man. Like for real. We super
Hey,
appreciate
can y'all hear me?
everybody.
Yeah, we hear you, Kareem.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I was trying to
I
talk
feel
earlier.
like it's like me having a conversation with myself through y'all. So I mean, shit,
All right.
Say that one more
Yeah,
time. That was a
that was
bar.
hard.
That was a bar.
That's a sound clip right there.
I said
Mhm.
it's like I'm having a conversation with myself through y'all. So I
Bar.
even if it's some shit I don't agree with, it's still I'm taking it in for what it is.
Facts.
Yeah, hey,
Yeah.
that's what I was gonna say on the situation earlier. As far as I don't want to go too far into it, as far as with like man and woman, you know what I mean? I think everything is definitely a balance. That's what I was finna say when I was going into talking about, like, you know what I'm saying, how the Bible say, like, a man will rule over a woman and all that kind of stuff. Going to what Shock was saying, I think that sometimes, like, like when women are in certain positions, or you know what I'm saying, like, when if a woman ain't giving her man ain't lead, like, giving her man the head of the household, or if she trying to be out of position because it's definitely his position to be the head, you see what I'm saying, then it is out of order. Then it's out of balance. It'll be out of whack. You see what I'm saying? um but in some of the statements, I believe that Shock said, it sounds out of balance to me as well. You know what I'm saying? Um so I definitely see both sides to it, and the reason why I keep bringing up that thing where it says is that I think that that's part of the curse. So sometimes a man will be in a home, and he out of balance. You see what I'm saying? And then he become a tyrant in his home. That's what ends up happening. And then on the other end, sometime a woman, because it says that, I wish I could quote it. I could probably pull it up, but it says that he'll rule over her, and then she'll be something too. So at the same time, that's why it's always a consistent fight. You see what I'm saying? So my
Definitely.
whole point is just, it's definitely balancing it. You know what I'm saying? And
There's no,
I
hey,
go,
but hey, y'all can hear me when you say that you disagree. I like to, when you people say disagree, you got to bring up the disagreement points, because if it's logic, you got to be able to bring and put your turn points when you disagree with things, because that needs to be spoken out, because something that because we disagree upon could be truth, but could also have an opinion and another perspective,
well,
which
yeah, I
doesn't
did get
make
the
or
points.
change the truth.
I mean,
Can I
I'm not
can I
saying
respond to that real
that it
quick?
wasn't true. I
Because
just
I'm
said
I'm
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna just
disagree,
go ahead and keep it
and I gave
100 y'all real quick.
a version on it.
go ahead,
Shock.
Savon.
Uh,
Keep it 100.
what I kind of noticed is that sometimes
Yeah.
if somebody was to agree with you, you're not really letting them get through their explanation of the disagreement. So for the conversation to have to go more smoother. Give person an opportunity to really explain their position. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, and also I agree with that. And I sat here for 2 hours and 45 minutes listening to all y'all perspective. And when I came in here, y'all listened, y'all asked y'all questions, I responded. And all I'm saying is, when that is the case, bring up every question that was asked. I responded with logic questioning. And the girl that was speaking for so long, when I started speaking, she went bye-bye because there was no logical sense. Because all logic, when logic comes, one can't really operate in logic. I'm just saying in general.
Hey, that's why we have to stop the show. We can we're gonna keep on going into that same
but that's what I was saying. So that's what I was saying to you, Shaq. And then you
can I go ahead and give it? Can I go ahead and give my disagreement explanation on that?
No.
Hello? We don't want to continue this.
Hey, look. I'll make it brief.
Right.
Okay, because it's kind of double edged. Because I understand where you're coming from. I do agree that men are typically governed by logic. Women are typically governed by emotion. But when we say can't, that means it's an impossibility for a woman to have any sort of logic. And I think we've had examples of that sort of logic on this chat.
So hold on, let me. So you getting ready to tell me that it's impossible for a woman
You are
to think
emotional
logical?
based. You get logic from men. Men keep you logical. Men keep you balanced in your logical
Okay,
sense.
so let me. Okay, hold on. Let me address this.
When there's no father in the home, why are you and your children out of balance? Most women.
Okay,
Father
so let
keeps
me ask you
logic and
this.
balance in the house.
What?
Damn.
So, well, you know what? I'm not.
Women can't speak logic. You're getting in your emotions right now. That's why you gotta stop.
Put a cap to this.
Like,
yeah, we got to put a cap to this, and then we can rehash it next week. I promise.
Yeah, we can rejoin this whole conversation.
It's all good, bro. I see how the welcome is, bro. I know there's a balance. Just tune into the Happy Mind show because y'all, it seems like certain things can't be said because I know that y'all with women and y'all feel like this and all that. I understand that, but at the same time, you still got to address situations. I mean, it's logical sense, right?
Right, we understand that. But
it's good because every time I see it's good, bro.
I don't know if you're on my Facebook, but
it's good.
There's people on my Facebook chat.
Free. It doesn't matter because you're feeling. Look at you. You don't want her to feel. It's good, but it's bad. If you're a man and you're starting to get in feel, you're starting to get into emotion, things feeling.
Well, see, look, can I say something? Hey, can I say something
real quick?
Hey,
look,
look.
I've been speaking.
Are you not in your feelings right now, Shaq?
I've been speaking normally.
I might be the host of this motherfucker. This might be my channel. Real quick. There's people that's in the Facebook chat that's saying you guys went far left from the actual topic that was at hand. So what I'm saying is that if you guys want to talk about this, there's no problem talking about it. But if we can do this next week, it'll be all good. That's all I'm trying to say right now.
Right.
Yeah.
One question. What was the original topic? What topic?
Look, I'm gonna put it up.
Thank you.
It's up the topic. The truth behind Jesus feeding 5,000 people.
Man, and the truth behind Jesus, us men, is responsibility to feed people with real knowledge. God wasn't feeding them with fucking bread and fishes. He was feeding them with words, and he was moving the alchemy of the mind. So what I'm talking about now is moving the mind and feeding the bread and people that watching, tuning in. It's not far left. It's just a deeper perspective of what's being talked on surface, illusion. It's good. Like I say, free your mind. Fuck our podcast.
That's a fact.
So I want to get my closing statement before I get up out of here. I'm gonna let you.
Hey, hold on, wait. Before I say that,
oh love.
Salute to everybody that was on the panel. Super salute, Kareem. I almost said he was gonna show Kareem. I ain't gonna hold you, but I was like, no, Kareem gonna show up. LB, I did not think was gonna.
LB slid through. Okay.
Slid. I said, man, look, I'm listening to everything LB got to say. It's done. Right. I suspend all my thoughts. It's a wrap. Go ahead, Kareem.
Shout out to LB. Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say, like, in closing, I think this show it was a lot of good topics being said. again, you know, I know y'all trying to close out. I did. Uh, I feel like, you know, I feel like some things that was said was definitely out of balance that you did say, Shock. You know, again, we could go deeper into that probably next week. You know what I'm saying?
It's
I feel
cool.
like I touched on it a little
Hey,
bit
hey,
this week.
you can hit my. I give you my phone number. You can call me because when you say
Most
that, you can
definitely.
call me. You know what I'm
Most
saying?
definitely.
For
Most
sure.
definitely. Most definitely. So, you know,
Josh, shoot him my number for sure.
and then
Because
and then
you say
it's
that, I just feel like
for sure, for sure. So it's all love, bro. I'm just saying, like, you know, it's just some things that I didn't that sound out of balance to me as far as like, you know, based on you know, my own walk, my own experience, and based on the confirmation that I get from walking in life. You see what I'm saying? So we might could have that conversation, and maybe you I don't think that, you know, I don't think that you could sway me because I didn't already had confirmation in life. You see what I'm saying? And it don't add up to like a
yeah,
lot of
it's
the
not
things
about
that you
being
were saying.
slave. Yeah, but it's not about being slave. It's about being open to progress with life because life is
No, I know
already
I
fulfilled, but you
get
could
that,
grow
but
life within
But
yourself.
what I'm saying is, you said a lot of things that's out of balance. Like you said that women can't be logical. Like all of these things don't make sense to me. It don't add up
Woman,
because
but
of
but
confirmation
when
of
I
what
say
I've
that for
already
rebuttal,
seen. You see what I'm saying? I don't want to go
I
too far
agree.
into that because
I
I was
agree
gonna
with
make a
you.
couple other little
I
closing
agree with you.
statements. You know what I mean?
Quick
Yeah,
rebuttal. When I say
yeah.
that women cannot be logical, women cannot be logical in a sense of being there like how men be there, and men keep them in a logical sense. That's all I'm saying. When women are logical, they're there on the sense of men helping them aid there. That's what I'm saying. Because
All
if not, women will fall back in that they operate mostly into emotional base. So what I'm saying, if men operate logical, we could fall down to emotion, but we could be there a lot because we carry those same 22 chromosomes. But how
Yeah, it
can
was
they
a
be
few things I
logical if they
didn't
don't
agree
even
with
care
that you
what man
said.
got
It was a quite a few,
biologically?
but like it is getting late. I don't got that much time neither. And then as far as what, you know, like Benet, I don't take you as being a condescending person at all. But you know, I know a lot of times, you know, when I'm on a lot of chats like this, I hear from a lot of people who consider themselves study people, whether they have, you know, degrees or whether they go into you know, reading foreign literature or whatever it is, or whether they just think that they um you know, or just have a very close relationship with God. There's a lot of Christian people out here that think that you know, that they, you know, hand in hand with God, and then when they speak, they'll tell you that, you know, that you should come to that where they at. You know what I'm saying? Or that they in a place where you know, you're not of understanding. But you also got to realize, just for everybody on the chat, that, you know, we all you see like, just with me personally, I can speak on myself personally, and then I can speak on a lot of other people that I know that's in this world. I know a lot of people that don't even have a high school education, right? That's a lot more educated and intelligent than a lot of people with college degrees, right?
Facts.
I know a lot of people in life that, you know what I'm saying, you know, don't that never went to school or nothing like that, and, you know, have made it farther in life than people who have went to school and are educated. And the reason why I say that is because our education, our 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 education, our tools, our learning comes from experience, right? It doesn't come from you know, any kind of degree. It doesn't come from those places, right? So um so my experience qualifies me, and that's why I said, when you asked me, you said, do I read the Bible? Yes, I read the Bible. I research. You know, I've researched a lot of different things. That's why most topics that y'all touch on, I, you know, I'm at least a little bit, you know, onto the topic, you know. You know, even though I consider myself you know, like a self-taught educated person, and, you know, I got some street smarts, and I got some book smarts too, you know. But I don't, you know, I'm not going, when somebody else is on the line, I'm not going to refer, and I'm not, I can't tell nobody else how to refer, you know what I'm saying, to themselves, or, you know, how to think of themselves. But, you know, I'm not going, because it's people in the conversation, to be honest, that I don't be feeling like is on the same level. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to,
Right.
you know, but I don't have to tell you that you're not on the same level as me to come to my level. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Or to come to my experience, because um I understand that it's your walk. It's the same thing, kind of how, like you say, I understand that it's your walk in life too. You see what I'm saying? That it's a
Mm-hmm.
person's walk in life, and they got to come to where I believe that I'm at. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So you know
Yeah,
what I
no,
mean? Because
that's
so we all to be saying the same thing. You see what I'm saying? Because um because I've walked a journey that you haven't walked. You see what I'm saying? And I've
Right.
gained experiences in life that you haven't experienced. So you don't know nothing about what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? Like, and you know what I mean? Like you haven't, like you didn't walk my
You
shoes. You feel
right.
me? Like you haven't
Right.
experienced the
You
miracles
you
that I've
right.
walked.
You
So
right.
so so when I talk about God, and when I talk about, and when I read the Bible and I get my confirmation out of experience in life, like it's beyond anything that you know from your metaphysics. It's way beyond your metaphysical
Yeah, it's
degree.
beyond your awareness.
You see what I'm saying? But I don't have to tell you that.
It's beyond.
I could just let you come into that acknowledgement.
understanding.
You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Um, and so
But
that's
then you also
also
gotta allow this. If you
right.
allow
So
that to come to your life, what
right.
you
So
allow
so
can also
so
bring change and change
right.
to
So
that.
so
Rather
so
you
so,
change that
so
or
I
he
think what
change
the
that.
best thing to do is
The
just to
shared
come on
experiences.
here and and it's not that I think that you're a condescending person. It's just that I think that people have a tendency to use that type of language, and I just bring that up in these conversations because I think that we should look at how we speak to other people. You see
shit.
what I'm
Okay,
saying?
yeah, nah, I did.
Um,
He's
you know what I
Yeah,
speaking
mean?
facts.
Kareem. So
I get what he's saying.
can I respond to that? I just want to say, like, I totally, and I appreciate you telling me that because, again, you don't know how you come off to people, right? And that's why I said I wanted to make sure that you understood that. Like, we've had plenty of conversation, and the only reason why I brought that up is, they were asking about studying and your knowledge, and so I wanted to. That's why I said I'll lay out my credentials. I didn't come in with that, you know what I mean, to say that because I'm just turned 40, right? And I'm just getting these degrees. So I understand that, right? And I've been successful without that. You know what I'm saying? So I've only said that just to say that. Does that make sense, right? So I'm not
No,
saying
I definitely get where you coming from too.
yeah. So so that's all it was just that I've definitely studied, and I'm trying to express that I've come from a certain place and what I had to do to get to different levels of understanding, even the understanding that um, I know nothing and everything at the same time, is that I had to go deeper and actually like hours and hours and months, and now it's been a year or so, a couple of years that I have to do the studying. And so that's where I got to that place. That's all I was saying. So, so much so that I liked it. I don't have typical degrees like business degrees, all that. No, this was specifically, I went to school to understand metaphysics and some other things. So that's all I was saying. So,
Yeah,
I
hey,
rock with you,
both of
Kareem.
y'all made some dope ass fucking
Right.
points. I ain't
Yeah,
And
gonna
and
I
and look,
rock
and
with you,
then so look,
Kareem. So it's
so
all good.
no, for sure. But what I'm saying to you is that like while you was and I'm going like kind of like a left direction, right? And and I use extremes, right? But this, like, I've had experiences too. You know what I'm saying? Like while you was studying metaphysics, right? I was walking through the jungle. You feel me? Like for real, with the spirit of God on me. I didn't walk through every jungle almost. You know what I'm saying? Except for Chicago and you know what I'm saying, and maybe a couple other places. But you know what I'm saying? By myself, I didn't walk through every jungle. You know what I'm saying? Where they said nobody can't go. You know what I'm saying? And ain't
Right,
nobody
right,
touched me,
right.
and I did whatever I wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? With the spirit of God protecting me. So you got to understand, like, what I've experienced and what I've been through and what I've seen. And I've been places that nobody can't go. I've been places that people haven't been to. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And
So that's why I ask you questions, Kareem, so that I can get to a basis, right? So that's all, you know what I'm saying? So it's good, and I love the energy. So I want you to know that I've learned, from you, right? That's the whole point of being a part of the collective while I'm doing what I'm doing, right? The advantage of being a part of the collective is other people are doing what they're doing, and then we come together and we exchange knowledge and information. And so that makes us both, everybody, the collective, strong. You know what I mean? So it's never none of that. You know what I mean? It's all I learn from you, I learn from everybody, and vice versa. So I was just asking questions to try and get to see where you were in the trenches, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I was trying to get in the trenches with you so we can really roll one or smoke one together. Not that it was anything other than that.
No,
Like,
no,
does that
no,
make sense?
no, for surely, for surely. I was just
Okay.
expounding on it. Like
Oh,
I
okay.
couldn't, I was
Cool.
just expounding on it, like as far as like, and I'm gonna
Yeah.
close out. But like even like I got a
Yeah, for
homeboy.
both.
I introduced him to y'all once. You know what I'm saying, on the chat line, and
That's cool.
yeah, and then he's had different, because I was just talking about my experiences, but he's had different experiences being from Africa and being around, different things. You see what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
like you know what I'm saying, when we talk about qualifications, and when we talk about studied, and when we talk about researched, and when we talk about all of these different things, there's different. You see what I'm saying? I'm just expounding. I'm not attacking you or nothing like that. I'm just, we just opening minds. You know what I'm saying? There's different there's different types of ways that you can research, and different type of, experiences that people have, that where they get this confirmation. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
there's knowledge in
Right.
books, there's knowledge in the streets, there's knowledge everywhere. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
like I said, that's
And when we
new
talk
for
about
me. Yeah.
and when we talking about God, right? Then you know what I'm saying, like based on my belief, then we sticking mainly to, with the Bible, and we sticking to confirmation that leads back to the Bible. You know what I'm saying? So
Yep. So salute. Yep.
yeah.
Cool.
Before y'all close out, I just wanted to say it's all love. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'll be straight direct. I come from many places, many experiences, many lives, and what I be saying, rather people want to agree with certain things or not, I don't owe anybody anything in a way to not be straight and direct, because when most people come straight and direct, at times where people is not straight and direct, it's gonna come off regardless any type of way. And when certain people really know me as a person, it's not as in the way of dropping like certain knowledge, you know what I'm saying? But I don't owe anybody to withhold anything. So some things I might say are gonna hurt somebody's feelings, but I don't owe nobody not to hurt nobody's feelings in a way of telling the truth. And if I don't say certain things, whether people look at it the truth or not, like I said, I come from different spirits, different places,
Telling
and
your truth.
different things.
Yeah, and
And
that's
just
where
share
your journey
experiences
has
as well.
led you to, Shock. That's where your journey has led you to, and that's what I be talking about as far as accountability. I'm gonna close out. I'll keep saying that, but see how Shock's journey has led him to believe all of those things. Shock believe what he believe, and he gonna stand strong in that. So I don't, that can lead
But
you
it's
to.
not even what I believe. That's the thing I'm trying to say. People look at it as a belief, but they are
Okay, but
actually
that's just
real
you just
experiences. And
giving your
actually, I
truth.
got
That's what
real
you said.
physical. Hold on, I got
I
real
don't want to get
physical
into
proof.
the small words of
That's
it,
what
but
I'm saying.
that's your truth or whatever. So so what I'm saying is that what if that truth leads you to further things, or what if that truth leads you to because I always go back into accountability. If you have no foundation, right? Because what's your foundation? You made all of that up in your head, because none of that's in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? And where is it at? Where is it at? You know what I'm
The
saying? What you
foundation
saying?
is my essence. My foundation is
Exactly.
the
So you
essence
made
of
it
who
up.
I
You
am.
made it up. So there's no foundation. It's not based on foundation. So this is your journey.
Hey,
It's literally.
that was condescending like a motherfucker.
Well, no, I'm just saying. He said it came from his
No, but
essence.
what?
He said it
No,
came from his essence, so he
no,
made
no,
it up.
no. But what essence? But you saying if I created my essence, I created my life. So it comes from me. What are you talking
But
about?
I'm saying, it's
What you
based on
saying?
only you. It's based on your journey and your walk. So Hitler felt like he should kill all Jews, and that was his essence telling him to do that. So what's the difference? And so that's what I
But
talk
even you
about,
looking at,
accountability.
that's not what it was. That's not what it came down to, because
Well, all I'm
it's
saying is
not
that's where
that's a
your
different
walk has
story,
led
because
you
that's
to in
they tell
life.
you in school. But we gonna have
That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying
we
is
gotta.
that's
Hey,
what you
I
believe.
promise
yeah.
you.
You was
But yeah,
I
I'm gonna tap out.
I would love to have like the closeouts be prerequisite, if that's a
I
word.
know.
All right.
I promise I want to close this out. So Kareem, hey, you made a dope ass point to bring up. What you were saying and how you interpreted what Benet was saying. And Benet, you was dope at defending in what you were saying, because now we come from a point of understanding to come to a point of misunderstanding to come to a point of understanding. Shock, I think we got you in. Laura, she might be snoring on the other side of this fucking phone and shit, like, you know what I mean? But Was that Laura in this mother?
No.
Hey, but I'm saying this to say that we definitely want to close this out. Me and Soph started this was saying that we was trying to get it under a specific time, but we still like to let people do their thing because this is for your mind. But we've been going for like 6 hours is our kind of like mark, and we want to make sure that people are going to tap in. So we kind of want to keep the time as low as possible, and we hate to limit shit. But again, if you guys want to bring
what you got to do?
Trust me, I've been like over 30 something hours right now. Facts.
Nah, self enough. You got to go back and y'all got to make good clips of this shit.
Oh yeah,
and
no,
make
we on
separate little clips.
Right.
Yeah, we on it. But still, for the people, you know what I mean. We still got
hella hours. Hey, I got to go through hella hours.
That's what I'm saying. Like we're editors too, so it's look. Trust me, it's work. We doing the work, and you guys are doing the work too. So again, we appreciate everybody who's on the panel. We appreciate
shout out to the chat,
YouTube, Facebook, everybody. All y'all was dope. Like I promise you, this was the dopest show. And I'm not saying that to gas any of you ugly motherfuckers, but this was the dopest shit. Like on me, like this shit was great. I was like, God damn. But again, if you guys, and shout out to Trika, because I didn't even shout out Trika because I was so
peace was popping.
Trika was popping. Nobody do better. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I think I shouted out everybody. We got there was so many. We got Brittany that was
a bunch of people.
We got Young Vincetti that was on Facebook, Chris Howard that was on Facebook, Tyrone was in the building. And forgive me because I was so Tiffany was in the building.
Yeah.
There were so many different
T was in the building.
Yeah, T, yeah, definitely.
Heavy.
So we just want to definitely shout out everybody who made this shit like lit, like you know what I mean. All the comments, hopefully a lot of y'all subscribed. Did y'all subscribe tonight? No, yeah, no.
All right, hit that button one time. One time.
It's good.
The like button.
Yeah, we're gonna keep this going. Like we really again. I've been up for 30-something hours. And I'm under surgery right now, so there. So hey, hit me. He was like, "Hey, bro, like we still doing this today." I'm like, "Hell yeah!" You know what I mean?
All right.
Lloyd gone and everything, so it's
all right.
But
R.I.P.
The same energy that you guys are bringing to the podcast, we're trying to bring it too. So everybody has an equal say in this, like you know what I mean, and that goes to the fact of what everybody was just now bringing right now. Like everybody has their own opinion, but we're all trying to get to the same thing. We're still trying to figure this shit out. So there is no right, there's no wrong. There's only what you present and what we can elaborate and try to understand. Like, you know what I mean? On a human scale and then on an upper scale, which is the spiritual. So like, you know what I mean? It's all good. Everybody is a part of the puzzle and everybody is a part of the all. Facts.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I agree. It's been real, y'all.
Definitely appreciate y'all for sliding through.
Till next week.
Next week is gonna be one of them ones again.
Yeah, I'm gonna let the people decide. I don't even want to come with nothing. I'm gonna just go.
Right. For reals. For reals.
Yeah.
All right. Well, my kings, gods, and however else you identify, I'll holler.
All right. So
all right. Peace.
Damn, we appreciate your energy for sliding through for sure.
Yeah, man. Shot. Yeah, till next time, bro. We definitely gonna have to chop that up for reals. That's one of them ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything.
Definitely.
It's good. Like, no, I just tapped in all of YouTube. I saw y'all live. I'm like, I subscribe. I'm like, oh, stay live. I didn't even know. So I ain't been on Instagram for a while, but it's all good.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. It's good, bro.
We appreciate you for sure.
All right.
Is Laura still in? Is she in?
She out of here.
She probably fell asleep in the chat like, what's going on?
All right.
She probably gonna wake up and say some dope shit, and then we just gonna end the show and shit, right?
Yeah, right at the end, catch it.
Right.
But nah, man, that shit was crazy.
That was bananas.
Another one I was not expecting that for Shelly.
Right.
Not expecting that. That came. That shit went all the way left, and it went. When it went, it went.
Definitely, man. And it's just like, and it's so dope, like, just to have people openly expressing, what they feel, either unexpressed or they don't have, a place to just express it. So again, I have to say this, and I'm not picking and choosing no sides to nobody in particular, but shout out LB. I have to
shout out to LB.
I gotta
He's
say,
been ducking and dodging the on-screen shit for a long time. So the fact that he pulled up and showed out for a little minute, like that's just solid for sure. Salute to LB.
That's a definite. And then I also have to, do Kareem an equal justice as well.
Definitely.
And I say that to say, just coming in, just knowing before LB came in that he was probably going to be the only one on a belief type of, stance. So he came and he was standing on his own shit. So of course there were going to be many questions asked. Of course there was going to be certain things that he was going to have to respond to or even put out. So salute to Kareem, man. Like, yeah, we appreciate you. Like, that was dope.
It was a dope build, man.
Everybody, man, like that shit. The chat was. Did you see?
It was going up, huh?
Did you get a chance to look at the Facebook too?
Yeah, I didn't see Neff though. I just now seen Neff in there talking about he wanted to get in there.
You gotta be kidding me, right?
I swear. It must have. I don't know what. Like it said it was on your shit, but I was on your shit, so I don't know where Brad was at.
Yeah, I don't know. He pop up at the end and shit. He be like, "What y'all niggas talking about?"
Yeah, right. But he was saying he wanted to get in. I'm like,
I
would have known.
I really didn't. But yeah, no, but definitely, man, the energy.
It was crazy, bro. It was crazy. This was the first real turn up one, like, you know what I'm saying? It got turned.
Yeah, because I thought that we had a limit to how many different people that we can have on the panel.
Right. No, that was the biggest one. Hey, we know now. Shit, okay, we gonna keep it at a minimum and let some people in.
Yeah.
Just so we can keep control. There was a whole bunch of different energies going on. You know what I'm saying? Everybody trying to be heard. So
yeah.
But no, it still was cool.
Yeah, I love that we were able to still, there were certain people that were speaking without interruption. So like, there's certain situations to where it don't happen like that all the time. So
yeah,
like that shit was lit. Hell yeah.
Man. This is another one for the books. Number 7 or this 8? We got like 7 or 8. I don't know. We starting to get up there now, man. But yeah, man. Free Your Mind podcast. Appreciate everybody again for sliding through.
Definitely.
Messing with the gods.
The gods and the goddesses. The goddesses came through. They was
goddesses came through.
They came through and they dug it.
They was busting. Yeah.
But yeah, next week, dudes, can we put out a
what we doing? Same that topic? We gonna go into that one?
Yeah, it was hot. It was hot right now.
We could run it back, double it up. You know what I'm saying? Do it times 2.
There was people on the Facebook. They was like, "Yeah, I want to get in on that topic."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we can times 2 it. We can times 2.
Okay, we got to get the people what they want. So we might have to run that back.
And then we could just the whole way through. You know what I'm saying? Really bust that shit all the way down.
Yeah.
Definitely. At the end, we shouldn't have no questions, no nothing. It should be good.
Yeah, and understanding, and that's what we about, man. If for the most part, free your mind, get that.
Definitely.
Yeah. Sure.
That's the first thing.
But yeah, man. So, it's this is it. Lloyd gone. I'm still feeling kind of vulnerable and shit right now. I'm gonna take my bubble bath. Like, you know what I mean?
They got him. They got Lloyd freezing somewhere.
Yeah, hey, they was like,
they got him in the freezer.
I was gonna give him like a proper burial. And it was like, nah, we finna take this nigga Lloyd. Lloyd ain't going with you. I said, he can't go with me.
They finna rebirth that nigga somehow. they finna do something.
Oh, so this is the last time I was gonna see him for real. Okay, that's good.
Shout out Lloyd.
Yeah, shout out Lloyd, man. It's lit.
Yeah, man. Till next time.
Salute to everybody. We love y'all.
Peace.
Podcast out.
Always going up, you can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us. Always going up, you can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us.